उनको पूछो कि उनको रवि जी कलेक्टर को शिफा लगा।
It is a wonderful morning filled with curiosity, knowledge, and spirit of discovery. On the behalf of organizers, I feel I feel honored to welcome you all at this special gathering. A very warm morning to all the respected guests, scientists, professors, researchers, and dear students present here today in present here today in both online and offline mode. I am Tina, a proud student of this wonderful institution. It's an honor itself to honor this beautiful audience and to be here today at this marvelous inaugural session. I would like to start this beautiful event with some beautiful lines which goes like in rays of sun lies endless energy, in the wind echoes the call of future. On this new path of green energy, we are shaping the beautiful world of tomorrow. Indeed, renewable energy represents hope for a cleaner and more sustainable future. It is through the dedication of scientists, researchers, and scholars that such innovations become possible. Let's appreciate their effort with a big round of applause, please. Today, we come together not only to share research but to explore new ideas and shape for a better future through science. But before that, make a beginning of this auspicious event, we will proceed with the ceremonial lamp lighting, which symbolize the spirit and knowledge of wisdom. For that, may I request our respected dignitaries to kindly come forward and light up the ceremonial lamp. I request all our respected dignitaries to please come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. On the dais.
या तेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you to our respected dignitaries for gracing the stage and making the auspicious beginning of this conference. I now request all our dignitaries to kindly be seated on the dais. I request our dignitaries to kindly be seated on the dais. Now, to express our respect for the nation, we will proceed with the national song and national anthem, as well as the Kulgeet of University of Rajasthan. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national song.
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधितरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request everyone to please kindly remain standing for the Kul Geet of University of Rajasthan.
राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Now, as the gesture of gratitude and respect, we would like to welcome our esteemed guests and dignitaries. For that, may I request Professor S.K. Gupta to kindly present the sapling to Professor Al- Okay. I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Gupta to please welcome guest of honor Professor Pratibha Sharma by giving her sapling as a token of respect and appreciation. I also invite Dr. Sarita Kumari to please welcome our guest of honor by giving her memento. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Professor I.P. Jain to please welcome by giving sapling to our special guest, Professor P. Muthukumar. So, please grace this event by taking the token of appreciation. I would like to invite Professor S.K. Gupta for welcoming our special guest by presenting memento as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. I request Professor S.K. Gupta to please remain to welcome Professor I.P. Jain, Founder Director of CNCER. I also invite Professor Chhagan Lal to please welcome Professor I.P. Jain by giving memento as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Mamraj to please welcome Professor S.K. Gupta, Head of Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, by giving sapling as a token of respect and appreciation. I would like to invite Dr. Chhagan Lal to please kindly present memento to Professor S.K. Gupta. Thank you, everyone. I now request all our dignitaries to kindly take their seats. Today, we are gathered here for the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2026, a platform that brings together researchers, scientists, professors, and students to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore innovative ideas and sustainable future. To formally welcome all the distinguished guests, participants present here today, I would like to invite Professor S.K. Gupta to deliver the welcome address. Professor S.K. Gupta is the head of Department of Physics at University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. His research expertise include nuclear physics, neutron activation analysis, gamma spectroscopy, and studies of natural radioactivity in soil and water. Professor Gupta has contributed extensively to research with more than 100 scientific publications. He also received Certificate of Appreciation from this University of Rajasthan for his excellent academic and research contribution. Sir, I kindly request you to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you on the occasion of Third International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2026, on behalf of Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, and CNCER, and on my personal behalf. I cordially welcome all the distinguished guests and participants to this important academic gathering. I take great honor in welcoming our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar, joining online and whose pioneering contribution in the field of renewable and sustainable energy are internationally recognized. I warmly welcome our special guest, Professor P. Muthukumar, and our guest of honor, Professor Pratibha Sharma, whose presence adds great value of this conference. I extend a very warm welcome of Professor Alpana Kadeja. Due to his busy schedule, she was not able to join us. I also extend my respectful welcome to our Professor I.P. Jain, Honorary Chairman of the ICRE and founder of CNCR in this university, for his constant guidance and efforts in organizing this conference. My warm welcome also goes to all invited speakers, participants, fellow teachers, research scholars, and students who join us from different institutions. The Department of Physics at the University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, has a long, distinguished history. Established in 1960 under the visionary leadership of its founding head, Professor M.S. Sonawala, the department has grown into Center of Excellence in Physics Education and Research. The department has been recognized as a Center for Advanced Studies, CAS, by the University Grant Commission for the period 2015 to 2020. The department has also received strong support under the FEAS Phase 3 Level 2 program from the Department of Science and Technology, India. We are also beneficiary of RUSA, Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan program, supported by Ministry of Education, the Government of India. The university also received first support for DSC and UP status from the University Grant Commission, which has strengthened the research infrastructure of the department. The department offers a 4-semester MSc Physics program and a PhD program in several experimental and theoretical fields. Our research activities covers thrust areas such as condensed matter physics, high energy nuclear physics, energy studies, laser physics, microwave electronics, nanotechnology, plasma physics, and theoretical high energy physics and cosmology. The research groups of the department have received financial support from several national agencies, including Departments of Science and Technology, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, Board of Research, Nuclear Science, BRNS, Ministry of New and New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Inter-University Acceleration, IUCA, and UGC DAE Consortium for Scientific Research. Renewable energy has emerged as one of the most important research area of the present time due to increasing global concern about climate change, environmental sustainability, and energy security. ICRE 2026 aims to provide an international platform for researchers, scientists, and academicians to present their work, exchange ideas, and discuss recent developments and future challenges in renewable energy technologies. The conference includes several technical sessions covering different aspects of the renewable energy, along with keynote and united lecture delivered by the distinguished expert. I am confident that the discussion and interaction during this conference will promote collaboration, inspire innovative ideas, and contribute significantly to the advancement of the renewable energy research. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants. I wish the conference a very productive and successful deliberation. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and encouraging welcome address. Your words have truly set a positive and motivating tone for this conference. To give us a brief overview of conference and its objectives, it is my privilege to welcome Dr. Chhagan Lal, Director of CNCER and Convener of ICRE 2026, as well as Assistant Professor of Department of Physics in University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. His research specializations is in condensed matter physics, particularly in nanomaterials, hydrogen storage, and solar cell technologies. He completed his PhD from the University of Rajasthan and has also worked internationally as the postdoctoral fellow at the International Center for Theoretical Physics, Italy, and the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, Japan. He has been involved in several funded research projects. He has published many research papers in reputed journals. So, please welcome and give us overview of the conference.
Good morning, all of you. Dear Honorable Guest Professor Ibrahim Dinsar Sir, online connected with us, President Turkish Hydrogen Technology Association from Ontario Tech University, Oshawa, Ontario, Canada, distinguished guests, faculty members, colleagues, participants, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome the dignitaries and participants who are here and online connected with us. I, on behalf of Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources and Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, I would like to declare Third International Conference on Renewable Energy is now open. As we open this conference, it gives us a great pleasure to welcome all of you. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to our plenary and featured international and national speakers. We would like to express our heartfelt gratefulness to our plenary keynote speaker. Sir, we extremely gratefulness to you have accede to our request for inaugurating the conference despite your very busy schedule. I assure you, sir, that this conference will definitely contribute towards making all our academic participants more responsive and sensitive to renewable energy resources. Respected Professor Alpna Gatija, Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, could not join us today due to a very important syndicate meeting. However, she has conveyed her best wishes for the success of this conference. I would like to welcome Professor I.P. Jain, Honorary Chairman 3rd ICRE 2026, Honorary Chairman 2nd ICRE 2022, and convener of first ICRE 2011, and founder director, Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, and chairman of this conference also, for making this conference possible. I welcome to all our esteemed keynote and invited speakers who are very special and highly knowledgeable in their fields, so that all of you can have a variety of topics and benefits from their knowledge. I would like to introduce them to you. Professor Ibrahim Dinsar from Canada, Professor Bobet from France, Professor Gatia from Italy, Professor Sherry from Florida, Professor Pratibha from IIT Bombay, Professor Muthu Kumarji from IIT Tirupati. Invited speakers are Professor Panos from Spain, Professor Y.K. Vijay from Jaipur, Professor Sharma from Jaipur, Professor Manikandan from Norway, Professor Ranveer from US, Professor Sheikh from Kochi, Dr. Unikrishnan from Bhubaneswar, Professor Y.K. Gautam from Meerut, Professor Rupesh Devan from IIT Indore, Dr. Taylor from IIT Jodhpur, Dr. Ravinder Jangid from RRCAT Indore, Dr. Vidyadhar Singh from JP University, Professor Rajendra Singh Dayal from Central University, Rajasthan, Dr. Sushant Kumar from IIT Patna, Professor Ankur Jain from Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, Dr. Anupam Sharma from SMVD University, Jammu, Dr. Avasti from MNIT Jaipur, Professor Bhardwaj from Mathura, Dr. Rasinathawat from Manipal University, Dr. Mahamia from SRM University, Dr. Satankar Purnima University, Dr. Dinesh Kumar from SKIT. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly outline the importance of the renewable energy resources. Presently, renewable energy resources are continuously rising. Their increasing deployment is crucial efforts to tackle greenhouse gas emission and global warming. Environmental and economic benefits of using renewable energy are generating eco-friendly energy that produces no greenhouse gas emission from fossil fuels and reduces air pollution, creating economic development and jobs in manufacturing, installation, and many more sectors. As of early 2026, India rapidly advancing its national green hydrogen mission, moving from policy planning to large-scale implementation under the site scheme. 15 companies are setting up electrolyzer manufacturing facilities with a combined capacity of 3,000 megawatt per year. India aims to achieve 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen production annually by 2030. Recent green ammonia auctions have also achieved some of the lowest global prices, highlighting India's strongest process in the green hydrogen sector. I am happy to announce today that in this international conference, approximately 350 scholars and researchers are participating from almost all states of India, and around 25 participants are from other countries. We received approximately more than 300 abstracts and will be presented during the oral and poster sessions in this conference. Once again, I welcome all of you. I hope this international conference will be fruitful and productive. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for introducing us the vision and objectives of this conference. Now, it is my privilege to invite Professor I.P. Jain, Founder Director of CNCER and Honorary Chairman of ICRE 2026, University of Rajasthan. Professor I.P. Jain is a distinguished physicist from University of Rajasthan with an outstanding academic career spanning several decades. He completed his PhD in thin film technology from the University of Rajasthan. His research includes hydrogen storage materials, thin film, surface science, and renewable energy technologies. He has authored more than 190 research publications and supervised 25 PhD scholars. He has been also recognized among 2% of world scientists by Stanford University. Sir, I kindly request you to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. It's I'm very happy that organizer has not forgotten me because I'm a retired person and Chagalal has especially asked me to do this thing. I'm thankful to Chagalal for this. We are missing our Vice Chancellor because she's busy in a syndicate meeting. Distinguished Professor Ibrahim Dishri, our chief guest, special guest Professor Mathu Kumar, guest of honor Pratibha Sharma, our director Dr. Chagalal, convener of the conference, head Department of Physics, S.K. Gupta, our co-convener, Dr. Manisha Gupta, Dr. Pankaj Jain, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, scientists presenting their research work, our university faculties, our students, ladies and gentlemen. Today, on the occasion of third International Conference of Renewable Energy, organized by our Center for Non-Colonial Resources and Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, during March 17-18, 2016. I welcome all our distinguished speakers, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar, Professor Jean-Louis Boppet, France, S.T. Sharif, USA, Daniel Meraval, Italy, Professor Pratibha Sharma, and Professor Muthu Kumar from India. The primary objective or ICR, now we have crossed 25 years. This center was established in 2000, now it's 2026. So we are crossed 26. The primary objective of the ICR is to provide an intellectual forum for exchange of knowledge and information in relation to latest development in renewable energy, as well as enabling technology. The conference will address various themes to design scenario for the use of renewable energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, hydroelectricity, bioenergy, hydroenergy, wind energy, and energy management. I am glad that there has been excellent response to this conference from around the world by scientists, academicians, industrialists, research scholars, students, administrators, policymakers, economists, and social scientists. Large number of papers from researchers coming from scientific and technical aspects, including application, production, and market analysis, is the backbone of the conference. The scientific program of the conference includes several keynote addresses, plenary lectures delivered by distinguished scientists from across the world, along with a number of invited and local speakers. It is our great honor to welcome all of you to Jaipur, India, for the third edition of ICR 2023 since its inception 2011. The International Conference on Renewable Energy has grown into the most respected and influential gathering of global renewable energy community. The goal of this event is to provide a common platform for the researchers from all over the world presenting their cutting-edge findings in the field of renewable energy. The conference is also an online platform for creating collaborative links between researchers, scientists, academicians. Jaipur, with its dynamic blend of culture, forward-looking policies, and global connectivity, offers the ideal setting for the pivotal gathering. Energy is an important aspect in the development of any nation. The present energy scenario passing through a crucial period due to worldwide energy crisis, both for domestic and mobile applications. So much so that an ordinary citizen is very uncertain even for the present day supply and production of energy. In view of the rising energy demand and reducing source of energy conservation management application it becomes very imperative. Scientists, technologists, economists, and political thinkers are increasingly alarmed by the rapid depletion of conventional energy. We are consuming these sources faster than nature can provide them, likely leading to their total exhaustion within this century. The other aspect is pollution added by these sources in our environment. The more we use these sources, the power of quality of life on this planet, it is found that wherever the RE is used, the people have improved quality of life. Oil and gas supply security and climate change continue to present prominent challenges for all countries. They are particularly pressing in the transport sector, which still relies exclusively on the oil. Reducing the dependence of hydrocarbons and emission of carbon dioxide is becoming increasingly imperative. This will require significant change in the global energy system and introduction of new technologies which are able to produce use of energy more efficiently and cleanly than in past. Today, India has one of the highest potential for the effective use of renewable energy. India is the world's fifth energy power producer of wind power after Denmark, Germany, Spain, and USA. Other renewable energy technologies, including tidal power, small hydro, biomass power, are other potential energy sources which are attracting energy agencies to tap their power potential. Greater reliances on renewable energy sources offer enormous economic, social, and environmental benefits so as to provide the better quality of life and better environment. World is making fast progress in the field of solar energy in the form of exploiting it for commercial application. Solar energy is available abundantly and can be utilized for both thermal and electric application. Solar photovoltaic is suitable for many applications, whether our energy sources may not be feasible or attractive. Hydrogen is no longer a promise confined to pilot projects or strategic roadmap. It is entering the phase where execution, competitiveness, regulation, and industrial resilience determining success. The question before us are no longer whether hydrogen will play a role of decarbonization, but how fast, how efficiently, and how sustainably we can integrate it in our energy, industrial, and mobility system. Research and development for hydrogen energy indicates the firm advancement in hydrogen production, storage, distribution, and different uses. Greater reliances on renewable energy sources offer enormous economic, social, and environmental benefits so as to provide better quality of human life and better environment to the planet Earth. Our ambition is simple but demanding: to deliver an event that is rigorous, relevant, and genuinely useful for the decisions you may make in the months and years ahead. We warmly welcome you all to share your expertise, your insight, and your vision and community commitment to shaping a renewable energy sustainable energy. Together, let us meet the moment and lead the way forward. The theme of the ICR 2006 is to work for green power to provide better quality of human life and better environment to planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and inspiring words. We are truly grateful for your guidance. It is now my pleasure to invite our special guest, Professor P. Muthukumar, to kindly address the stage. Professor P. Muthukumar earned his PhD in Mechanical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras in 2005. He joined IIT Guwahati in 2006 and became professor in 2015. In 2022, he moved to IIT Tirupati as Professor of Mechanical Engineering. He is a fellow of Institute of Engineers India and received the IEI Young Engineer Award 2010. He represents India, a commission member of the International Institute of Refrigerations. He received the Fulbright Nehru Fellowship in 2018. From 2022 to 2024, he was listed among the world's top 2% of scientists by Stanford University. He received the Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship for contributions for porous radiant burner. He has published about 470 research papers, edited 4 books, written 18 book chapters, and holds 17 patents. He serves as an expert member for agencies like Department of Science and Technology, All India Council for Technical Education, and National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Sir, kindly come forward and address the gathering. May I request everyone for a big round of applause, please.
Distinguished guests and delegates on the dais and off the dais, and good morning, everyone. So this conference, in fact, I visited this institute during 2007 and Professor IP Jain has organized, I think it's about hydrogen energy and renewable energy conference. Then I met my Professor Pratibha Sharma, and that time, of course, he about to join at IIT Bombay, I guess. And we become close friends. And then later, in fact, we part of many collaborative research project, and we completed many more projects, and still few more are ongoing. Again, I came to be attend this conference along with my best friend, Professor Pratibha. Yeah, so this conference is renewable energy. It's the need of the current hour. As per the statistic is concerned, we have more than 50% installed capacity from renewables, which is much, much higher than the world average. Still, we are growing. Maybe by 2030, we are planning to add another 100 gigawatts of power, mainly from the solar PV, and many more projects are in pipeline. But when you go into investing more and more on renewables, we have the other issues like the grid stability. Grid stability is very, very important. When you connect the renewable into the grid, so we need to maintain the grid stability. As you know, the renewables are intermittent in nature. We cannot get the continuous or maybe the constant power production from the renewables. So when you are enhancing the capacity from the renewables, the storage comes into the picture. So without storage, we cannot have the reliable and sustainable renewable, platform. So therefore, the hydrogen plays a major role in, kind of the, taking up the excess energy developed from the renewables. So whenever you produce excess electricity from the renewables, you convert it into hydrogen. And this hydrogen can be, stored or maybe directly can be distributed to the, through the national gas grid along with biogas or CNG, or directly you can dispense to the automobile, or can be directly used as a feedstock in steel industry and cement industry and ceramic industry. So in that way, we can have kind of a sustainable renewable energy system. So now India is heavily investing on the hydrogen, as Professor IP Jain has pointed out. Now already they implemented several hydrogen valley across India, and many more such hydrogen valleys going to come. And many states have set up the very ambitious hydrogen program. For instance, government of Andhra Pradesh has set up the kind of platform to generate about 2 million metric tons of hydrogen per annum. The government of India is targeted about 5 million metric ton. Out of 5 million metric ton, 2 million metric ton will be produced only from particular state, that is Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, Rajasthan is also going to come up with a big policy on hydrogen. So many more such huge projects are coming up. So particularly in the renewable energy side, the hydrogen is going to play a major sector in the upcoming year. Maybe by 2030, many industrial application is going to be mandated. For example, the steel industry has to use hydrogen. It's a mandate. Similarly, cement industry and the ceramic industry has to use hydrogen as some percentage. And hydrogen is also going to be adopted as a cooking fuel in the upcoming future. As you know, many of you are aware about the recent geopolitics. And so India is really, we are not having the energy independence. If you have energy independence, then only you will enjoy the taste of independence. So therefore, now we are planning to exercise the other options. For example, methanol and ethanol, we are promoting as a kind of a fuel for cooking, and hydrogen is also going to come as a fuel. Already we have drafted the BA standard, and soon this will be implemented. And again, the government is also planning to adopt several energy efficient solutions wherever the renewable energy sector is there. So overall, I'm sure that this conference it's a need of the current hours, and there will be many critical and maybe the current solution will be addressed during the conference. And once again, I thank Professor IP Jain. You look at this, he is around 85 plus years. He is very dynamic, and even I had an interaction in the morning. Of course, he remembers everything. Is very dynamic, very active. And so with his blessings, I am sure that this conference is going to be a very successful one. And I am sure the many of you will be, it will be a kind of a great learning experience for many of you. So with this short note, once again, I thank Professor IP Jain and Dr. Jagan Lal for providing me an opportunity to attend this conference again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your insights have truly boosted the spirit of this conference. Moving forward, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Professor Pratibha Sharma, to kindly address the gathering. Professor Pratibha Sharma is a professor in Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay. She is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers. Her research focuses on hydrogen storage materials and hydrogen energy system. She works on the chemical complex and metal hydrides for solid-state hydrogen storage. Her studies include material modification, support system and reaction mechanism tailoring. She also works on simulation, design and development of hydrogen storage reactors. She has published over 110 international journal papers and holds 7 patents. She received the Outstanding Service Award from the International Association of Hydrogen Energy. She contributes to national policy as the part of the advisory group for the National Green Hydrogen Mission and authored key report and a textbook on hydrogen technologies. With this brief introduction, I once again invite Professor Pratibha Sharma to kindly address the gathering.
Very good morning to the honorable dignitaries on the dais, Professor I.P. Jain, honorary chairman, my supervisor, mentor, Professor S.K. Gupta, Professor P. Muthukumar, Dr. Chaganlal, Dr. Manisha, Professor Y.K. Vijay, and there are many gurus who have taught me. So it's a great pleasure standing in front of all of you and talking today, coming back to my alma mater. I could remember the memories when I was one of the volunteer of such a conference, which was organized in 2007, I think. And today I'm happy to be guest of honor and a part of this conference. Thank you. I could actually congratulate and appreciate Professor I.P. Jain's foresightedness at that time when he was the founder director of a center when nobody used to talk about such energy centers or departments in the country. So he established Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources at that time when it was like, okay, a part of the curriculum, but not as an independent entity, academic entity in a university or academia. So that was a foresightedness, and I have learned a lot from him. More than a supervisor, he has mentored me, and I owe that my position at present to him. Now coming back to the conference, this conference is about renewable energy, and we are in a situation today wherein the changing geopolitics we are all aware of. And that changing geopolitics has made the world vulnerable of several changes. Oil and gas, definitely they are going to continue. And coal, definitely India has huge stocks of coal. So we will continue to generate power from coal. But the problem is that if you see a small change in the geopolitical situation has led huge crisis into the country, as well as it has impacted the entire world. Certain countries having more of power, more of restrictions, even Russia, when they stopped the pipelines to your flow to Europe, that caused a huge chaos. And now we can see that how the tectonics of power is changing globally. At one point of time when the major superpowers used to dominate, now India and southeastern countries, Asian countries, they have also a say into the sector. In fact, India has become the major market for the Western world. Now the situation is that there is changes in power, changes in controls, but at the same time, there are problems associated. because this change in power has made certain countries dominating in terms of your energy resources, energy technologies, the raw materials which are required for energy technologies. Like if we say renewables, then whether it is solar or whether it is wind, if we see 40% of or 50% roughly of the raw material, critical minerals which are required are localized in certain countries. And the export control itself, we have seen, has led to major challenges. So this is a time when we need to think about, it's not that we have to get into a situation and then start acting. Like at the time of COVID, we had very war scale. At war footings, we have PPEs and vaccine development, mask development. Or while now, when we are struggling with LPG, we are looking at alternatives, whether it is DME. 2 days back only, NCL have announced that DME can be used and how they can be using that for burning in LPG stove, or whether biomass-based alternatives. We need to have a foresightedness. We have to see what are the challenges and what are the opportunities in that dynamics, and we have to act accordingly. So we can say that there are ample amount of renewables, and India is progressing well in terms of renewables. The renewable power pricing is lowest in the world. Solar, wind, geothermal, now nuclear coming up. With 30 countries, they have included nuclear into their energy strategies with large-scale deployment, whether it is small modular reactors as well. So it is again going to take up pace in the energy dynamics mix. But what we need to see is together the scenario. That is energy, it should be economics as well as environment. Although environment, everything was driven by decarbonization, but with the recent situation, now we are more worried about the availability as well as energy security, rather than in fact the environmental implications. So our research should be inclined towards affordability, it should be towards accessibility, cost effectiveness, and climate change, definitely implications we need to take care of. Still, like we say that there are several challenges on this. There are different trade barriers. There are different demand side uncertainties in the sectors. We have substantial amount of pressure on the technology pricing, with major chunk of energy technologies located in certain countries. We have falling profit margins for the competitions, and that's how many of the companies, they are going bankrupt. So this is a time when R&D can play a key role. We have to think about, there are terms like TRL, technology readiness level. We have to rather move ahead and think about PRL, product readiness level. We need to work on, every research should be aimed towards commercialization, towards product development. We need to tweak our work so that to identify where it can be used. So this is the time for researchers to think and to contribute towards the nation building. So in this context, this conference is ideal. I could see a variety of speakers with variety of domains, which will add on. There will be very useful deliberations. I request all the participants to take full advantage of learning, which will be there from their expertise, and also make contacts, have dialogues with the experts, and do a wonderful research in the energy domain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. It is now my great honor to invite our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinser, to kindly address the gathering, who is joining us online. So I request our dignitaries to kindly be seated on the sofas in front of stage. Professor Ibrahim Dinser is a full professor of mechanical engineering at Ontario Tech University, Canada. He has authored many books and book chapters, along with many referred journal and conference papers. Dr. Dinser had chaired many national and international conference, symposia, workshop, and technical meetings. Dr. Dinser has an active member of various international scientific organizations and societies and serve as editor-in-chief, associate editor, regional editor, and editorial board member on the various prestigious international journals. Dr. Dinser currently serves as the president for Hydrogen Technologies Association in Turkey and chair for the Energy Working Group in Turkish Academy of Sciences. Dr. Dinser is a recipient of several researchers, teaching and service awards, and including the Premier's Research Excellence Award in Ontario, Canada. With this brief introduction, I once again invite Professor Ibrahim Dinser to kindly address the audience joining us online.
Thank you for your introduction. Good morning, everyone. Are you able to hear me clearly? Again, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Professor, you're loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. So the title of my presentation is going to be really about development of hydrogen energy sector, challenges and opportunities. This is actually what I am going to be covering quickly. Before getting into my talk, briefly to mention that I have been leading various projects nationwide here and internationally related to hydrogen and ammonia technologies, renewable energy technologies, energy storage technologies, hybrid and integrated energy systems, electric and hybrid electric vehicles, alternative fuels and production technologies, and also waste valorization technology is becoming very critical in this era. So I have been leading this sector. This is just part of my group there and here technically. And so really trying to make it very comprehensive. So that's why even I have been editing various volumes on comprehensive energy systems. So moving forward to look at the energy equation, this is number one. Some may consider it step one. Look, in this energy equation, we have had what? Renewable and renewables, nuclear, fossil fuels. So, and this is going to be phased out. And of course, the question politically when, so it may change, but ultimately targeting 2035. So what is then coming into the picture? Of course, hydrogen is coming into the picture. And to look at the, of course, needs for people. And people really need clean air, clean food, clean water, and clean energy. If energy is not clean, and the rest will be affected. So really the prerequisite is becoming clean energy. And also, I like to introduce the dimensions of sustainability. This is really with the ease and making it, of course, here with these 7 E's, energy is going to be really number one. And then next, exergy. Exergy is coming from the second law of thermodynamics, becoming an essential tool for system design, analysis, and assessment. And of course, this is very critical in it, so it has to be really used accordingly. Next is going to be education, engineering, and of course, when I am asked, to define an engineer, and I make it really the way that is really turning theoretical knowledge into practical solutions, becoming very important. Next is going to be economy, environment, and also here ethics. Sometimes people question why ethics, where is this social dimension? I make it very clear. Ethics is like a shelter covering social dimensions as well.
in this sustainability, individual and institutional ethical responsibilities will be very critical. So this is something very critical, and it has to be really considered by all parties. And during the pandemic time, this was really in early days of corona virus pandemic. And I made this article at that time really about closing carbon age but opening hydrogen age. So consider this COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic really a kind of turning point, really by closing carbon age but opening hydrogen age. So really, that was a kind of work I made, and of course, published this perspective article. Later, of course, I also introduced the history of fuels to be able to see clearly, historically what has happened and what really the future is going to be about. And when you consider carbon hydrogen ratio, of course, first humankind started with wood, later by industrial revolution, coal, oil, natural gas, and what you see here, carbon hydrogen ratio is decreasing, and obviously addressing, as you see here, of course, carbon fuel really becoming with hydrogen. And also the role of hydrogen is very critical. And basically three key roles. We can use it as a fuel, we can use it as an energy carrier, we produce, store, and use it later when needed, and more importantly, as a feedstock. So this is something very critical. Imagine we are no longer really having fossil fuels. So what will happen? We need hydrogen as, of course, key feedstock, and also really to produce or synthesize various alternative fuels and chemicals. So that is becoming very essential. And ultimately, this will require, of course, carbon sources, and we will be using really biomass sources for. And I had another perspective article to really consider this hydrogen 1.0, a new age. And of course, people are familiar with Industry 4.0, and this is by Germany, and then Society 5.0 by Japan. But the key, really, if you look at it from the energy perspective, is really coming down to hydrogen 1.0. And also, ultimately, really, I consider very important to study the economic impact. An economic impact factor, really, I made it this way based on really historical periods, especially considering the periods after Second World War. And we had, of course, between 1950 and 70s, labor-intensive period, 70 to 80 is skill-intensive period, 80 to 90 capital-intensive, 90 onward technology-intensive, 2000 onward innovation-intensive, 2010 onward digital-intensive. Obviously, 2020 onward is really hydrogen-intensive era. So when we look at this, and they're really becoming very critical, and in this era, we really need to consider all to be able to succeed. And really, that's why hydrogen is going to require in this era technology, innovation, and digitalization. So all these are becoming a very essential requirement. And at the same time, really, it is necessary to bring all three parties of academia, industry, and government together to achieve innovation in hydrogen technologies. Life cycle assessment is very critical. And always we need to look at the life cycle assessment of anything, especially now coming down to hydrogen production. When you look at this, you see here making, of course, hydrogen by using fossil fuels will not make sense. But what is critical in here, when you look at this, what you see on the right-hand side, we have renewables and nuclear. So what is the, of course, the cap to be able to really call hydrogen green? And really it is 2 kilogram. So the amount of carbon dioxide released shouldn't be more than 2 kilograms per kilogram of hydrogen produced. So, and when you look at this and what you see, renewables and nuclear are making it. Sometimes you see, when you look at the literature, you see different color codes assigned to nuclear, and from yellow to purple, and I don't accept that. And I make it very clear. It is very important, really, this nuclear hydrogen is as green as renewable hydrogen. That is what I can say. And also, I like to give one quick example in here, especially in electricity generation in Ontario. When you look at it, this is based on 2024 number, and look over here. And the based on the composition, and you see, of course, about 65.3%, and nuclear, and then the rest, of course, other types of renewables, only small percentage of natural gas. And you see here, if we use this mix, and of course, you see the amount of CO2 release would be less than a kilogram. So obviously, with this mix, we make green hydrogen. This is a clear indicator. Natural or white hydrogen is another opportunity, of course, for the world. And this is not, the map is not by me, by Dr. Bandel, and published this first in 2022. And looked over here, of course, there have been various observations around the globe, especially started in Indonesia, particularly in Mali, and then through Colombia and the US, Turkey, and even in India, I will be showing. And there are efforts to really identify the really sources for natural hydrogen. And of course, in various forms, you see here free gas, gas in inclusions, and dissolved. So really creating opportunity. And the question now, we call it why? Natural, and obviously the color code assigned to is white. Why? And the amount of CO2 shouldn't be more than 500 grams. So that's the catch. And obviously the cap. The cap is less than 500 grams. And this is something quickly, a few examples. For example, in the US, look over here, identified, of course, various sites, and the one example, as you see here, over 100 million kilograms of hydrogen. And then even in India, today when I was checking, I found that, India is considering really natural hydrogen as a clean energy option. This is obviously necessary for the hydrogen economy. In Turkey, of course, various sites have been identified, and including, of course, Ateşdağ in Antalya, and there are also various locations. So the point now, these are very critical to consider. And also, I like to make one quick comparison between a hydrogen vehicle and a sedan type gasoline vehicle. And look over here, gas prices are climbing up, and this is what you see, per liter, 160 Canadian dollar cents, and basically $1.6. And when you look at this sedan type vehicle, which is going to require 45 to 55, let's say, liters, and if you take this, is gonna come up, the cost is gonna come, especially for Vancouver, where we have really green hydrogen refueling stations. In several locations in Canada, we have green, of course, hydrogen refueling stations from British Columbia to Quebec, and including, of course, Ontario. So you see here the cost is going to be this much. And if you consider Toyota Mirai as a hydrogen vehicle, and you see here requiring only 5.6 kilograms of hydrogen, and look at the price. The price in Vancouver, it was really between 13 to $16, and at that time when I prepared this, it was $14.8. And look at the cost, not much difference, only $10. But basically, when you look at it from the environmental impact point of view, of course, this is going to be really environmentally benign solution. And look at the driving range, really going for about 650 kilometers. And I like to bring this. This is something also we need to consider. Life cycle assessment. And this is, of course, life cycle emissions will be very critical. If you look at the gasoline vehicles and how much you emit per kilometer driven, over 150 grams of CO2. And if you look at the battery type electric vehicles, and is going to be between 20 and 30 grams of CO2. And if you consider the hydrogen electric vehicle or fuel cell electric vehicle, interchangeably both are used, and 2 to 4 grams of CO2. Yeah, obviously making it really the most environmentally benign solution, and becoming also, of course, more stable for the economy. And also, I like to show this. This is something very important, especially if you look at here, the sun is considered a gigantic ball of hydrogen. And people, of course, may question why, how, and we need to look at what reaction takes place here. And you see, of course, everybody knows fusion takes place. And what comes in, hydrogen atoms, really, we have deuterium and tritium. These are hydrogen isotopes coming in through fusion. We get helium, neutron, and a huge amount of energy being released, basically really powering the entire universe. So making it very critical, and obviously this is treated as a gigantic ball of hydrogen. Hydrogen economy is very critical, and we need to look at the hydrogen energy ecosystem. An ecosystem, of course, we need to consider clean energy sources. This is number one, because in the beginning I mentioned that, really the prerequisite is clean energy. And clean energy, of course, you see renewables and nuclear. Obviously, these are clean. And then you need to really dwell on hydrogen production. The next is going to be really storage, transportation, and distribution. Obviously, where you have really various sectors, and you use hydrogen as the key commodity. And when you look at all here and the ecosystem, you see really environmentally benign and not polluting. And of course, this requires really key elements, and something very critical, of course. First, really human capital, technologies, partnerships, and commercialization, digitalization, value creation. At the end of the day, we have to create value, because the people on the street need this infrastructure, of course, research and development, innovation, and education. These are becoming really essential requirements. And then moving forward to consider, of course, some challenges, because anything new coming into the picture is going to bring some challenges. Obviously, hydrogen is going to bring some. And you see here from codes, standards, regulations, legislations, one has to develop this. And then accordingly, help, of course, achieve ecosystem and development, and of course hydrogen logistics and this supply chain becoming very critical, energy transition, sectoral transformation, market development, financing and trade development, human capital training, etc. When you look at these, of course, technologies and increase the TRL levels, one of the opening speakers mentioned this morning, these are also becoming very important, especially when you are dealing with new technologies. New technologies, of course, really, going to be very critical and in creating value. Opportunities, of course, really new age, new ecosystem, economic opportunities, clean energy solutions, environmental, educational opportunities, sustainable development, job creation, wealth creation. When you look at all these, becoming very critical and really highlighting the importance of hydrogen economy. And also, of course, in here we have been developing various. Of course, I will be giving some examples. I have been leading various initiatives and projects related to this: hydrogen hubs, hydrogen farms, hydrogen villages, hydrogen valleys, hydrogen corridors. When you look at all these, if you are going to be developing hydrogen ecosystem, you need to consider one of these concepts to really make it in a way well developed. Hydrogen region, and this is something I have been leading it in Durham region in Ontario, and of course by considering 3S concept source system service, basically useful outputs. We have hydrogen being provided to various sectors, and having really a university as the powerhouse to be able to manage to have this hydrogen production on site. And really the sources are considered, but this is something to make the initial showcase, and then proceeding to develop really all these, and with the sources available from nuclear to renewables to make it. And then, of course, this was something very early, going back to 2020, of course, when I first started this project, because I was the lead for this project, and with the industrial partner, developed the first hydrogen hub in Canada. So that was very critical. And this was, of course, during the pandemic time. And then also I was part of various initiatives, also contributed to this hydrogen strategy. And if anybody is interested in, there is of course the earlier version is updated back in April 2024. And this is something really outlining the specific strategies and aiming really to create jobs and grow the economy, expand the exports, and protect the environment. So really becoming very critical. And this is something, of course, in the earlier in the opening ceremony, there was I think one speaker mentioned about nuclear. Nuclear is also very critical, especially in hydrogen economy. We need to consider those actually both legs, and nuclear and renewables. So we had, of course, basically we have had multiple projects related to nuclear hydrogen, and also published one back in 2013, a book really on hydrogen production from nuclear energy. And especially now, when you look at the advanced technologies really moving forward with the SMR and MMR, these are small modular reactors, micro modular reactors, becoming really essential assets, especially now considering these data centers and their energy needs. And this was something very interesting, for Toronto Harbor. And I was leading a project to be able to really develop this and green hydrogen, and by using renewables, you see here, and considering for the ferries here, and really going to nearby islands, and really converting it into hydrogen ferries from diesel to hydrogen. And that was a very appealing project, and nationwide attracted attention. And these are just some examples to show that, attracted lots of attention. And also I was asked by the ministry to look at the, of course, hydrogen sector development in Canada. And I was the lead, and we studied this, especially challenges, opportunities, and future directions in hydrogen sector development in Canada, and really map out various scenarios, and also considered, you see here, hydrogen sector development really with the 5 legs: production pathways, and storage and distribution, utilization, associated challenges, and roadmaps accordingly, to be able to consider short, mid, and long terms. And also, of course, ultimately, Canada has, of course, the target to achieve net zero economy by 2050, and this is becoming really essential in it. Also, studied the green hydrogen production potential overall in Canada by considering all provinces and territories. And this is something you see in different colors to be able to show the potential in million tons or megatons. And look at here, nationwide, we have studied all these using, of course, or by considering the renewables and nuclear. And this was also very interesting project. And I strongly recommend that kind of study for India, to be able to develop green hydrogen maps for India. This is something very critical. And these are just some examples. And also this hydrogen farm concept. And develop this concept, I had my team, and we looked at the renewable energy sources for Turkey, and considering green hydrogen production and obviously utilization. And this is for Turkey, to study 81 cities in Turkey, and to be able to look at all renewables, including waste and under, of course, biomass, and to be able to consider, of course, these, and bringing up, of course, these top 10 cities in hydrogen production, and look at the potential hydrogen production capacity really going up to 614 million tons of hydrogen per year. So if this is, really nationwide implemented accordingly, so becoming really potentially this high. And when you look at the world's hydrogen production right now, or about 120 million tons of hydrogen. So considering this really huge potential. And also, of course, considered various projects. This was something very interesting, an airport hub. And we did this study for Vancouver Airport. Really developed this for the airport in a way that, really to produce sustainable or green fuels, or, really for the aircrafts. And obviously, to be able to really manage everything by considering renewables, especially solar and geothermal, and at the same time, even producing or synthesizing green kerosene on site. When you have green hydrogen, you can proceed to synthesize green kerosene. That was also a very interesting project. We published some of it, as you see here, Sustainable Cities and Society. In my lab, of course, we have been leading in various, hydrogen-related subjects, from production to storage. And this is, of course, one example, basically using copper chlorine thermochemical cycle for hydrogen production. Of course, at the same time, photoelectrochemical methods, and of course, aluminum water chemical reactions, and considering integrated systems, energy systems, basically based on, of course, renewables and nuclear, and also at the same time developing various types of fuel cells, including ammonia fuel cells. And these are just some to share with you. And from ammonia fuel cells to microwave hydrogen production, from aluminum water hydrogen production to high temperature electrolysis. And also we have developed a new generation hydrogen generators, something very interesting. These are, of course, filed multiple patents on it. These are very unique technologies. Having said that, about to finish, I have only one more slide. This is something we need to look at. This 18S concept, I published this in International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, really with S. 18S, when you look at it, of course, from safety, scale-up, scheme, staff, structure, support source, sustainability, standard, solution, system, and when you look at all these becoming really 18 critical elements to consider in hydrogen technologies. So that's why becoming a kind of critical list of items to consider and achieve accordingly. So maybe this is my last slide to quickly mention that this is really a kind of prescription, because I offer this as a prescription in terms of what to do. So with a question this way, number one is going to be really human capital development, basically coming down to education and training. Next is going to be really a very critical one: research, innovation, and technology development. You cannot do only research and leave it there. No, you need to go one more step ahead, really do innovation, and then one more step ahead, develop technologies. And then ultimately to create value, you will see here. And then next, of course, next will be policy and strategy development with an action plan. And then next, sustainable funding and support, infrastructure development and capacity building, ecosystem development, business development, and value creation. And this is how one can achieve sustainable wealth and prosperity creation. So ultimately, I stop here and entertain if any questions you have got for me. Thank you for listening to my talk then.
Many thanks to Professor Dinso for his valuable insight and this amazing presentation, and joining us online directly from the Canada. I sincerely apologize for the initial technical glitch.
Professor Ibrahim Dixon, I'm very happy that you have accepted our invitation to inaugurate this conference. You are a brilliant scientist in the world of hard energy. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you for your invitation, and really I am delighted to be here, to be part of your event. And I hope, and I have been able to, contribute to your, your success in this.
You're always helpful to us for Hydrogen Journal or anything, special issue. Anytime I say, you say, yes, go ahead. That is beautiful.
I do respect you and your activities, and that's why, really I like to support as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. 18S as a challenge coming to the society, new generation, you have highlighted the safety, security, storage, every aspect related
Yes.
with hydrogen energy. Thank you so much for giving that guideline.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Professor Din sir. This is Professor Muthukumar.
Hello.
Yeah. So we interacted through emails a lot, but in fact, I thought of meeting you in person, but unfortunately, we could not. Maybe your next visit to India, definitely we'll meet.
Yeah,
So
hopefully
yeah,
next month I will be in Chennai.
SRM, isn't it? Yeah, SRM University. You are visiting to this SRM University.
Yes.
Yeah. Probably I will be also there. We can meet.
Great.
Yeah.
Looking
So,
forward to meeting you there then.
So anyway, you have made a very impressive kind of projection for the hydrogen production in Turkey. And what about the hydrogen storage? How we are going to handle when you produce such huge amount of hydrogen? How we are going to handle the storage and transportation?
This is a critical question, and that's why when I presented the role of hydrogen, I highlighted it as a key feedstock. So you see, we don't need to make everything out of hydrogen, or by storing hydrogen. So what we can do on site, depending on what we need, and that's why, for example, I have had the ammonia and really called it the shortcut solution to hydrogen economy. So what you can do when you have green hydrogen, you can synthesize green ammonia, and the infrastructure is already well developed. So you can use ammonia. Ammonia is gonna be really a critical fuel, critical working fluid, critical refrigerant, and also critical asset for other really sectors, including agriculture. So the point, and really the key over here, storage is gonna stay there, and really there are of course various options from pressurized, basically physical storage methods. Liquefaction is going to be really a part of it. Infrastructure is gonna develop to have these really storage options, and ultimately, eventually, they are gonna come. But what we need shortcut solutions. And that's why, for example, ammonia is one of those shortcut solutions. And also what we have been doing green methanol. So what you do, green methane, we have done experimental works, developed specific technologies, because when you have green hydrogen, what you can do, you need carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide streams to synthesize into methane, methanol, DME, etc. So this is how you can develop the infrastructure, and with the existing capabilities. This is really what I see very critical, and while developing the infrastructure, especially coming down to storage, transportation, and distribution.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for joining us and share such valuable ideas and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to a special moment of this program, the release of conference abstract book of this. This publication reflects the valuable research contribution presented at this conference. I would like to kindly request all our respected dignitaries to please come forward and join the book release ceremony and a photograph. I would like to inform that Professor Alpna Katija, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan could not join us today due to a syndicate meeting. However, she has conveyed her best wishes for the success of this conference. I would like to read that for you all. I am pleased to know that the Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, CNCER, and the Department of Physics are organizing an international conference on renewable energy, ICRE 2026. The theme of this conference is very timely as the world today is facing growing challenges due to the rapid depletion of conventional energy resources and the environment problem caused by their excessive use. In this scenario, the development of wider use of renewable energy has become extremely important for a sustainable future. Across India and many other parts of the world, researchers and scientists are working actively to develop renewable energy technologies that are practical, affordable, and suitable for everyday use. Conferences like this provide an excellent opportunity for expert researchers and students to come together, exchange ideas, and discuss new development in important fields. It is encouraging to know that many distinguished scientists and experts from different parts of the world will be participating in this conference to share their valuable knowledge and research experience. Their insight will surely benefit the students, young researchers, and scholars attending the event. I extend my best wishes to the organizers, speaker, and all the participants for the success of this conference. I hope that the discussion and collaboration during this event will contribute to advancing renewable energy solutions and help in building a cleaner and more sustainable future for our planet. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Your words painted a canvas of wisdom and your voice echoed sincerity. Thank you for sharing your insight and enlightening our mind and your best wishes for this program. Now, to formally conclude this inaugural session, I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Gupta, Organizing Committee Member of ICRE 2026 and Associate Professor at Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan. Ma'am, I request you to kindly present the vote of thanks.
A very warm good morning to all. A respected chief guest, esteemed Vice Chancellor ma'am, distinguished guest, eminent speakers, delegates, media representatives, sponsors, faculty members, researchers, and dear participants. On behalf of Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources and University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, it is my great privilege to propose vote of thanks for the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2026, held on 17 and 18 March 2026 in hybrid mode. First and foremost, I extend our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dincer, President of the Turkish Hydrogen Technologies Association, Oriento Tech University, Canada, for delivering such an insightful keynote address and sharing his valuable expertise on emerging renewable and hydrogen energy technologies. We express our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Alpna Kateja, for her constant encouragement towards research, innovation, and academic excellence at the University of Rajasthan. Our sincere thanks goes to Professor Pratibha Sharma, IIT Mumbai, the guest of honor, and Professor P. Muthukumar, IIT Tirupati, our special guest, for their motivating address and for enriching this conference with their valuable perspectives. I would also like to acknowledge with deep appreciation Professor I.P. Jain, sir, Founder Director of CNCER and Honorary Chairman of ICRE 2026, whose vision and guidance have been instrumental in establishing this platform for global dialogue on renewable energy. My special thanks to Professor S.K. Gupta sir, Head Department of Physics, for his warm welcome and support in making his event successful. I also extend my appreciation to Dr. Chhagan Lal, Director of CNCER and convener of ICRE 2026, for his tireless efforts in planning and organizing this international conference. We are deeply grateful to all speakers, researchers, academicians, and participants from India and abroad for presenting their valuable research contributions for making this conference intellectually enriching and productive. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our supporting organizations and academic partners, namely IAHE USA, IJHE USA, MRSI Rajasthan chapter, and Springer for their academic support and collaboration in strengthening this impact and outreach of this conference. Our heartful appreciation also goes to our sponsors whose generous support make this event possible, like Rigagu, IR Tech, RVL Scientific and Engineering Private Limited, HHV Advanced Technologies, Bharata Cryogenics Private Limited, and Pragyan Innovations. Your support towards promoting innovation and research in renewable energy is highly valued. We also extend our sincere thanks to media partners and representatives for covering this conference and helping us spread awareness about the importance of renewable energy and sustainable technologies to a wider audience. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, technical team, volunteers, and supporting staff who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this conference in both physical and virtual modes. Finally, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all delegates and participants for your enthusiastic participation and valuable discussions throughout the conference. With this, I once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this third international conference on renewable energy, ICRE 2026. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt vote of thanks and a beautifully expressing gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of this session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony has now come to an end, and now it's time for a short tea break. Requesting everyone to please be back by 15 minutes so we can start our first session of the day. Thank you. My apologies. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national song.
श्यामला
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful, refreshing tea break.
Hello.
Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning everyone. On the behalf
Hello, check.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check.
tape, a white one. So, see na, that's a white one tape thing, na drawer. White. Okay. Other.
हेलो मारा आवाज आहे मला बोलू तुला मी निकडे ये बोलताना हॅलो अरे न्यू मेसेज हॅलो
Good morning once again, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing tea break. We will now proceed with the next session of Third International Conference on Renewable Energy ICRE 2026. To guide and conduct this session, we are honored to have our respected session chair and co-chair members. May I request Professor Y.K. Vijay, University of Rajasthan, to kindly be seated on the sofa in front of stage. Professor Y.K. Vijay is our first session chair member for this session. Professor Y.K. Vijay received his MSc degree in physics and PhD degree from University of Rajasthan, Jaipur in 1975 and 1980 respectively. He was awarded Commonwealth and ICTP Fellowship and spent over 1 year in Uppsala University, Sweden. He served as a professor, Department of Physics, Director, Center for Development of Physics Education, and Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources at University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Professor Vijay has co-authored over 300 research articles in referred journal and over 150 research papers in conference proceedings. He has delivered over 500 invited talk and co-authored two books on the basic and semiconductor physics. His professional awards include IUMRS Young Research, R.K. Ramanath, and IAPT Teaching Aids Award. He has spent 43 years in teaching and research field of experimental material science and applications to renewable energy. He is life member of IAPT, APSNSI, IPA, RAPT, MRSI, and president of IAPT RC6, as well as Rajasthan chapter of MRSI. In recent years, he has taken up mission to set up an innovation hub science gallery themed play, enjoy, and learn. He has developed over 50 working models useful for teaching and fundamental science principles using low-cost materials and components. In association with IAPT, he has set up such science galleries in 75 places in India, including several schools, colleges, university, IISER, research center, and science museum. It is my privilege to welcome you, sir. May I now request Professor S.N. Dolia from Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, to kindly come forward and join us on the stage. He will join us later. Now I invite Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, to kindly join as a co-chair. And I also invite Dr. Sumaiya Salim, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, to kindly take their seat. I request our co-chair members, Dr. Dinesh Kumar and Dr. Sumaiya Salim, to please welcome our respected session chair member, Professor Y.K. Vijay. Thank you, sir. As we have all the session chair members with us, let's moving forward. I would like to hand over mic to our co-chair members for the further conference.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sumaiya Salim, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Professor P. Muthukumar, Professor at Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Tirupati. So kindly step forward to join the podium and share your valuable insights and ideas with us. Professor P. Muthukumar, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So welcome to the first keynote session. So in this talk, I summarize the various activities as related to hydrogen storage, hydrogen purification and compression, and other heating and cooling system carried out at IIT Guwahati. Earlier I worked there, I spent about 16 years, and recently I moved to IIT Tirupati. So in both the institute, the activities related to hydrogen storage, compression and purification and heating and cooling. I will summarize. Maybe if we find some time, then maybe I will also highlight our other research domain, that is the porous medium combustion. Okay, so most of you heard about the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. There are about 17. And among the 17, goal number 7, that is providing clean and affordable energy, to the mankind and as well as to industry or to the any kind of sector, they deserves the major attention. The reason is that
if you have clean and affordable energy, then only you can achieve the remaining 16 goals. So therefore, most of the developed and developing nations, put more effort towards achieving the sustainable goal number 7. Okay, so coming to the Indian energy scenario, so we have roughly about 52%, the production energy generation from the renewables, which is much, much higher than the world average. World average is now it's close to about 32%. But by coming 2030, we are planning to add another 1 lakh megawatt renewables, mainly from the solar PV into this one. So therefore, now we are our target is to achieve 100% renewables by 2047, though we committed to achieve around 2070, but we will be achieving this target by 2047. So when you go 100% renewables, then we need to also address the stability related issues associated with the grid. So as you know, renewables are not, they are intermittent nature, and you may not get the kind of a constant power production from the renewable source. Maybe if you take the, wind and even hydro, and even solar PV, they were available only during the sudden, maybe solar PV, you will get it only during daytime, and the hydro and wind, they were seasonal basically. So therefore, we need to have the kind of option for the energy storage. Now, if you look into the current hydrocarbon-based energy economy, in each stage of this energy, you can say the phase, whether you are extracting coal or oil from the land, or so during the extraction of the fuel, during the transportation, and during the utilization of the fuel, in each stage, of course, it is associated with the environmental pollution. And at the end of the cycle, and of course, when the fuel get combusted with green oxygen, which is taken from the environment, you will get all the harmful pollutions. As a result, the environment is getting polluted day by day. So when you move towards the hydrogen-based energy economy, let us assume the hydrogen is produced from the either the renewable energy based sources or nuclear. So during the production, we take the water from the environment, and when you spill the water, you will get hydrogen and oxygen. So oxygen is given back to the environment, and the hydrogen is taken to the user point where it gets combusted. During the combustion, the byproduct is water. The byproduct is water. And again, whatever the amount of water you have taken from the environment during the hydrogen production, the same amount of water is given back to the environment at the end of the cycle, energy cycle. So therefore, this cycle is complete. So nothing is taken from the environment or given back to the environment. Here, the hydrogen is acting as an energy carrier for transferring the energy available in the form of renewable to the user point. So therefore, this cycle is sustainable, and this is going to be the future energy cycle for the globe. Okay, so now this, I think your Professor CNCER also mentioned about it. That's how the decarbonization trend goes. So we started our the energy-based, the solution. So we started from wood, and where the number of carbon atoms per hydrogen atoms was close to 10. Then slowly we moved to coal and oil and gas, and finally we're going to end up with hydrogen, which is free from carbon. And so if you look into the hydrogen as a fuel, it has all the the essential characteristics. Whether you talk about the calorific value, and the flame velocity, diffusivity, and adiabatic flame temperature, all are very desirable nature, but except the density. Hydrogen is a lightest gas. So for storing 1 kg of hydrogen, we need approximately about 11 meter cube of volume. That's where the issue comes. So hydrogen as a you can say maybe as a gas, you can generate from all possible renewables. Okay, either from the wind, solar, and hydro. Even from the solar, we can generate from the solar PV route and solar thermal route, and then biomass, and then the photocatalysis or photopyrolysis. All this route hydrogen can be generated. Here from all the route, we will be getting the green hydrogen, which is free from the CO2 emission. And then coming to the storage options. So we can store hydrogen in the form of pressurized gas.
we can go up to about 800 to about 1000 bar using type 4 and type 5 cylinders. But these options are, now it is growing. Of course, many people started working on this. Many startups have come up for developing the type 4 and type 5 cylinder even in India. But still, they were in the kind of, in the, you can say the state of art, but it will take some time to get into the market. Mainly the price is, the price are relatively high. Coming to the liquefaction, liquefaction is a kind of tedious task. We have to spend roughly about 33% of the energy. Again, retaining the liquid for longer period is another challenge. So you need to have a very thick walled insulation, and and vessel need to be very high. And there are many issues associated with the liquid hydrogen. But the combination of these two, like the high pressure and instead of going for 700 bar, you can retain, maybe you can maintain hydrogen maybe around 300 bar. Similarly, in the liquid hydrogen, instead of maintaining at 20 Kelvin, maybe you can elevate the temperature close to about 80 to 100 Kelvin. So 350 bar, maybe about 100 Kelvin. This option, this combined option provides the more practically viable solution that's called cryocompressed. Now the many are exploring the cryocompressed options as well. So the other way, you can also transport hydrogen or store hydrogen using the liquid organic hydrogen carrier. But here the issue is that during charging and discharging, we have to elevate the temperature maybe around 300 degrees Celsius. We need to have expensive catalyst. Then after using the, utilizing the hydrogen at the user point, here user point, again you have to bring back the carrier molecules to the source. And there will be loss of carrier molecules. And again, this whole process is highly energy intensive. So this may not be feasible for the the industrial scale application. So this where the storage, we have the type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and type 5, depends on the operating pressure, the material of construction. For instance, of course, the Professor Pratibha will give you a more elaborate talk about this, all the storage technology. So the type 1, we have to go, maybe we can, it's a complete metallic. It can be either a mild steel or aluminum based one. You can go up to maybe about 200 bar pressure. And type 2, here this again metallic, you will be having metallic liner, and there will be in the lateral phase, we have the composite. And type 3 also, we have the complete composite and metallic liner. Then we have the, in type 4, we have the composite and composite liner, and type 5, there won't be any liner. It's a complete composite. So all these technologies are emerging now. So maybe in the down the line, maybe after 2 or 3 years, you can find them in the commercial market. This is the combination of both, the pressurized and as well as the cryo. This is a cryo compressed storage. So they have the potential application for the day-to-day industrial and even for the automobile application, which is emerging. Now coming to the storage of hydrogen, large quantity storage of hydrogen, maybe for the industrial use and maybe other the kind of a stationary application. So which can be the best can be the material based storage. So you can store hydrogen in the form of solid states using the materials such as intermetallic alloys such as the lanthanum and the titanium zirconium based alloys. Okay, we have variety of alloy like AB type, AB2 type, and A2B, AB5. So we have variety of alloys. So here the hydrogen will be stored in the form of solid solution. So you can supply hydrogen maybe at certain pressure and temperature. So the material absorbs hydrogen. They make the kind of intermetallic compounds. And then hydrogen will be stored, hydrogen atom will be stored between the interstitial portion. And the absorption of the charging of hydrogen into the material is the exothermic reaction. That means heat is evolved. And here hydrogen can be stored for any period of time, unlike the, this liquid storage, which has some specific, time. You cannot store hydrogen in the form of liquid for several months. Nothing will be there in the reactor because of the boil-up loss. And here hydrogen can be stored in several years. Nothing will happen. And whenever you need the hydrogen to be used, and what you need to do is just supply the heat. Okay. So you can supply the heat, then the hydrogen, the bond between the hydrogen atom and metal will break, and the hydrogen atom will diffuse from the metal lattice. And when it comes to the surface of the metal lattice, two hydrogen atoms fuse together, they'll form the molecules so that the hydrogen gas will come out. Okay. So this is basically chemically reversible in nature. You can say almost 98% reversible. Okay. So the desorption is a exothermic reaction. Sorry, the endothermic reaction. So by combining these two heat evaluation reaction,
So during absorption, heat is released. During desorption, heat is absorbed. So using these two chemically reversible reactions, several thermal management applications can be built and tested. And we have done in our laboratory, we have made many such system, which I am going to, explain you. So basically, this is a typical thermodynamics of formation of hydride. For a given temperature, here in the x-axis, you have the hydrogen concentration, and the y-axis, you have the logarithm of equilibrium pressure. So for a given temperature, the hydrogen started absorbing only after a certain value of threshold value of supply pressure. For example, if you take the LaNA5 hydride, at ambient temperature, it start absorbing hydrogen around 2 bar pressure. So that means you supply the hydrogen around 2 bar pressure. At 2 bar pressure, when you supply, whatever the hydrogen you are supplying, it will go into the metal lattice till the hydride gets saturated. Once all the interstitial positions are filled with the hydrogen atoms, then it won't take any more hydrogen. Then if you supply hydrogen further, what will happen? The pressure will increase. The pressure, there will be a So there will be a steep increase in the pressure. So the region where the pressure is constant, this is called the plateau region. This width of this plateau region represents the amount of hydrogen stored in this metal hydride. Okay, so our group has strong expertise in developing and building these these systems for industrial application. So before the building the system, we need to design the reactor for optimizing the heat and mass transfer characteristics. And since if you want to speed up the absorption, the heat need to be removed from the system at the faster rate. Similarly, if you want to discharge hydrogen at the faster rate, you have to supply the heat. So basically here, the heat and mass transfer, the heat transfer limits the performance of these machines. So therefore, for a given operating condition or maybe for a given size of the reactor, we need to optimize the heat transfer characteristics. So we have developed several such thermal model, and based on the thermal model, we explored the different reactor configuration, and those reactor configurations are optimized. Then we went for the fabrication. So basically, most of the such designs will be similar to the such kind of a cell and tube kind of in a heat exchanger. They throw the tubes. Throw the tubes here. There are the tubes. Throw the tubes. Coolant or heating fluid will be supplied during absorption and desorption reaction respectively. And then the space between the tubes, the hydride powder will be filled. Since the hydride powder sizes are very small, and during desorption, this hydride powder may go along with the hydrogen gas. So in order to prevent the hydride powder being carried away by the hydrogen gas, we need to have a filter. Okay, so the filter will ensure the it will ensure the preventing of the metal hydride powder along with the hydrogen during the desorption. So with this, we have fabricated many such reactor ranging from 5 kg alloy capacity up to about 100 kg alloy capacity, and they were different. They were tested for different thermal boundary conditions, starting from -20 degrees Celsius up to about 500 degrees Celsius, catering various applications, including hydrogen storage, purification, hydrogen compression, heating and cooling system, thermal storage, heat transformer, and so on. And many of these systems are transferred to the industry for the commercialization. And so you can see here, this is the kind of a reactor where you can see more than like 100 to 200 cooling tubes. These tubes are about quarter inch to half inch in size, and they were carefully welded and mainly to ensure the leak proof and as well as the high pressure withstanding capacity. And between the tubes, the powders are filled and the tests were carried out. And you can see here, before taking the system into the commercial application, you need to optimize the operating conditions. In sense, the pressure at which the hydrogen need to be charged and temperature at which the reactor need to be cooled during the absorption. Similarly, based on the user requirement, so we need to optimize the hydrogen discharge rate. For that, we need to fine-tune the distortion temperature. So all these operating parameters are carefully, selected and they're tested, and based on the performance, the operating conditions are optimized. So typically you can see here, we varied the operational absorption temperature and distortion temperature, and then we recommended the optimum operating condition for the users. You can see here, these are the system which were commercially installed in the few research lab and as well as the industry. They were meant for hydrogen purification and hydrogen storage. And this is the another kind of a system. See, previously you have seen the system with nearly 200, 300 cooling tubes. So during the welding, If one welding fails, one weld fails, then the entire reactor will be wasted. Because they will be charging nearly about 100, 200 kg of alloy inside. Each metal kg of alloy cost you about 10,000 to 20,000 rupees, depends on the composition. So it's a very expensive. So therefore, in fact, we during the experimental test, we faced many such similar situation where we could not do anything because the whole reactor is get wasted. So therefore, we come out with this kind of your tube bundle reactor design where the individual tubes acting as a reactor, individual reactor. So if any one of the tubes fails, you can isolate those reactor and the remaining system can be made in operation. So with that, we went up to about 50 kg, alloy filling, and it's a modular in design. And so you can modular, maybe if you want to store 1 ton of hydrogen, what you need to do is you need to have the parallel system. Okay, approximately one reactor can store roughly about 1 kg of hydrogen. If you want 1 tons, you can go for modular in nature, or maybe you can also go in slightly bigger in nature. But if you go bigger reactor, then your thermal mass will be more. Okay, so there is unnecessarily you are wasting your this energy and all these things. Therefore, we have to keep the reactor as minimum as possible so that it can withstand the high temperature to minimize the thermal mass and etc. This is the experimental setup which was built at IIT Tirupati for testing all these systems. And what you are seeing here, this is the 100 kg system which is integrated with the fuel cell for the continuous power supply, and we have done all the tests with the different operating conditions and so on. And this is another interesting configuration. For example, if you want to store heat in the order of about 300 to 500 degrees Celsius, so we cannot use liquid as a fluid, heat transfer fluid. Maybe you can use, but you may have to use some kind of a solar salt or maybe phase change material based one, which are highly corrosive in nature. There are practical issues. So therefore, we went with the air as a heat transfer fluid. So when you go for the air, again, air is having very low thermal conductivity and the heat transfer coefficient of air is very low. So then we need to adopt proper heat transfer enhancement techniques. We went with such kind of internal fins, and with as well as with the kind of a 5-directional flow with internal fins. Such reactors were also fabricated, and we found that very significant performance. And with that, we went for this kind of this kind of a modular reactor for the large scale storage application. And this is the very recent development. We explore the different kind of heat transfer enhancement by using several types of fin, including the disc fin, spiral fin, okay, and kind of a longitudinal fin, and many configuration we tried and we optimized. And then based on that, we found that the disc fin kind of provides the better kind of performance in terms of both the charging and discharging rate. Even the longitudinal pin also, some cases it performs well. With that, we have fabricated these reactors, and some of the reactors we have completed the test, and some reactors are still it is going on, and this is the results. And so another one is, this is very recent development. This was done along with my previous PhD student Dr. Anbarasu group from NIT Rourkela. This is the part of ongoing project with Professor Pratibha Sharma. It's about the hydrogen center. And here we have developed the so-called the spiral kind of a finned spiral tube kind of a reactor. This is very compact, and you can see here in such a small reactor which can store roughly about 12,000 liters of hydrogen. 12,000 liters of hydrogen, around some 1.1 kg of hydrogen, and we charged about 75 kg of material. And we have done the performance study with the different temperature and all these things. So this can feed the fuel cell maybe for about 10 to 15 hours, depends on the wattage. And if you are going for planning for a fuel cell driven car, and this can provide you maybe running kilometer of maybe about 50 to 60 kilometers. So such system is done. Then another interesting application of this technology is the kind of a cooling. So during desorption, if you choose a material which is having equilibrium temperature of maybe about order of maybe about -10 to 0 degree at 1 bar pressure, okay, you can charge the hydrogen maybe around 30 bar pressure, maintaining ambient temperature as a heat sink. And during desorption, if you try to desorb hydrogen maybe at about 1 bar pressure, since the equilibrium temperature around 1 bar is maybe close to about -10, then you can see the formation of ice over the reactor. Within few seconds, you can see the formation of thick ice over the reactor. So with this kind of experience, we built the compressor-driven cooling system. We have taken the two identical reactor, filled same alloy, and these both the reactors are connected with the compressor, slow-speed compressor. Then we performed the operation, then we got the COP close to about 2.6. And this is not the main reason for the low COP is we didn't have the dedicated hydrogen compressor. Now we are planning to develop the dedicated hydrogen compressor. So if we have a dedicated hydrogen compressor, we can get the COP as close as 4.5. But the temperature what we got is very interesting. We could maintain the temperature close to 0 degree in this case. And then with this, we went for a bigger system which can provide cooling output of about 10 kilowatt. 10 kilowatt with the same compressor. Sorry, slightly better version compressor. And so this investigation is going on. You can see here, we could maintain the temperature close to about 10 to 12 degrees Celsius. Okay, outlet temperature. And the expected, the predicted cooling power was close to about 7 to 10 kilowatt power. And so later, we also explored this metal hydride for the hydrogen purification. Suppose if you generate hydrogen other than electrolysis, if you produce hydrogen from biomass gasification or coal gasification or synthesis of green ammonia or any other route, along with hydrogen, you have the other impurities such as methane will be there, nitrogen will be there, CO2 will be there, and then the sometimes argon also will be there. So the separating hydrogen from these impurities is a really challenging task. Now currently we use the PSA process, the pressure swing adsorption. The pressure swing adsorption is more effective. The purity level is above 80%. Okay, and there are other processes like the membrane separation process. Many are there. All the process will be more effective if the purity is above 80%. For example, if you produce hydrogen from the biomass gasification, you will have the purity in the range of about 30 to 40%. And remaining will be the other will be there, like the methane will be there, CO2, CO. Then even if you go with so-called the water gas shift reaction, still you have the purity level in the range of about 60 to 70%. Okay, but you can convert all CO into CO2, but you cannot improve the purity level. So in that case, what you can do, our technology, this particular technology provides the most sustainable solution. So if you have hydrogen along with the impurities, you supply the impure gas to the metal hydride. So metal hydride, the interesting characteristics of metal hydride is it absorbs only pure hydrogen. Okay, after absorption, the impurity sits in the void space. Then after absorption, what you can do? Here, this is the after absorption. After absorption, you can see here all the green dots, that is which represents the hydrogen that will go into the metal lattice, and the remaining impurities, that is the black dots, that will be in the void space. The void space. Then what you can do? You flush out all the impurities will go away. Maybe along with the impurities, maybe 1 or 2% of hydrogen also will go, but that is very negligible. Then after that, what you can do, just you heat the system maybe from 25 degrees Celsius up to 40 degrees Celsius, then you will get the 100% pure hydrogen. So we have demonstrated this technology, and this technology is transferred to NTPC for their online purification, because the NTPC, they use huge amount of hydrogen as a coolant in the generator. In the generator, the hydrogen purity need to be maintained above 96%. If there is a 1% fall in the purity, the resultant core loss will be more than 5.5%. You imagine the generator which generates about 600 megawatts. If the 600 megawatt capacity, the 0.5% core loss, it's a huge. Okay, so therefore every 1 hour they flush the pure hydrogen. As a result, every 1 hour they spend huge amount of hydrogen. So we provide them the solution which is being successfully implemented there. And this is our group went there, and we integrated the system in their line, and we demonstrated. They've given us the 96% purity, we delivered 100% purity. This is the online one. Then what we got done, we at our lab, we have developed the 3-stage purification system. Even if you have hydrogen purity in the range of about 10%, you have 10% hydrogen, rest 90% are impurity. Still, our system can deliver 99.99% purity. Okay, so this is the bigger system. What you can do here, just for sample, we have taken 30% methane and 70% hydrogen, and we could deliver 100% hydrogen after purifying of this one, flushing out. So this is the this is third stage. Suppose if you have purity in the range of about 80%, the first stage you will activate. If you have the purity in the range of about 60%, the first two stage will activate. If you have the purity in the range of about 20 to say maybe 10 to 20%, all three stage will activate. So that the delivery will be, this is basically serious purification process. The delivery will be 99.99%. So this system is more kind of active if we have the impurities like methane and nitrogen. Nitrogen, it can purify 100%. Methane, maybe if you have 50% methane, and it can you can get about 99.9%. But when you go with one more stage, you will get 100%. But however, if you have the impurities like CO or maybe water vapor or oxygen, so here the metal hydride may get poison because it will get poison. When you use lanthanum-based hydride, and if you have the CO as impurities, then the CO react with the metal hydride in presence of nickel, then you may end up with forming the methanol. We have seen it. Then the hydride becomes poison. Poison means it will become inactive. So what you do? So when it becomes inactive, what you got to do? You heat the hydride reactor maybe up to about 150 degrees Celsius. Then you evacuate down to 10⁻³ millibar. Then you supply the pure hydrogen, 100% pure hydrogen, and make it absorb. If you do so, then you can regenerate, you can bring back the system to the initial state. Okay, that we can, even if it gets poison also, we can bring it back. Okay, so with this several one, we have done it. Another interesting, this one is the hydrogen compressor technology. So, for example, the electrolysis, you generate hydrogen maybe at about 20 bar pressure, maximum, maybe 10 to 20 bar. That's a typical delivery pressure of any electrolyzer. Okay. So, when you are going for, if you want to go for, say, type 3 or type 4 cylinder, you need pressure in the range of about 750 bar. So, currently we use so-called the multi-stage compressor. Now, the liquid, the piston ring compressor and even the diaphragm compressors are come, but these compressors are very expensive. If you use reciprocating type compressor, it consumes huge amount of energy. Again, having the leak-proof joint, it is extremely difficult. Lubrication is another challenge. These are the kind of practical challenges associated with the conventional compressor. So with this metal hydride based technology, you can supply hydrogen maybe at about 2 bar pressure and absorb it at say 30 degrees Celsius. Then you raise the temperature of the hydride, say from 30 degrees Celsius, maybe up to about 90 degrees Celsius. Then the hydrogen pressure, it will build up maybe from 2 bar up to about 30 or 35 bar. Then you dissolve it to the another hydride, which is having the intermediate pressure range, and absorb it maybe at about 30 degrees Celsius, same around 30 bar. Then you pressurize, heat this second stage reactor from 30 to 90 degree. Yeah. So you will increase the pressure. So with this multi-stage option, even if you have the supply pressure in the range of about 2 bar, by using the temperature gradient between 20 to 90 degree, you can reach the pressure up to about 450 bar. Compressor is the first time in the world we have developed such a big industrial scale compressor. We could develop the pressure from 2 bar up to about 450 bar, and we have demonstrated this technology stands out even with our lab with 45 degrees Celsius, we could achieve around 170 bar, and with the closed loop we should demonstrate around 300 bar. We could achieve 300 bar with 85 degrees Celsius. Okay. Yeah, so this was which I have mentioned. So when you go large in the renewables, we need to have the storage. Without storage, the renewable energy cannot be projected as a reliable source. So when you go for large scale energy storage, so here you store the excess electricity generated from the renewables in the form of hydrogen, and hydrogen can be used as a automobile fuel, or you can inject hydrogen in the national grid, or you can use the hydrogen as a feedstock for cement industry, ceramic industry, and steel industry. In that way, you can, of course, you can bring down the dependence on the fossil fuel. This is one of the successful projects which was implemented in Germany. Now they are going in a very big scale. Okay. Anyway, this National Green Hydrogen Mission, of course, Pratibha will explain. Okay, I will skip it. So another one, maybe I will take 3 minutes. So now everyone is talking about LPG crisis, isn't it? That is a burning issue across the India. Many educational institutes, including IITs, are facing many hotels. They are close to their business because of the non-availability of LPG. So most of the stoves available in the market, which works on pre-flame combustion, has low thermal efficiency in the order of about 25 to maximum about 40%, but the emissions are much very high. So we developed the technology called porous radiant burner. basically which works on porous medium combustion. When it operates, you don't see the flame. It produces the flameless combustion. You don't see any flame at the top of the burner. So here the mode of heat transfer from the burner surface to the vessel is radiation. Okay. So radiation travels at a speed of light. When compared to the conventional burner, here the rate of heat transfer is 100 times higher. Okay. So by utilizing the concept of excess enthalpy combustion, and also here we have the, since we are passing the, passing through the kind of a matrix, when it gets combusted here, the volumetric radiative combustion will come into the picture. Volumetric radiative heat transfer will come into the picture because its combustion is happening inside the highly conducting and radiating porous matrix. Because of the volumetric radiation, some part of the combustion heat transferred back for preheating the incoming air fuel mixture. That is called excess enthalpy combustion. When you preheat the incoming air fuel mixture from 30 degrees Celsius up to about 150 degrees Celsius, this you have to carefully design. Otherwise, you will end up with backfire. So by doing this, you can achieve almost near 100% combustion. That means you can get rid of the CO emission, which is which is very, very dangerous than the CO. CO2 is not a pollutant. Okay, if the fuel is combusted completely, everything will be converted into CO2. CO2 is not a pollutant, but CO is pollutant, very, very dangerous, and along with NOx. So here we maintain the temperature uniformity, the temperature uniform across the burner. When you maintain the temperature uniform across the burner and also maintain the temperature below 1000, you can completely get rid of the NOx. So by doing this, we have developed several such, this is the burner. This is a different, this is a combustion zone matrix, silicon carbide. This is ceramic matrix. This is the casing. With that, we developed several this one. So these burners were developed, of course, tested at several institutions, including many IITs, many temple kitchen. And in real time, we got the fuel saving up to about 60%. Okay, 60%. And we could reduce the CO emission by about 85%. Okay. And so can you play this video? You have this. Maybe just click it. Yeah, just click. I don't know whether you could see it or not. So when you when you ignite, it takes about 30 seconds to stabilize. Once the combustion is stabilized and you don't see the flame, it will be completely red hot. Okay. So this allows the installation and in this temple, and we got the kind of the validation certificates from several institutes. This is the temple has given. So we installed about 36 burner in the Kalahasti temple. It's been in operation for the more than 2 years. This is our first project, and in a year they got about 40% average savings, and every year they're saving nearly about 80 lakhs. Okay, and the investment what they made is just only 17 lakhs investment. And then IIT also we have installed in IIT Tirupati. And in IIT Tirupati, against the conventional burner, we got about 70% savings. And against the best performing, the Korean burner, they call it as a ring burner, we got about 33% savings. You can see here the installation at IIT Tirupati. And it's been in operation. And now because of the current LPG crisis, and even since morning, I'm getting so many calls. Many institutions, they wanted to adopt this technology. Okay. So this is all about things. We have nearly about 13, 14 patents, and this technology received many recognitions. Okay, thank you. And I'm happy to answer if you have any query. So this burner can operate with any fuel. We tried with LPG, PNG, CNG. In fact, this is more effective in operating with biogas. Sorry? Yeah, we are going to operate with the hydrogen. The same technology porous. That's why I projected, and due to the shortage of time, I could not. So we are blending hydrogen up to about 50%. 50% hydrogen and 50% CNG, and as are the biogas. So with that option, of course, we could sustain the combustion, and we could also get the savings up to about 30%. Again, the hydrogen combustion it's not easy because the flame velocity of hydrogen, which is almost 10 times higher than the one, and then quenching distance of hydrogen is almost 10 times lower than your LPG. So carefully you need to design the burner, and the combustion also, the combustion chamber also need to be designed very carefully, considering the combustion characteristics of hydrogen.
If any other participant has any query, you may ask.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor P. Muthukumar, sir, for a very inspiring and informative keynote address. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Y.K. Vijay for presenting memento as a token of thank to Professor P. Muthukumar and certificate of keynote. May I request our co-chair members to please welcome Professor S.N. Dolia by presenting sapling. It is my honor to introduce Professor S.N. Dolia, who is currently serving as a Vice Chancellor of Shyam University, Dosa. Professor Dolia has had a distinguished academic and administrative career. Before assuming his present role, he retired as head of Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. He has also held several important academic and administrative positions, including Principal of University Maharaja College, Director of University Science Instrumentation Center, and Director of the Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources at the University of Rajasthan. Professor Dolia's main area of research is material science with the special focus on synthesis and characterization of nanomaterials. He has extensive experience in advanced characteristic techniques such as XRD, SEM, TEM, SQUID, VCM, XPS, and LCR analysis. He has published around 125 research papers in reputed international journals. We are truly privileged to have Professor S.N. Dolia as session chair of this session. Now I request Dr. Sumaya Salim to please continue.
Now moving forward, I warmly welcome Professor Pratibha Sharma ma'am, Professor in the Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay. Ma'am, please come forward and present your keynote speech. Professor Pratibha Sharma ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Speaking after Professor Muthukumar, I think very small amount of slides are left out for me to go through. I will try to avoid repetition, and I will try to focus on materials aspect because he has already talked much about the systems part. At IIT Bombay, my group, we are working on both materials as well as systems development. So in our group, we initially start with computation, and we do a lot of first principle analysis to see what are the possible materials which we can work on. Thereafter, we synthesize those on small scale. By small scale, we mean 5 to 10 grams. We thoroughly characterize those, and then we take them to large scale. By large scale, we mean we make alloys in one batch 10 kg, so we can make 100 kg of alloy per day. Then we also work on systems, wherein in systems, we do a lot of optimization and simulation, which also Professor Muthukumar, he has mentioned many systems. Then we, thank you. And thereafter, once we have come up with an optimized geometrical and performance parameters, we fabricate those systems and integrate for different application. That is what we do in our group. And very briefly, I'm going to tell some of the key highlights of our work and a representative example of materials as well in today's presentation. So the outline of my talk, I will not go through all of these in the paucity of time. I will be talking about very briefly about storage, how the metal hydrides had arrived. So my talk will be primarily focused on solid state storage, different types and how we can tune those properties. And I will take one example, how we can make them industrially applicable for certain applications. I will also give some of the examples of the systems modeling, design, and fabrication and their integration. And we'll end up with some take-home message. Okay, I will skip that part because already Professor Muthukumar has talked about it. This is just a snapshot of if we want to compare the different methods of storage. Let's say for 5 kg of storage, an equivalent amount of energy in terms of gasoline will require 49 liters of volume. However, if I want to store that at normal temperature pressure, hydrogen volume which will be required will be enormous, 59K liters of volume. Now, if I want to further compact it, that means I have to put in more molecules together into the given space. That I can do by compressing. Let us say by 700 bar, I can reach 125 liters space, or I can liquefy it. If I liquefy, I can store the equivalent amount of energy as that of 5 kg of hydrogen in a volume of 75 liters. Now, if I have to go further down, then my option is solid state storage, which I'm going to talk about. Now, why this 5 kg of storage is important is roughly an analogy says that if you want to drive a light duty vehicle for 500 kilometers, it's 100 kilometers per kg. And precisely 5.6 kg of hydrogen storage is required for driving a car for 500 kilometers. So this is just a comparison to show that even compared to the gasoline-based tank, we can come up with a size of a tank which can be lower if we go for a solid-state storage. Now, in my group, we work on different materials. These solid-state materials that I just now mentioned. We work on chemical hydrides, complex hydrides. These are very high-capacity materials. They can go up to 19.68%. The problem that lies is their reversibility, and the issue is of sluggish kinetics as well as the desorption conditions. It is multi-step process, and in that step to get back to the initial state is a problem. We also work on different types of metal hydrides, including AB2, AB5 type of hydrides, AB hydrides. We have also worked on high entropy alloys. And specifically, I will take an example of BCC alloys here. We do work on adsorption-based materials like emexenes, hologlass microspheres we have worked on, and now we are also working on liquid organic hydrogen carriers. So I have been working in this area for roughly about 19 years after joining IIT Bombay. Herein, I will pick up one example for such materials, which is BCC solid solution. This, since Professor Muthukumar has already talked about the different applications of metal hydrides, I will skip. However, I would like to mention here that this particular method is very safe because in case of any unexpected leakage, the release will stop in its own because it's an endothermic process. Now, the biggest advantage of these systems is the logic goes is that if you have a type 4 tank in a car, what you are doing is electrolyzer outlet pressure is 30 bar. You are compressing it to 700 bar through a pressure difference of 880 bar to 700 bar type 4 tank on board. And then you are utilizing in a fuel cell wherein the maximum pressure required is between 1 bar to 10 bar. So that energy penalty that goes in the infrastructure and the cost intensive compressor and hydrogen refueling station can be avoided using these. So what you can do is you can directly charge or fill these tanks from the electrolyzer outlet gas, which is available at 30 bar. So you can save on in terms of cost as well as energy. That is the beauty of these hydrides. I will skip this part, how the metal hydrides development has occurred over the past. Now, all the elements which are present in the periodic table, they form hydride. However, depending upon what is your application, some of the hydrides may not be suitable because they are very stable. You require extreme conditions of temperature or low pressures so as to dehydrogenate, or it could be unstable because they are releasing hydrogen even at ambient condition, below at low temperatures as well as at high pressures. So maybe some of those hydrides are not useful. However, the group of hydrides which we usually focus on are the yellow ones, which are the metallic, metallic hydrides, the gray ones. So depending upon what bond it forms, we can classify them, and we will primarily focus on the metal hydrides, this already being talked about. Now, the major challenges which comes in terms of a materials design are that you have to have a high capacity material. In order to get high capacity material which will absorb and desorb, that is like a battery charging and discharging, you need to have a control over the properties of the material. So that control over the properties of material is essential. And also you have to have a very simplistic uptake and release procedure, activation process, and depending upon the utility, your conditions of charging and discharging are decided. Now, there are different ways of modifying these materials, but at the end of the process, what we see is how easily that material can be activated, what is the rate of release or charging or discharging, so that you should not wait for charging for hours so as to take up of hydrogen or release of hydrogen. Important is the thermal management, the heat which is released in the forward process as well as it is given during the discharge. It has to be optimum, not very high energy penalty should be there. And the cyclic stability of materials, tolerance towards impurity, and prime is the cost. Now, the problem that the bottleneck is the materials which have low capacity, they desorb, they have optimum set of conditions for charging and discharging. However, the materials which have higher capacities, they have conditions which are extreme, either very high temperatures or low pressures. And then there are irreversible changes, slow kinetics. So what you have to interplay is with these two set of materials, you have to make an alloy which could suit both these characteristics. So how you can do that? What we need to see is both the rate as well as conditions, operating conditions. So we can tailor the thermodynamics of these materials so that we can combine the materials which I told, stable hydride forming and the unstable hydrides, so as to get an optimum set of material. Or we need to have a controlled rate which is required by the utility. That we can have by means of catalyst, we can get, or like the transition metals. Now, the strategies to achieve this is either you form an alloy, or you do substitution, or reduce the particle size, or have certain phases which have key role in designing of these materials. And you can also have in complex and chemical hydrides destabilization, so that your hydride is formation is more stable compared to the unhydrided state, so it favors towards hydride formation. But then there are still problems with the desorption in that case. These are very well known, but for the audience which are not much aware of these diagrams, any metal hydride we first characterize through these diagrams, which are very well known as pressure composition isotherms. From there, you can get the thermodynamic parameters. Ideally, these should be flat. Real practice, it is not. Ideally, it should have single plateau. There are multiple plateaus, because then the system designs become complicated. And then if we put together all the materials, there is a small box wherein you see only vanadium-based hydride, which seems to be suitable as per the operating conditions. But that also has many problems. Problems in the sense it forms 3 different hydrides, alpha, beta, and gamma. But you have to, in order to get the complete capacity, you have to go for high temperatures. Either one of the phase is very stable, another phase is very unstable. So now how to tailor that? We can characterize all these hydrides. Let me come to that little later. So what we have is, we have one element we have another element, which is stable hydride forming, another one which is unstable hydride forming element, and we combine them to form an alloy which will have intermediate characteristics. Now, giving an example, for example, let's say lanthanum hydride, it has a very high enthalpy of formation. That means very stable. Nickel hydride, very unstable, very low enthalpy of formation. If we combine them to form lanthanum nickel 5, it has an intermediate enthalpy of formation. So this is how you can tune the materials. So there are different types of hydride available, which already mentioned, that AB, AB2, A2B, AB5, A3, B7, and many others. However, there is another class of materials which is BCC hydrides, wherein the structure is BCC. The biggest advantage, I'm taking single example of these type of hydrides out of the class of hydrides I just mentioned. These are vanadium based hydrides. So vanadium, we have seen that it has different phases, but we need to tune those phases in such a way so that we can get the desired capacity, at the same time desired operating conditions. Because it has a very good capacity, 4-weight%, but the problem is that reversibility is a problem. At the same time, vanadium cost, and then ambient conditions, absorption will be a problem. So what we do is we look at the different alloys with it. So the problem we tried to tackle here was that we try to reduce the vanadium content by reducing, so that we tried to reduce the cost of the alloy. There was a problem with the activation of the alloy because the conditions required were very high temperature pressure conditions. We have seen that there were very limited reversibility studies, so we did that. And the strategies that were adopted was we had to reduce that incubation time it takes for activation. And we wanted to see how we can achieve better cyclability through addition and substitution. Just to give a snapshot of how it happens is that, let us say if we want to get a high capacity, roughly 4-weight%, absorption close to ambient condition, good reversibility and cost, we have to play with these two phases. So it is AB2 as well as AB5 type of alloys, one which has C15 phase and another one which is a well-known one, LNI5 type of systems. So if we have something which could give us tuning of that in such a way that we can get hydride capacity as well as higher and operating conditions also optimum. So what we started with is we started looking at the vanadium hydride in itself. We found that there are different plateaus, an alpha, alpha plus beta 1, beta 2, beta plus gamma, and the gamma phase. Now the problem is herein it is 450 degrees and 450 Kelvin, then it goes to even 750 Kelvin. So this is the phase which is unstable. This is the phase which is more stable. And we have to destabilize that. So what we did is we did a strategy in order to see that. We looked at what are the implication of different hydrides onto it, different alloys onto it. We started with vanadium based, made titanium vanadium alloy. Then on incorporation of chromium in the titanium vanadium chromium series, we found that the plateau pressure, equilibrium pressure increases, the slope of the plateau decreases, hydrogen desorption capacity increases, and the playing role is of titanium to chromium composition. Now further we made it from ternary to quaternary by including iron, manganese, zirconium, nickel, and molybdenum. Similarly, you can replace that chromium, that is the substitution method we followed, by manganese or iron, and they have their own features, like either reversible capacity is good, cyclability is good, or it is possible that the capacity reduces, but it has a better activation. Or we even go for certain processes like particle size reduction or heat treatment. So we tried for these methods. Now let us come to, we started with a certain alloy which we had already worked on. This was an alloy of 52 titanium, 12 vanadium, 36 chromium, to which we have 4-weight% of zirconium. We found that this is a very good storage alloy capacity material, which could even give you 3.62 weight%, 2 minutes of incubation time, and room temperature absorption, 20 bar pressure, and this is a pure BCC phase. Now the task that we took was how we can reduce the cost. So what we did is we replaced this vanadium, which is the cost component here, by vanadium industrial grade materials and industrial scrap. So vanadium oxide, vanadium nitride, and ferrovanadium. These were not high purity materials, so we could save on in terms of the cost a lot. I will tell you the numbers also. What we found is, interestingly, that with vanadium alone, it was 3.49, but with having replaced that vanadium by vanadium oxide, vanadium nitride, ferrovanadium, vanadium oxide do not activate at all under the room temperature conditions. However, then what we did is we went for vanadium nitride and vanadium ferrovanadium. Then these are activated, but the capacities are reducing. Compared to no incubation, it is showing an incubation of 19 minutes or 68 minutes. That was a positive signature that we got. But however, vanadium oxide was also found to activate after third cycle. So thereafter, what we did is we studied the desorption for these materials, although the desorption temperature was 200 degrees centigrade, and we did for cycling. What we could got is, even with the vanadium oxide, we could got a reasonable capacity, and the effective capacity was about roughly 2.16 weight%. Interestingly, the cost reduction was 95% to the commercial alloy by replacing this with all the industrial grade material. Now, the second step that we took was from these, how we can make them to industrial grade and large quantities. So we had seen that we can reduce cost by 95%. We can achieve 3.5 weight% maximum capacity. And then we went on to large scale melting, that is 2 kg in one batch. Once we did large scale melting, we found we had again faced certain challenges that compared to the small scale, we had again another capacity dip to 2.9 weight%. But the if you see, the activation also was negligible. And then also we did the cyclic stability. So it stabilizes, but then it keeps on dropping. So the another interesting thing was, even if we kept it for 6 months and we again reactivated, it was working to its fullest. So the next step, what we found was that capacity reduces, but still it retains 1.1 weight% after 100 cycles. So now the problem was that activation was still little challenging. At the same time, we have seen a capacity drop, slight incubation. So what we found is that instead of having pure BCC phase, which is having high capacity, poor activation, non-incubation, we had a C14, which is a better kinetics, but capacity reduces. We went for another phase. We induced another phase, which was cerium oxide phase. And in that, we optimized this first in the ultra pure scenario. And what we observed, we optimized the composition of this alloy. And then we went on to this particular composition, studied in detail so as to have the 4 particular composition, wherein optimizing cerium, we optimize the rest of the elements as well. And in optimizing all that, we found that one of the alloy gave us 4.1 weight%. That was our target. And that too, in the first hydrogenation was very quick. 90% of the absorption took place in 40 seconds. So that was one which we have patented. So finally, like summarizing this particular example, what we found that we could reduce the cost by 94%. We could get an extremely high capacity. We could scale it up. We have then melted 10 kg in one batch. So we have, by playing with the composition, you can get high capacity materials. Then the final thing was that how much cycle it can sustain. So once we put in, we tested it for 1500 cycles finally, and we could get that the final capacity was 2.13 weight%, which can further be retained back to 4 weight%. So that all we have patented. Now, I will quickly take some example. How much time I have? 10 minutes. Okay. So what happened is, cerium, it acts as a jetter to take up the oxygen impurities, and that balances the alloy. So even if with vanadium oxide, we were initially not getting anything, with cerium incorporation, that took up all the impurities, and then that, because to some extent it acts as a dead weight, but it improves onto the rest of the properties. Yes, stays there. Yes. So once we have material with us and we have synthesized on large scale, what we go is for the system design. And there comes the important characteristic, this particular equation, and even there are few more steps which already being mentioned. So what we know that is the absorption process, there is a driving force, which is the difference of the supply pressure and the equilibrium pressure. Similarly, during the desorption, which is an endothermic process, the driving force is the outlet pressure and the equilibrium pressure of the alloy, which we can calculate from the PCT isotherms. So what you have to do is you have to remove that heat during the charging, and you have to give that heat during the discharging of the hydrogen. So if you do that effectively, then the process remains, else the process will stop. And the major challenge is the poor thermal conductivity of these metal hydrides, which lie in the range of 0.1 to 0.3 watt per meter Kelvin. So in that case, this particular equation, you can get all the answers from here. You have to work with the heat transfer coefficient. You have to work with the effective surface area. You have to work with the thickness of the bed and thermal conductivity. So from there, you can see that there are a lot of parameters you have to optimize when designing a system. You have to work with supply pressure, external pressure, heat transfer coefficient, size. You have to do the system according to the utility and the thermal conductivity and the geometrical parameters. Now, how to do that? There are different ways of doing. Some of the ways already being discussed, and some of the ways we also work on. That you can either, what you can do is you can start with certain basic model, and then you can see how you can improve. So you can increase the thermal conductivity by incorporating certain high conductivity materials, expanded natural graphite, you can make compacts out of it, or you can increase the heat transfer surface areas. There are different ways of doing it. You can have different fins, lateral, your radial fins, extended fins, internal fins, external fins, or you can reduce the bed thickness so that your conduction path is smaller. And in that case, you can have effective heat exchange, or you can have a mix of all these, a combination of these processes in the actual design of the process. Okay, I will skip all these because already being discussed. So what we do at IIT Bombay is we, first of all, we select the alloy. Then we go for the different optimization studies. We select the properties of that alloy, find the geometrical parameters of the system. We select a particular heat transfer arrangement, do performance analysis if it is fine, else we have a feedback loop to check all these things until we come up to the final design of the system. We have to see which parameter affects the most, whether it is porosity, whether it is thermal conductivity, whether it is ambient temperature or the supply pressure. We have to see all those effects in the design of the systems. These are some of the systems that we have developed at IIT Bombay with helical coil, with embedded cooling tubes, with shell and tube type of heat exchanger, with hexagonal fins. And these systems have been used for different applications. This particular system we initially demonstrated for the bigger one for thermal energy storage. Then we also integrated with a two-wheeler. This particular system, which can store 680 grams of hydrogen, 50 kg metal hydride. This was for ISRO project, wherein they wanted it for their base station. This was wherein we could, this was for base station. So there are different systems that we have designed and developed. One of the system we integrated on a two-wheeler. This was an old scooter which was showed a breakdown during the COVID, was not used for quite some time, was about to give, then converted it into hydrogen, and wherein we had integrated with fuel cell electric motor, although this is the first of its proof of concept in our group. And later on, now we are doing a complete chassis design so that we can get away with the extra payload that we are carrying. So this was having three particular operations wherein we could either use completely on fuel cell, we could have a hybrid with battery and fuel cell, and then we had a extra heat transfer enhancement by a coolant flow. And we tested this scooter on metal hydride with a fuel cell for 75 kilometers within the campus at different road conditions, uphill, downhill, different time of the day, because for campus 12:30 to 2 o'clock we have heavy rush on our main roads, wherein that is the students going to mess, and that is highly crowded. So under those conditions, how does it operate? And all that we have seen that with slight thermal management, we could achieve much higher range of it and utilization, capacity utilization factor. So this was a non-technical staff who was driving on road, so that anyone can do that. So this has already been published, and if you want more details, you can go through this. We have also certain upcoming projects wherein we have this for another vehicular application. We will be doing this for cooling application, space cooling, and for backup power. We have demonstrated a grid integration project wherein we have our one of the lab power with hydrogen, and storage is in the metal hydride form. Initially, we tested for 1 kilowatt. Now we are doing for 5 kilowatt and then scaling up to 10 kilowatt so that we can include more lab power loads, 2 lab loads into into this fuel cell integration system. So this is a snapshot of what is there. They have a own developed test bench, a scooter, and a interfacing. This is a project we are doing for Cummins, wherein we will replace their DG sets. This is one of the upcoming project. Yeah. This is one of the upcoming project wherein we have our students transportation commuting within the campuses through campus buggy, which we call the golf carts. We will be converting this onto hydrogen.
Whatever you've done,
And
you
this,
removed
maybe in another 3 months, we will be having these buggies running on campus. This is being already funded project. And another one. So this is a snapshot of 4 laboratories that I have. Another project that we are working is for defense, wherein currently we will be developing 5 kg storage that will be upscaled to 60 kg of hydrogen storage for underwater autonomous vehicle. This again is an industry funded project. So we are working on several other projects, also on purification system. We are working on a project. These are some of the reports that I was author for the India country status report on hydrogen and fuel cell. I was the storage convener for the R&D roadmap of India for green hydrogen. Happy to share this book will be launched in April very soon. This will be a textbook for all those institutions wherein hydrogen energy course is being run. And thank you all. Without this support system, my sponsors, my collaborators, my students, various funding agencies, this won't be possible. Thanks to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very informative talk and for sharing your valuable insights with us. Now, platform is open for question and answers. If anybody has any query, you may ask.
Ma'am, thank you so much. This is Yogendra Kumar Gautam from Chaudhary Chand Singh University, Meerut. A nice and wonderful talk, very informative. Would you like to comment on electrochemical hydrogen storage? I mean, for future portable devices, especially for vehicle.
Electrochemical hydrogen storage.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not a storage. In fact, these electrochemical devices are used on both the sides of storage. It's on the production side and as well as on the utilization side, as well as in a compressor. Storage actually is not electrochemical. It is not being stored usually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah, please go ahead.
मैम जो आपने जो प्रेशर लिया है स्टोरेज के लिए वो कितना है?
Pressure you are asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we have different hydrides which work on different pressures. What our objective was that we would like to charge all these devices from the electrolyzer outlet pressure. So maximum we have considered is 30-35 bar.
30,
and then we
35
have
bar
even low pressure hydrides as well, but that is not of much use. What we want is any of the application, if let us say now we are also looking for hydrogen ice, wherein we will be working on heavy duty transport segment with Cummins. There
Ma'am, your audio is just stuck. बहुत क्वेश्चन पूछ रही है, चुप रहे।
अपन सेशन वाइज कैसे जा रहे थे अपन?
वो है क्या त्रिपुला त्रिपुला एक मिनट आना, एक मिनट।
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a pleasant and refreshing lunch break. We are delighted to have you back as we continue the third International Conference on Renewable Energy ICRE 2026, where scholars and researchers from different places come together to share knowledge and explore new ideas in sustainable energy. Because we have already assigned a fixed schedule time to respected keynote speaker Professor J.L. Bobbitt, who is currently waiting for us online, that's why we are proceeding with the next session of our conference, and we will continue the earlier session later. I would like to invite our session chair members of this session. Our esteemed session chair member is Professor P. Muthukumar. I request you, sir, to please come and be seated on the sofa. May I request Professor R.K. Singhal to please come forward and be seated on the sofa. It is my honor to introduce Professor Rishi Kumar Singhal, received his PhD from University of Rajasthan, retired 2024 as professor and head of Department of Physics at the same university. During his career, he served as director of CTPE, USIC, and CCT at the University of Rajasthan, carried out research in leading laboratories in Italy, Taiwan, and Brazil. He has published approx 100 papers in international journal, honored with the Third World Academy of Science UNESCO Associate Fellowship. Apart from research, he is active in science popularization and has authored several poetry-based physics books, including Kavya Bhotiki, which received the Sri Jana Award 2019 from the Uttar Pradesh Hindi Sansthan. It is my privilege to welcome you, sir. Please kindly be seated on the sofa in front of the stage. May I request our co-chair members for this session, Dr. Balram Tripathi and Dr. Sudhanshu Dwivedi from S.S. Jain Subodh PG College, Jaipur. Please come forward and kindly be seated on the sofa. I want to re-announce name of our session chair members and co-session chair members of this session. Our esteemed session chair member is Professor P. Muthukumar, and next session chair member is R.K. Singhal. And our co-chair members are Dr. Balram Tripathi and Dr. Sudhanshu Dwivedi from S.S. Jain Subodh PG College, Jaipur. Since Professor Muthukumar has left because of some important reasons, I request Professor S. N. Doliaji to please chair the session and now we will start this session, it is my privilege to invite Professor J.L. Bobbitt, who is waiting for us online to deliver his keynote address. Professor J.L. Bobbitt has completed his PhD at the age of 25 years from University of Bordeaux, France, in the field of material sciences. After a postdoctoral position in Japan, he became associate professor in France and became full professor at the age of 37. He was the head of chemistry department from 2014 to 2019. He has published more than 200 papers in reputed journals and is the co-inventor of 6 patents. He established collaborations with Japan, Canada, Brazil, Argentina, USA, Romania, Bulgaria, Russia, and Lebanon. His main research activity is on hydrogen storage in metal hydride from last 30 years and production of hydrolysis of magnesium from last 10 years. He studied the relationship between crystal structure and properties. With this brief introduction, I warmly invite Professor J.L. Bobbitt to kindly deliver his keynote address. May I request everyone to please welcome Professor J.L. Bobbitt with a big round of applause, please. Online today.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen? I'm not sure I can start or not. Can you just let me know if you can see my screen first and if you can hear me also? Because until now, I cannot hear nothing.
Yes, Professor, your screen is visible, but this is not in the slideshow mode and it's audible also.
Ah, okay. Well, I need one more minute, please. Sorry. En fait, il me dit, tiens, je peux mettre des écouteurs. Ils me disent que c'est pas le mec présentateur, je sais pas trop. Yeah, up. Is it okay? Oh,
Yes, now this is okay.
okay.
Now you can go.
I can move to the second one. I see. Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's moving also.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can
Merci,
start
Maria.
now.
Okay. Sorry for that. Yeah. What up, Chup? I will close my door first. Sorry for that. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to deliver this talk. I hope I will not be too long. If I'm too long, let me know that. So I will speak about, so I'm from Bordeaux University in France, and I want to thank also my colleague Etienne Godin, especially he's associate professor and he's in the room close to me, and Manuel Legret, a former PhD student and an actual PhD student, Mohamed El Aspouri. So I will speak about intermetallic in the magnesium-rich zone of the rare earth transition metal magnesium system for mainly hydrogen production and hydrogen storage. So the outline of my talk is as follows. So I will give you a very brief introduction. Then I will speak a little about neodymium nickel magnesium. Then I will speak about hydrogen absorption and hydrogen production. And I will finish by some outline of gadolinium nickel magnesium system. Maybe I can also put my camera on. Let me try to do that. Well, I will do that after. Okay. Yeah, so let's go for a brief introduction. So the first thing is that you probably all know, well, you probably all know that there is three ways to store hydrogen. The first one is gaseous storage, second one liquid, and the third one is as solid. So as solid, one good way is metal hydride. So because gaseous storage, you can reach about 40 grams per liter. Liquid storage, you can reach about 70 grams per liter, but solid storage, in case of metal hydride, you can reach between 100 and 200 grams per liter. So it starts to be very good. And you have well, the good thing with metal hydride is that you have really pure hydrogen. That is the first advantage. Second advantage, that it's completely safe, okay, for thermodynamical reasons. So it's absolutely perfect. So this is the classical graph about the gravimetric hydrogen density and the volumetric hydrogen density. So the Department of Energy in US fixed this target here. So we should reach about 50 kilograms of hydrogen per cubic meter and a gravimetric density of about 6.5. So in the case of solid storage, it's easy to reach this capacity. Usually you are more at 100 grams per liter, so that's good. But in terms of gravimetric density, it can be difficult. If you look at this curve now, classical hydride like lanthanum nickel 5 or titanium iron reach a capacity of approximately 2 weight percent. So if you look at magnesium, it's 7.6. So it's clear that we should use magnesium to store a huge quantity of hydrogen per gram. Okay. So now, why do we want to study the rare earth transition metal magnesium system, and especially the magnesium rich? Because, well, it's well known that, for example, the rare earth transition metal, if you combine both, that give you intermediate stability hydride, but with low capacity. Magnesium, it's very stable, but you have a very good capacity. So in fact, if you are mixing neodymium, for example, nickel plus magnesium, maybe you can have good thermodynamic property and good density in terms of weight capacity. So yeah, the first system we've been studying is the neodymium nickel magnesium system. And in this system, to make it, it's quite complicated way, because in terms of synthesis, the main trouble is that magnesium, well, melt at 600 degrees C, more or less, but vaporize at 1100. And if you look at the melting temperature of neodymium, gadolinium, or nickel, it's about 1500 degrees C minimum. So that means that if you want to melt transition metal and rare earth, you will be at a temperature where magnesium will vaporize. So what we are doing, we are weighting the rare earth, the transition metal, the magnesium, and we are putting that in a tantalum tube. So this is a tantalum tube. We put a bottom here, a cover here, and we seal these two parts here with this sealing machine. In fact, it's a TIG welding. In fact, that's quite easy system. And then when it's completely closed here and here, we can melt it by just heating the tantalum tube. So heating the tantalum tube at 1006 or 700 is okay. And then the magnesium will, of course, vaporize, but will still inside the tube. And after that, we can even do some thermal treatment for various types. Okay, that's because that is a kind of specific way of doing the synthesis in the case of magnesium compound. So now let's go to the neodymium nickel magnesium system because, well, it has been studied by other authors. And here I just remind you, well, you can have this kind of structure. So this neodymium 16, nickel 12, magnesium 96. Okay, it is a Chinese team who discovered this structure here. So it's you have isolate nickel atoms, sorry, and you have some cluster of nickel 2 neodymium 4. This is a 0D dimension structure. What we discover a compound here, which is neodymium nickel magnesium 15. It's a very simple structure, in fact, where you have the blue atom here are the magnesium atom, and then you have some line with neodymium and nickel. Okay, so it's a nickel neodymium chains, and you have a 1D structure here. It's a quadratic structure, quite easy. On the other way, we also find this kind of structure. This is a new structure also, which is interesting because it's, well, in this case, it's 115 only in case of magnesium. But then you have 5 layers of magnesium and 1 layer in the middle here, which contain all the neodymium and nickel. So you have a 2D structure. So it's a layer structure, which can be very interesting. And at the end, so this is this compound here. And also a Chinese team also discovered this compound, which is 4880. Okay, and in this case, you have kind of matrix of magnesium, but in the matrix, you have isolate nickel and neodymium atom. Okay, so it's isolate nickel and neodymium atom. So if you look at the nickel and neodymium atom, it's a 0D structure, but in fact, this whole structure is a 3D structure. So you can have 0D, 1D, 2D, and 3D structure. So this is all is, as you can see, all contain more than 70%, 70 atomic percent of magnesium. So it's really rich in magnesium. And that is really new. So this 4 structure are completely new, especially this one. Okay. Let's go a little because we have found also that in the case of neodymium nickel magnesium 15, we have interesting magnetic property. So at first we just measured the magnetic transition temperature. What we have seen is that we have an antiferromagnetic transition at a temperature of 9K. So below 9K, we are antiferromagnetic. Over, we are ferrimagnetic, which is very interesting, but not very new, in fact. But what is interesting is that if you look at the magnetization as a function of the field, okay, here we applied the function of temperature. Here you have the field. For various temperature, what you can observe here is that you have a metamagnetic transition here around 4K and around 4 Tesla here. So this metamagnetic transition is kind of very interesting, and we can explain that by looking at the neutron diffraction, because we have the magnesium do not have any magnetic moment, but the magnetic moment is only held by the neodymium and nickel atoms. Okay. Let's go further. So what to do with this 1115 material? The first thing is we can look at hydrogen absorption, of course. And when you look at, well, first we try to do some substitution of nickel by copper and neodymium by gadolinium. And the funny thing, I would say, is that the gadolinium nickel magnesium 15 doesn't exist. And I will speak about that at the end of the presentation. So the 1115 in case of gadolinium does not exist, but you can do some substitution of nickel to copper. It's working. And in some case, you can do a substitution of neodymium by gadolinium. Okay, the main trouble is that when we put that under hydrogen, all this compound just decompose into hydride of neodymium, magnesium, copper, and magnesium hydride. And then after that, you have a cycling between magnesium hydride and magnesium. Okay. So the main process for desorption is this one. Magnesium H2 give you magnesium plus H2. And also you have that reaction, magnesium copper 2, which give you magnesium 2 copper. You can also desorb some hydrogen on this way, but that's not so much. The good thing is that you reach a capacity of approximately 5 weight%, which is not too bad. But if you consider only magnesium, magnesium is 7.6, so it's lower than magnesium, but it's over than a lot of metal hydride. So it's not so bad. Of course, I will go quite quickly on that, but of course you can desorb very easily. And as you can see, the time for desorption is very short. It's about 500 seconds to do the desorption at relatively high temperature. And depending on the rare earths and the transition element you have, you can have different kinetics. To go a little bit fast on that, we can fit all the kinetic curve with Johnson-Mel-Avrami model. And in this model, what is funny and what we do not really well understood yet is that if you look at the n factor, so the x or n factor on this Avrami-Erofeev method, depending on the value of x, you can have different process happening during absorption and desorption. What you can see here, for example, in the case of gadolinium, copper, magnesium 15, that on absorption, you have a value which is between 0.5 and 1. So you have a phenomenon for absorption, which is between a diffusion process and an interface diffusion. Okay, but for desorption, you have a value of x, which is close to 3. So that means that you have a three-dimensional propagation. Okay, so in this case, you have a different mechanism for absorption and for desorption. In the case of the 1115, if you consider neodymium and nickel, you have exactly the same phenomenon for absorption and desorption. Okay, so you have interface evolution. So you have, in fact, nucleation and growth. It's more or less that. Okay, so this is, well, a key point in this case. And as you have seen, we have been doing also multiple substitutions. So for example, we work on neodymium, copper 0.5, nickel 0.5, magnesium 15. We work also on a mixture of neodymium and gadolinium. So the 1115 structure exists, but not in all the case, but in some cases it can exist. Well, just to be sure, we make also the PCT curve. So this is the pressure here, the composition here at various temperature. So pressure, composition, temperature curve. Okay, and what we observe, in fact, briefly speaking, is that we have more or less the same equilibrium pressure than for pure magnesium, which is okay because in fact, we have more or less the reaction of magnesium. If we look at the enthalpy, it's more or less the same. Also, we have more or less the same enthalpy than the pure magnesium. Pure magnesium is 74, and we calculate by Van 't Hoff equation, we calculate a value which is close to 70. So it's really very close to the one of magnesium. So in fact, we can say that there is no breakthrough in this case. So all the property we have are comparable to optimized magnesium. So it's not bad. But a key point is that we have chemical milling. So usually what people are doing with magnesium, they are milling that for 10 hours, 100 hours with different added elements. In this case, we are not doing any ball milling. So we are just making a bulk, and then we submit this bulk material to hydrogen, and then it decomposes and it provokes the kind of chemical milling. We have very fast kinetics, even compared with optimized magnesium, because the chemical, when you make a ball milling, for example, you ball mill at a macroscopic scale. If you do chemical milling, it's more or less at the atomic scale, I could say. Okay. And the very good thing is that we discover a lot of new phase, which is very interesting because we are more working on crystallography than anything else. Then, well, the key point is that first we we saw that our material is very light and offer very good property. So if you look, for example, at the property of this 1,115 phase, the micro hardness, for example, is about 225 compared to pure magnesium, which is only 45. So it was very interesting, and we thought that if we are able to do some composite material with magnesium and 1,115 phase, it can be very interesting. And in fact, the funny thing is that you have a really straight line if you do this composite material. So here is the image of the composite. So the black part is the 1,115 phase, and the gray part is the magnesium. So you can do some composite material depending on how much 1,115 phase you want. And depending on the quantity of 1,115 phase you have, you can have different mechanical property. So it's very interesting. You can adjust the mechanical property just by adjusting the quantity of magnesium you will put inside. So it was very interesting, but if you have a material with very good mechanical property, you always, if you want to use it, you also have to look at the chemical property, I would say, the corrosion resistance. So if we take the material, so this is the material before, and we just put the material into salted water, and if you do that, it's really looking like an aspirin tablet. Okay, so it's corroded very quickly. And we try to measure this corrosion. So magnesium, pure magnesium, it's about 6 grams per day. Okay. And in the case of the 1,115 structure, it's 450 grams per day. So, you know, it's about 150 times more than pure magnesium. And it is even worse if you take the composite material, because the composite material corrode 10 times quicker than this one. Okay, so that is very bad in terms of corrosion, but that is very good in terms of hydrogen production, because corrosion in this case, it's this reaction. In fact, it's magnesium plus H2 plus water, which give you magnesium hydroxide plus H2. So here you have the production of hydrogen as a function of time, just starting once again with bulk material. So you don't have to handle any powder. You can use directly the bulk material, which is very interesting. And I will finish with a kind of opening. It's the gadolinium nickel magnesium system. So in this case, we have LPSO phase. So I will describe what is an LPSO phase. So in the case of this, so here what we have seen is the gadolinium nickel magnesium 15. We have no 1,115 compound. So it was not possible to obtain this defined compound. But the strange thing is that for this composition, gadolinium 4, magnesium 8, and nickel 8 and magnesium 80, so it's very close to this one, the people get some LPSO phases. So we try to make the synthesis and we check if we have an LPSO phases. And in fact, yes, you have an LPSO phases. So what is LPSO? LPSO, it's rather easy once again. It's a layer, so the blue layer, it's magnesium layer. So you have kind of hexagonal close packed magnesium, okay? And in this HCP magnesium, you have some cluster. We call it metallic cluster, but even if magnesium is metallic. So you have cluster, and this cluster is rare earth 8, transition metal 6. Okay. You have this cluster, and if you look at the TEM image, for example, you can see the layer of magnesium, and you can see also the cluster made of rare earth 8, transition metal 6. So we do several syntheses. Well, before that, there is different LPSO depending on how much layer of magnesium you have. So for example, in this case, you have 10 layer of magnesium and one cluster here. So it's 10 number of magnesium layer, and H, because this can be indexed with hexagonal system. You can have 14 also. Here you have 14 layer of magnesium and 2 cluster here. And this is 14H, but you can have also R structure, so homohedric structure. In this case, here you have 12 layer of magnesium. And once again, you have two clusters, or you can have this one with 18 layer. You can have also 24 R also. And if you have this LPSO, as you can see, you have a long C-axis. So LPSO is for long period stacking order. So as the C-axis is very huge, the first value for 2 theta is very small. So in the case of 10H, for example, it's about 6.6, about 12R, it's about 8.3, etc. So you always have a peak at 2 theta lower than 10 degrees. Okay, so what is happening with our material? So we make the synthesis on this line here. So this line is just gadolinium 4, nickel 3. So like this, we have the composition of the cluster, and we just increase the quantity of magnesium. So it's exactly, we start with magnesium 70, okay, and we go up to magnesium 95, sorry. What is happening is that at the first step here, magnesium 70, you have mainly 12R structure with a little bit of 10H. This part here should be a bit longer. And when you increase the quantity of magnesium, you go from 12R to 10H, then to 18R, then to 14H. In only one case, in the case of the 80, this composition here, so gadolinium 11.4, nickel 8.6, magnesium 80, you have a pure 10H structure. It's exactly what you can see here. This is the magnesium 70. You have a 10H structure here, and the black part is the 10H, and the gray part is the 12R. Okay, in the case of the magnesium 80, you only have a 10H structure. And yeah, well, we check that by electron diffraction. And we check that this was, for example, the 10H structure. This is the TEM image for the magnesium 80. Okay, so you can easily see the magnesium line here, and you can see the cluster here also. When you do the absorption of hydrogen, okay, you reach a value which was a little bit lower than the value we get for the 1115. But we get a value of approximately 3 weight%. And as you can see, you can desorb very easily. And the time for desorption is about half an hour. Less than half an hour is okay to desorb. But it's exactly the same case as previously. So you start with this compound, and when you put the hydrogen inside, it decomposes into gadolinium hydride, magnesium nickel hydride, and magnesium hydride. So the cycling will be in between this magnesium hydride and magnesium here, more or less. Okay. So if I concluded that, well, the key point is that the first point is very important. We discover a lot of new phase in this magnesium-rich zone of the ternary diagram. So this is very important because discovering new phase is always very important, even if there is no application. That's important. All this new magnesium-rich ternary compound, if it's really compound or LPSO, it is the same. They all decompose under hydrogen. This is the bad point. Okay. Maybe we are thinking about testing of this new material as negative electron in nickel magnesium hydride battery, because, for example, in the case of the 115, you have seen that we have a layer structure. So maybe it can be interesting for battery. Okay. And a lot of these magnesium-rich phase are extensively studied for their mechanical property because it's very light material. But then that means that people have to work also on corrosion property, and that is probably a very difficult point, and it will be hard to face this problem. And the last point is that we can do the hydrolysis, so we can put this ternary element, this ternary compound, we can put it under water, and if we do that, we are producing hydrogen, and it's a good way to offer a second life and to produce some green hydrogen with this kind of material. So I'd like to thank some person here because there is people who are been working on it Professor Jacques from Canada, because we've been working on some hydrogen sorption property together, and I'm working with him from now 25 years, or even a little bit more. One previous PhD student, Eliane Alasmar, because she was working on magnesium, neodymium, nickel magnesium 15 composite. My colleague Sophie Tancé, who work on magnetism, okay, and Christophe Cona for his technical support. So thank you for your attention, and if you have an occasion to come to Bordeaux, do not hesitate. It's a wonderful city. Thank you so much for this invitation, and I'm ready to answer your question if you have some question. And I will try to put my camera on if I can. Yeah. Okay. My camera is on.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful keynote address. We truly appreciate for your joining and sharing your valuable experience and expertise with us. Thank you once again. Now, may I request our co-chair member, Dr. Balram Tripathi, to please welcome our session chair member, Professor R.K. Singhal, by presenting sapling. Now, may I request Professor R.K. Singhal, Professor at University of Rajasthan. Sir, please come forward for next invited talk of this session. May I request a big round of applause from me.
नमस्कार। ये मंच प्रोफेसर आईपी जैन साहब, प्रोफेसर जीडी शर्मा, प्रोफेसर प्रफुल्ल झा जैसी विभूतियों से अलंकृत है, तो मुझे यहाँ इसका हिस्सा होने पर बहुत ही गर्व का एहसास हो रहा है। मैं डायरेक्टली अपनी टॉक पे आ रहा हूँ। आज की मेरी टॉक का जो टाइटल है वो बिल्कुल एक अलग हटके है। सामान्यतः हम अपना रिसर्च फाइंडिंग्स ये सब चीज़ें कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रदर्शित करते हैं, लेकिन मेरा यहाँ पर थोड़ा प्रयोग अलग है। मैंने फिजिक्स और पोइम को ब्लेंड करने की कोशिश की है और इनका जो कॉन्फ्लुएंस है उसकी सुंदरता को आप महसूस कर सकें, वो मेरा प्रयास रहेगा। तो मैं फिजिक्स को पोइट्री के माध्यम से समझाने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ। मैं इसी डिपार्टमेंट से 2024 में रिटायर हुआ था। अभी यहाँ पर एमएससी के कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं फिजिक्स के? गुड, बहुत कम संख्या है। ये थोड़ी निराशाजनक स्थिति है। आप लोग कहिए कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाएं। अगर लोकल कोई इवेंट हो रहा है तो उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन संख्या में भी और अपने कंसंट्रेशन में भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा होना चाहिए। मेरी आवाज आ रही है आप लोगों तक? वरना थोड़े एक दो पंखे कूलर बंद करवा दीजिए प्लीज, है ना। चलिए आगे चलें। हाँ, ये चल रहा है। मैं जब एक्टिव रिसर्च था तो कंडेंस मैटर मेरा फील्ड ऑफ रिसर्च था, लेकिन अभी नेक्स्ट ये तो नहीं काम कर रहा। लेकिन मैं पिछले एक डिकेड से पॉपुलराइजेशन ऑफ साइंस के लिए काम कर रहा हूं और मैंने अपने इस प्रयास में कुछ बुक्स लिखी हैं फिजिक्स थ्रू पोइट्री, काव्य भौतिकी, गीत भौतिकी, सुर भौतिकी, राग भौतिकी। इसमें से एक पुस्तक को यूपी हिंदी संस्थान से अवार्ड भी मिला है। नेक्स्ट, ये ठीक है, ये कुछ मेरी बुक्स के कवर पेजेस हैं। गीत भौतिकी, काव्य भौतिकी, राग भौतिकी, सुर भौतिकी। और अभी मैंने पिछले महीने काव्य महाभारत की पूरी कथा को पोएम्स में लिखा है। और इसमें शांतनु से गंगा का मिलन हुआ और उससे पांडवों के वन के गमन तक को मैंने महाभारत की सारी कथाओं को पोएम्स में लिखा है। अभी लास्ट मंथ ही पब्लिश हुई है ये बुक। आज के मेरे टॉपिक हैं, थोड़ा ब्रीफली मैं रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के बारे में बताऊंगा, फिर फिजिक्स वर्सेस पोइट्री पे बात करूंगा, फिर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी थ्रू पोइट्री, और फिर अगर टाइम परमिट करेगा तो सेल्फ रिलायंट इंडिया। ये मेरे टॉपिक्स रहेंगे। देखते हैं कितना समय के साथ हो पाता है। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी आप सभी जानते हैं, और मैं इसमें कोई विशेषज्ञता नहीं है मेरी, लेकिन एनर्जी जनरेटेड फ्रॉम द नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस जो अक्षय हैं, अविरल हैं, कभी खत्म नहीं होते। सोलर, विंड, फ्लोइंग वाटर, बायोमास, हीट ऑफ अर्थ, ये सारे साधन जो कभी भी खत्म नहीं होते, दे नेवर एंड। और इनसे जो एनर्जी मिलती है वो क्लीन है और एनवायरनमेंट के लिए वो नुकसानदायक नहीं है। अगर हम ग्लोबल स्टैंड पर इंडिया के सिनेरियो की बात करें तो हम बहुत तेजी से बढ़ती हुई शक्ति है। वी आर थर्ड इन द सोलर पावर, फोर्थ इन द विंड एंड फोर्थ इन द रिन्यूएबल कैपेसिटी। और हमारा टारगेट 500 गीगावाट एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करना है बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर। इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी में सबसे ज्यादा हम लीड कर रहे हैं सोलर कैपेसिटी पर, और 140 गीगावाट ये हम लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर है। दूसरे कंट्रीब्यूशन विंड पावर, लार्ज हाइड्रो, बायो पावर और ये स्मॉल हाइड्रो है। इसमें राजस्थान हमारा लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर है सोलर में, और फिर देन फॉलोड बाई गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, कर्नाटका, महाराष्ट्र एटसेट्रा। हमारा पॉलिसी सपोर्ट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इसको बहुत प्रमोट कर रहा है, और कुछ हमारे नेशनल प्रोग्राम्स हैं। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी जो कि रेस्पॉन्सिबल एनर्जी पॉलिसी और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए, पीएम सूर्य घर योजना जिसमें हमको सोलर लगाने के लिए सब्सिडी मिलती है, 1 करोड़ का टारगेट है। नेशनल सोलर मिशन, विंड सोलर हाइब्रिड पॉलिसी। तो गवर्नमेंट का इस तरफ हमारा काफी प्रोत्साहन है, उसके सोलर में हम बिल्कुल आत्मनिर्भरता प्राप्त करें। राजस्थान का सिनेरियो इसमें बहुत ही आशाजनक है, बहुत ही उत्साहजनक है। We are one of the topmost states in the solar power production. और राजस्थान इंटीग्रेटेड क्लीन एनर्जी पॉलिसी से हम सोलर पावर्स, विंड फार्म्स ये जनरेट कर रहे हैं, जिसका और हमारा इमर्जिंग फोकस ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को मैं स्किप करूंगा, ये जस्ट पानी से हाइड्रोजन बनाने की प्रोसेस है जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं डायरेक्टली अपने इस विषय पे आ रहा हूं, कविता वर्सेस भौतिकी। तो देखने में इन दोनों में पी के अलावा कुछ भी कॉमन नहीं लगता, पी फॉर फिजिक्स, पी फॉर पोइट्री। लेकिन अगर गहराई से देखें ये दोनों आपस में जुड़े हुए हैं। दोनों का एक ही उद्देश्य है, सत्य की खोज। एक करता है कल्पनाओं के आधार पर, मन के आधार पर, और दूसरा करता है बुद्धि के आधार पर, सिद्धांतों के आधार पर। तो दोनों का अगर मेल हो तो किस प्रकार से सुंदर नवाचार होगा वो देखिए। पहले मेरे कुछ इमोशंस गाने का प्रयास कर रहा हूं। आप लोगों को आवाज क्लियरिटी से आ रही है ना, या कुछ दिक्कत है, या बिना माइक के बोलूं? कोशिश करता हूं बिना माइक के। मुझे खूब लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर शायद इससे हाँ। तो कविता और फिजिक्स में क्या समानता है और क्या असमानता है, थोड़ा सा इस तरफ मैंने फोकस किया है। कविता मेरी पहचान है तो भौतिकी मन प्राण है। दोनों का मिश्रित रंग मेरे अस्तित्व का परिधान है। सिद्धांत, तर्क, समीकरण सूत्रों से बद्ध है भौतिकी। मृदु कल्पनाओं से सृजित कविता में मुक्त उड़ान है। फिजिक्स में एक थ्योरी जाती है, दूसरी आती है, और पहली थ्योरी को बिल्कुल नकार देते हैं। इलेक्ट्रॉन एटम का मॉडल देखिए कहाँ से शुरू है, अब हम क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स पे आ गए हैं। फिजिक्स कभी पुरानी नहीं होती। कई बार देखा है भौतिकी को पुराने तथ्य नकारते, इसके पलट कविता सदा शाश्वत सतत गतिमान है। कविता समय से परे सदा अनहद अलंकृतिमान है। अब भौतिकी क्या है और फिजिक्स क्या है? भौतिकी तप साधना, आइंस्टीन न्यूटन प्लांक की, कविता प्रसाद की लाडली तुलसी मीरा रस खान है। दोनों शुरुआत में तो बिल्कुल अलग लगती हैं। फिजिक्स तो सिद्धांतों की जमीन पर खड़ा हुआ है और कविता एक कल्पनाओं की उड़ान है। लेकिन वास्तव में देखें तो लगती ये दोनों अलग, मगर दोनों का एक ही ध्येय है। दोनों ही सृष्टि को शोधती, दोनों की धार समान है। जब मुझे एटॉमिक एंड मॉलिक्यूलर फिजिक्स टॉपिक पढ़ाने को मिला तो मुझे इसको पढ़ाने में थोड़ा लगा कि स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाने में थोड़ी कठिनाई है, इसको कठिन है टॉपिक्स। मैं इनको सरल करता गया और उसको हर उसके टॉपिक को मैंने पोइम में कन्वर्ट किया, और उससे पहली बुक मैंने लिखी काव्य भौतिकी। ओ भौतिकी का विषय कोई, उसे देखूं कविता के अक्ष में। कविता बिना अब भौतिकी रसहीन है, निष्प्राण है। थैंक यू सो मच। अब क्योंकि यहाँ पर थैंक यू अब यहाँ पर क्योंकि काफी यूथ बैठे हैं तो उनके लिए थोड़ा विषय को तोड़ते हुए मैं एक कविता उनके लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ। फूल से सीखिए जिंदगी का हुनर, जिसको कांटों में हंस के निभाना पड़े। जिंदगी में रखे हौसला, जाने कब दर्द में भी हमें मुस्कुराना पड़े। घर के कोने में थोड़ी सी रखिए जगह, जाने कब छुप के आंसू बहाना पड़े। गाँव का खेत मत बेच देना कभी, जाने कब लौट कर गाँव जाना पड़े। फूल से सीखिए जिंदगी का हुनर। थोड़ी तालियां, है ना? थैंक यू। अब देखिए, इलेक्ट्रॉन की स्पिन की जो खोज थी वो फिजिक्स में बहुत क्रांतिकारी थी, बहुत ही ज्यादा रिवॉल्यूशनरी थी, क्योंकि इससे क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स और स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोपी जो कि बिल्कुल जड़ हो गई थी, बहुत सारे सवाल थे, हल नहीं हो रहे थे, वो स्पिन की खोज के बाद उनको पंख लगे और फिजिक्स में हमको नए डेवलपमेंट्स दिखाई दिए। तो स्पिन की खोज क्या थी, क्या इसके पीछे का इतिहास रहा, क्या सवाल थे, उनको कवर करते हुए मैंने कविता लिखी है, ये दिखाने के लिए कि कविता कितनी सशक्त हो सकती है फिजिक्स को पढ़ने के लिए। तो आपका थोड़ा अटेंशन चाहिए इसमें, थोड़ी आवाजाही बिल्कुल कम कर देंगे प्लीज, और इसमें अटेंशन से इसको आप सुनिए। श्रोडिंगर क्वांटम यांत्रिकी में थी 3 क्वांटमीय संख्याएं, स्पेक्ट्रम के अधिकांश तथ्य ये तीनों मिलकर समझाएं। एन, एल, एम, एल, शुरू में 3 क्वांटम नंबर थे ये। श्रोडिंगर क्वांटम यांत्रिकी में थी 3 क्वांटमीय संख्याएं, स्पेक्ट्रम के अधिकांश तथ्य ये तीनों मिलकर समझाएं। लेकिन थे कुछ ऐसे रहस्य जो नहीं समझ में आते थे, सारे प्रयास कर लिए मगर वे और उलझते जाते थे। जब उच्च विभेदन यंत्रों से देखी स्पेक्ट्रम की माया, उनमें फाइन स्ट्रक्चर का अनुपम संसार नजर आया। फाइन स्ट्रक्चर इन तीनों क्वांटम नंबर से समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। देखा कि सोडियम की रेखा D1 D2 दर्शाती है, वैसे ही हाइड्रोजन रेखा में डबलट देखी जाती है। असमान चुंबकीय क्षेत्रों से जब गुजरे सिल्वर के एटम, तो दो मार्गों में बट जाते, जिसको समझाना बड़ा विषम। वे एटम है न कि आयन है, इन पर आवेश नहीं होता। चुंबकीय क्षेत्र में परमाणु सुनते थे, दिशा नहीं खोता। क्योंकि फोर्स ही नहीं लगेगा, फोर्स इक्वल टू QEB। अगर चार्ज पार्टिकल नहीं है तो फोर्स कैसा? तो मैग्नेटिक फील्ड को जानता नहीं है न्यूट्रल पार्टिकल। तो तब क्या था वह ऐसा रहस्य विक्षेप हुआ जिसके कारण चुंबकीय क्षेत्र में क्यों भटके आवेश रहित चांदी के कण? तो बड़ी पहेली थी, फिर क्यों भटक गई है? या तीव्र चुंबकीय क्षेत्रों में एक असामान्य जीवन प्रभाव, स्टर्न व गर्लक आदि आदि सब मूक खड़े निस्तब्ध भाव। विज्ञान सलिल एक धारा है, वह अविरल बहती जाती है, खोजती मार्ग बाधाओं में जब राह कहीं रुक जाती है। तो फिर क्या हुआ देखिए, पाउली डिराक गॉड स्मिथ ने फिर किए खुलासे एक साथ, चक्रण भी करते इलेक्ट्रॉन कक्षीय विचरण के साथ साथ। परिमाणों के विश्लेषण से यह तथ्य उभर सम्मुख आया, वह इलेक्ट्रॉन का स्पिन है जिससे यह विक्षेपण आया। स्पिन से ही परमाणु में बन जाते हैं चुंबक द्वैध्रुव डाइपोल, जो बाह्य क्षेत्र में रखने पर एक बड़ा घूर्ण करते अनुभव। इस बला घूर्ण के कारण ही आता है पथ में विक्षेपण, दो मार्गों से ये राज खुला, स्पिन होता है धन और ऋण। कक्षीय तथा चक्रीय गति से फिर क्या हुआ, चक्रीय तथा कक्षीय गति से एक LS युग्मन होता है। LS कपलिंग आप जानते हैं। कक्षीय तथा चक्रीय गति से एक LS युग्मन होता है, उससे प्रत्येक ऊर्जा उस स्तर एक डीजनरेसी खोता है। तो इससे क्या हुआ, डीजनरेसी लॉस हो गई। फिर क्या हुआ, बट जाता हर ऊर्जा स्तर, छोटे से ऊर्जा स्तर से एक चढ़ जाता एक गिर जाता, यद्यपि वो मूल सहोदर थे। एक ही साथ पड़े बड़े, एक ही साथ खेले, लेकिन वो एक चढ़ गया एक गिर गया, क्योंकि LS कपलिंग से एक की एनर्जी बढ़ गई एक की कम हो गई। स्वाभाविक था स्पेक्ट्रम में फाइन स्ट्रक्चर का उद्गम, और खुए हुला से एक साथ हो गए उत्तरित सभी प्रश्न। है मूलभूत और स्वाभाविक यह इलेक्ट्रॉन कण का चक्रण, कालांतर में यह भेद खुला है चक्रण सभी कणों का गुण। वो इलेक्ट्रॉन नहीं बल्कि सभी में होता है। वह जन्मजात वह मूलभूत वह अंतर्भूता प्राकृतिक, चक्रण है शुद्ध सतत शाश्वत है अविरल अक्षत स्वाभाविक। कंक्लूडिंग लाइन, चक्रण कोणीय संवेगों बिन क्वांटम नहीं पूरा होता है, वह आधा है पर बिनु उसके संसार अधूरा रहता है। वह आधा है पर बिनु उसके संसार अधूरा रहता है। अगर कभी कोई लाइन को दोबारा गा रहा है इसका मतलब उसको तालियां चाहिए भाई। थैंक यू थैंक यू। मोनोटोनी तोड़ने के लिए एक कुछ दो लाइन और मैं पेश कर रहा हूं। हम लोग इतने व्यस्त हो गए हैं बिना किसी काम के ही कि कभी अपने आप से बातें नहीं करते, परिवार को तो छोड़िए अपने आप से बातें नहीं करते। उसके लिए कुछ लाइंस, यूं ही ढलती जावे है धूप सी, कभी जिंदगी को जिया करो। हुआ अरसा खुद से मिले हुए, कभी खुद से बातें किया करो। काहे करते हो चिंताएं व्यर्थ की, जो है भाग्य में वो तो आएगा। अमृत या विष जो मिले ऋषि, उसे सहज करके पिया करो। एक लास्ट लाइन जो जिंदगी का अनुभव भी है, सबका होगा। एतवार जिन पे प्रचंड था, वो हवा के रुख सा बदल गए। एतवार जिन पे प्रचंड था, वो हवा के रुख सा बदल गए। एक सब्र करके हकीम है, उसकी खुराक लिया करो। यूं ही ढलती जावे है जिंदगी। थैंक यू। क्या पूछने टाइम है? ठीक, क्योंकि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का टाइटल है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, उसको भी मैं पोइम के फॉर्म में ही पढ़ रहा हूँ। आप देखिएगा, इसको भी एंजॉय करेंगे आप, आई होप। जब से यह पृथ्वी सृजित हुई, जब से मनुष्य जन्मा भू पर, यह पंच तत्व से बनी देह है, पंच तत्व पर ही निर्भर। उद्योग परिवहन है किस शिक्षा, संचार स्वास्थ्य और रोशन घर, ऊर्जा इन सब का मेरुदंड, हर क्षेत्र इसी पर है निर्भर। भावी पीढ़ी को ऊर्जा का है प्रश्न बड़ा घन घोर जटिल, सीमित है पारंपरिक स्रोत, कोयला पेट्रोल तथा डीजल। ऊर्जा संकट के समाधान भू सूर्य पवन जल बायोमास बनना है, अगर आत्मनिर्भर करना होगा इनका विकास। अब देखिए कैसे लोग, ये प्रकृति अपने आप को हमें समर्पित करती है कि लीजिए मेरा दोहन करिए और अपने आप को पोषित करिए। सूरज लो बोला लो धूप मेरी, ऊर्जा की झंझट दूर करो। सोलर सेलों को दक्ष बना, मेरा प्रयोग भरपूर करो। फिर हवा कहाँ पीछे रहती, बोली मैं शुद्ध रिन्यूएबल, बस रखो वनस्पति संरक्षित, उपयोग करो ऊर्जा अविरल। फिर जल, जल है तो कल है वाले जल ने वही बात फिर दोहराई, मेरी क्षमता भी बेमिसाल, मैं हवा सूर्य सा उड़ जाई। थैंक यू। अभी और है लेकिन। धरती बोली मेरे और में है उच्च कोटि का तापमान, ऊर्जा की आपूर्ति निमित्त कर सकती मैं भी योगदान। मुझ में तुम गहरे कूप बना, ऊर्जा भंडार प्रयुक्त करो। भूतापीय शक्ति सृजित करके तुम हरित भविष्य सशक्त करो। पत्ते भूसा गोबर सड़कर जीवन का अर्थ बताते हैं, देते हैं हमें हरित ऊर्जा और खुद अपशिष्ट कहते हैं। पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी ऊर्जा का यदि हमें चाहिए शाश्वत हल, तो अक्षत अविरल प्रकृति जन्य साधन है मात्र रिन्यूएबल। अब हमारी भारत की जो दृष्टि है, सनातन दृष्टि, उसने प्रकृति की पूजा की है, देवताओं की। भगवान कृष्ण ने भी कहा था देवों को मत पूजो, प्रकृति को पूजो। हमने वृक्षों को पूजा, नदियों को पूजा, पर्वतों को पूजा, पत्थरों को पूजा। यह प्रकृति हमारी ऊर्जा है, यह प्रकृति हमारा जीवन रस, मर्यादित दोहन करें तभी संस्कृति व प्रकृति में सामंजस्य। बड़ा चैलेंज ये है कि हम नेचर में और सिविलाइजेशन में दोनों में एक बैलेंस रखें। यह मंच शोध का नहीं, मात्र साझा दायित्व हमारा हो ग्रीन एनर्जी परम लक्ष्य, ना मात्र किताबी नारा हो। प्राचीन काल से भारत में यह परंपरा चलती आई, धूप पवन वरुण और भास्कर को आराध्य बनाए स्तुति गाई। गोबर के श्री गोविंद बना, गोवर्धन की जय जय गाई। उगते को जपे सभी हमने, ढलते सूरज की छठ गाई। छठ बिहार का एक बड़ा पवित्र पावन पर्व है, जिसमें डूबते सूरज को हम अर्घ देते हैं। उगते को जपे सभी हमने, ढलते सूरज की छठ गाई। कंक्लूडिंग लाइंस। दे जाए विरासत हो जिसमें, आकाश स्वच्छ गुलजार धरा, ना धुआं राख ना विष कराल, ऊर्जा का नव संसार हरा। एक दोहा है लास्ट में। बिन ऊर्जा श्रीहीन है यह सारा संसार, बिन ऊर्जा श्रीहीन है यह सारा संसार। इससे ही गतिमान है जग का कारोबार। सीमा भीतर ही करें मर्यादित उपयोग, सीमा भीतर ही करें मर्यादित उपयोग। दोहन के स्थान पर ना हो इनका भोग, अपनी संतति का न हो भावी कल बर्बाद। अपनी संतति का न हो भावी कल बर्बाद। प्रकृति व संस्कृति मध्य हम रखें संतुलन साध। पैतृक मूल्यों का अगर समुचित करें विचार, पैतृक मूल्यों का अगर समुचित करें विचार, तो फिर क्या मुश्किल भला रजकड़ ऋषि कुमार। Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
प्रोफेसर सिंगल साहब ने कविता के माध्यम से फिजिक्स जैसे बहुत ही कठिन विषय को आसान शब्दों में हम तक पहुंचाया, जन जन तक पहुंचाया। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जिस तरह से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पर इन्होंने आसान शब्दों में कविता बनाई, हर विषय में इन्होंने कविताएं बनाई है, और आगे भी हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि नई नई कविताएं हमें सुनने को मिलेगी। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you so much, sir. That was such a lovely and beautiful presentation. Now, I would like to invite IP Jain sir and SN Dolia sir to please present vote of thank to Professor R.K. Singhal by presenting memento as a token of respect. Continuing with the session, we now move to the next keynote address. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Daniel, who is also joining us online to deliver his keynote address. Dr. Daniel received his PhD in Material for Energy and Environment. His research activities at ENEA is mainly focused on the synthesis and characterization of materials, in particular on X-ray diffraction analysis and electron microscopy. He has been working on the hydrogen storage materials for many years, in particular on hydride both at low and high temperature. Current research interests include material for additive manufacturing as metal alloy and application in energy sector. He is author of many papers on peer-reviewed international journal and co-inventor of 2 patents. Member of SISM, Italian Society for Microscopical Sciences, and member of the Scientific and Organizing Committee of Conference on Material Analysis. With this brief introduction, I warmly invite Dr. Daniel to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you see the presentation, please? Sorry, because sometimes I hear you.
It's perfect online, at least.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciated the presentation that were exposed today. Really interesting subjects, and I also really would like to thank the organizers of these congress. I worked a lot of time, many years, on hydrogen storage, and also we have a lot with a lot of collaborations with Professor IP Jain, with Shagalal, and also with Jankir Kumari, Mukesh Jankir Kumari. So we worked a lot on hydrogen storage. This is one of the main themes I'm really interested in. But today I'm not going to talk about hydrogen storage, but I'm going to talk about additive manufacturing, which is one of the main research activity I'm carrying out during these last years. Of course, there could be some connections between additive manufacturing and hydrogen storage, and eventually I will discuss them a little bit later. So why? What I'm going to present is first of all some historical notes and some highlights on the processes related to additive manufacturing, but I will focus on metal additive manufacturing, and I will talk to you about the project Frontier Materials and Devices for Energy Applications. As I will talk about the design of ferritic alloy for heat exchange in alkaline environment, and I will talk about this additive manufacturing case study, so using this alloy. And finally, I will talk about our open infrastructure, which is Maya, and focused on advanced materials, in particular materials for these type of technologies. So let's start with the first information about additive manufacturing. Of course, it's a new process which is mainly focused on the possibility of manufacturing layer by layer of the objects, and it's completely changing the way of manufacturing. But I think that it's not going to substitute the classical manufacturing, the conventional manufacturing, which is based on subtractive and foundry, because the high level that these classical technologies, conventional technologies, is very high in terms of dimensions, in terms of dimensional quality and tolerances and so on. So additive manufacturing is not going to substitute these technologies, but they are going to integrate probably. So as I told you, the approach is to deposit layer by layer, not by subtracting material, but using some feedstocks in order to deposit successively some layers in order to realize objects and components for different applications in different sectors. So it's not a new concept. As you can see, there is a patent from the inventor Baker in 1925 who demonstrated that he could realize some objects by additively manufacturing layer by layer by electric arc welding. And so you can see also that the final result is not very good. But as you can see in the figure 3 at the bottom, you can see that effectively the concept is exactly explained as and nothing changed up to now. So layer by layer, we can realize some objects. And also, it has been defined in 1945 in a story called The Things Pass By. So it's not a new concept. And what changed during the years? During the years, what happened is that there were different patents which consider the possibility of additively manufacturing some objects. And in particular, the first type of manufacturing that has been implemented is stereolithography. First, by a patent from Jack Hull, and but also the work of Kodama from Japan. And they worked on laser polymerization of resins. So why this step is very important? It's important because together with the increasing increasing computer systems, so they become faster and faster, and also with the new automated system, you can control rapidly with the computer some the movement of some systems. Together with this improved technological system, automated system, there were the explosion of these technologies. And so then they arrived at stereolithography, fused filament deposition modeling, and the metal additive manufacturing, and so on. So in 2019, there were 170 3D printer manufacturers worldwide. And as you can see here, additive manufacturing technologies is a range of technologies. It's not a unique type of technology or unique system, but there are different technologies with different approaches and also different materials. And you can consider, for example, starting with material in the liquid form, or in the solid form, or in powder-based form. So, of course, solid, but in the form of powder. And in the first case, you can consider the well-known technologies which are based on polymerization and on melting, which are FDM and stereolithography and digital light processing, and also polyjet. But in the case of powder-based technologies, you can consider both melting and binding. So when we talk about different types of materials, we are talking about not only polymeric materials, but also composites. So very high performant composites like polymeric materials charged with carbon fibers or other type of fibers in order to reinforce from a mechanical point of view. But also you can talk about ceramic materials. So it is possible to 3D print ceramic materials in the very complex shapes. And finally, metal alloys. Which are the advantages and disadvantages of these technologies? Of course, you can rapid prototype components. So you can use these technologies in order to optimize the geometry. For example, based on a test bench, or also using some softwares in order to simulate the mechanical properties, the thermofluidodynamic properties, and so on. And you can realize complex geometries. You can realize really complex geometries which consider also the presence of channels inside, and which are very difficult, or they are impossible to realize by conventional manufacturing, so subtractive or foundry manufacturing. And on the other side, you can also obtain components, lightweight components. So you can use, for example, softwares where you optimize, you can perform a topological optimization of the geometry, and you can use trabecular structures or lattice structures in order to remove the material where it's not needed in the component, and or substitute by very lightweight structures. Another advantage is that you can reduce the number of components to be assembled. And this is important in the case of the production chain, because if you're going to reduce the number of components to be assembled, it means that you're going to reduce the time that that is required to obtain the final piece or the final component. You can potentially reduce the production consumption in terms of also of electric energy required, because or you can manage it in a better way, as you can produce when it's required, and you can produce the components you need when they are requested. Then you can also reduce the amount of waste material. You can produce on-demand components and optimize the product storage logistics. Finally, you can use additive manufacturing also for reverse engineering. So if you have components which are discontinued, you can produce them by additive manufacturing, for example, after a 3D reconstruction. But what I would like to underline here is, and this is the focus of our activity, is that we have a limited number of materials for these technologies. So some type of applications are hindered or cannot be carried out because they are not the materials. So a lot of work has been done during these last 20 years, but also still there are some materials that can be improved or that can be designed exactly for this type of production system. So let's see metal additive manufacturing. For metal additive manufacturing, you can consider generally two types of approaches. One is the fusion and the other is the sintering approach. On the one side, you can have metal additive manufacturing by melt based or at the solid state. So mainly the components produced by metal additive manufacturing are produced by powder bed fusion or direct energy deposition. There are some peculiar features of these properties of these type of approaches. And on one side, you are going to use a powder bed, like in the case of electron beam melting or laser beam powder bed fusion, so selective laser melting or direct metal laser sintering, which is better. And what you're going to use is powders which are spherical and generally produced by a gas atomization. And it can change the range of dimensions of the particle used for this type of production. On the other side, you can directly deposit metal by using wires or also using powders. And you can see you can use or a laser beam or an electric arc or also electron beam. Generally using, in the case of electron beam, using the wire. In the case of sintering, what you have is there are sintering processes which are derived quite directly by metal injection molding or similar approaches, because they make use of feedstock, so starting material which is generally well engineered material. And generally, for example, in the case of wire extrusion, you have filaments which are highly charged with metal particles, which are very small dimension metal particles, ranging in between 2-5 microns. And after the deposition, so you obtain a green component, which and you have to remove the polymers and the waxes which are present, and by washing in solvents, and then you have to sinter the metal particles. So you start from a green, you obtain a brown component, and then you can obtain the final metal component in metal alloy. And different type of approaches are reported here. So material jetting, bundle jetting, material extrusion, as you can see, I reported. And also you can different types of materials are considered, but as you can see here, not all the materials can be used for the different types of technologies. So this is the reason why it's required a lot of research on these materials. And rapidly, I would like only to show you the approaches which are followed in the case of powder bed fusion processes. This is the same approach for laser-based or electron beam source, because you can use, in order to melt these spherical particles, you can use a laser beam or electron beam. But the approach in the case of powder bed fusion is quite the same. So you're going to deposit a layer of material on a plate, and you're going to preheat the powders generally with the electron beam, or you're going directly to melt the particles in order, and these approaches is repeated hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of times in order to obtain the final object. Contemporarily, the plate is going down during the process. So you can see also an image of the particles which are produced by gas atomization, which are required to be spherical particles, and not to present some defects. So defects are can be considered as the presence of hollow spherical particles or the presence of satellites, which are smaller particles embedded or partially fused with the larger one. So what is required is a very good type of very high quality of powders, and because they have to be spread on the plate, and so it's not. This is the reason why they have to be spherical. And what happens during the melting? Of course, you have, let's see, in the case of laser powder bed fusion, you have a laser beam, and which creates a melt pool. And of course, as in welding, you can consider this type of approach of manufacturing as a thousand of melt of welds or a welding process which is repeated thousands of times. And so what you have is a similar microstructure which is created in the solidified metal with the presence of precipitation phases and also presence of small but really small defects, and also you have the formation of a heat affected zone and the formation of thermofluidic convection phenomena in the melt pool. So what is required is to reduce the number of defects in the final solidified materials. And this type, in order to reduce these defects, you have to follow different approaches, but generally you're going to change some parameter as a scan speed or edge spacing. So you can realize a map of the parameters, or the best parameters to be used. And of course, what you can change the parameters when you have different types of problems like keyhole porosity, lack of fusion porosity, composition changes, residual stresses and distortion, microsegregation, and so on. So you consider these problems, you can consider the primary or secondary approaches, which of course, as I told you, are going to affect to change generally some parameters which change the power of the laser used. In the case of electron beam, the deposition takes place in a chamber under vacuum. So it's different respect to laser, because the laser, the melt, you have the melt, you have the melting takes place under inner gas, generally argon. And while in the case of electron beam, using a source which is made of charged particles, which are electrons, of course, you need vacuum. So you need a long free path for the electrons reaching the base plate, the start plate. And also with electron beam, you can reach a very high power. And so generally the particles you're going to use are larger respect to a laser-based process. And in fact, you're going to use particles with 100 till 100 microns diameter respect to laser based process which make use of 44 microns in diameter. So there are some advantages using electron beam, which because you have a cleaner depositions, because you're going to do the process under vacuum. So and also the temperature is very high. Like in the case of titanium alloy, you are going to use to work at 700 degrees. But so all the gases absorbed on the particles are are removed easily by the vacuum. And also you can use less supports, so use less material in order to realize the samples, because the powder is partially sintered. So it's the powder itself is quite a support for the piece. And finally, what you have is that it has an higher production, reaching 100 square centimeters per hour. And also you have less distortion. So generally, you do not need to perform a thermal treatment after electron beam melting, because the process is at high temperature, the work process. So as you can see here, there are the technical data or the machine we have in our laboratory. As I told you, you are going to preheat at 700 degrees by with the focusing, and also as you can see here, you have a C2 powder cleaning, high deposition rate, reduce the use of supports. With this type of machines, you can generally deposit titanium alloy as a titanium 6 aluminum 4 vanadium, but also you can deposit aluminide, titanium aluminide, and Inconel. And this machine is also being used for chromium cobaltum alloy for biomedical applications. So in this case, you can use it for aerospace applications and generally biomedical applications, but also manufacturing in general. Here you can see some phases of the production of the 3D printing. So you have a preheating in the center, and also the fusion, the melt during printing. After the process is finished, you have to remove the pieces by blasting with the same powder you're going to use for the 3D print. So you can also recover the material, and you can reuse it again in the process. So this is really interesting, because you're not going to waste a lot of material. And these are other phases. As I told you, the particles during the melt are sintered. You can see these bridges created, fusion bridges due to fusion. So there are some bridges, some connections, some between the particles. And as you can see, there is during printing you obtain something similar to a cake, which contains inside all the samples, and as you can see on the right. We are working, for example, using this machine for the production of turbines for organic Rankine cycle plants, which are plants which can be coupled with renewable energy sources in order to produce electricity. And so for sustainable application, of course. And if you consider that we produce these turbines directly by the powder, you can think about the possibility of reducing about 80% of material respect to drilling, turning approach. So this type of manufacturing are really interesting for also in order to reduce the waste material for production system. Here I can show you the microstructure, and you can find some porosities, as you can see on the image on the left, some very tiny porosities, less than 100 microns, which can be completely reduced by heaping. And so you can obtain a reduction of the porosity by hot isostatic press. And also you can obtain a modification of the microstructure as we demonstrated by hot isostatic pressing. And for example, in this case, obtaining larger alpha labs in the microstructure. Of course, during printing, because the piece is going to grow along the zeta direction, you have columnar grains. But in terms of the mechanical performances are comparable to those of the wrought material. The other approach I rapidly talk about is the metal filament fusion fabrication. So you start from composites and composite material, and you realize the green piece, which has to be washed and then sintered. As you can see, you can use a different type of materials like stainless steel, copper, Inconel, tool steels. But of course, there are some limitations in terms of microstructure you can obtain, as the presence of polymers and waxes leaves some the porosities inside the material, as you can see in this image on the right. So you obtain quite a very good well sintering of the powder, of the particles, and but there are some porosities, and you can consider two types of porosities: the smaller one and the larger ones in the material. I will talk rapidly about I think I finished my time, but I will talk about the projects we're working on during these years, which is a very large and important project based on the new advanced materials for and devices for energy applications. And we're working on the manufacturing of metal alloys and of ceramic materials for energy applications. And we developed a new ferritic alloy. So we designed this ferritic alloy, which is mainly composed of iron, chromium, and titanium. And we designed this alloy for the use in absorption machines with a water ammonia cycle. As you know, absorption machines can be used for refrigeration systems or can be used for climatization in buildings, or and can be coupled with renewable energy sources as solar thermal plants for solar cooling. So these are very interesting machines, compact machines, but make use of ugly corrosive solution, which is, as I said, water ammonia. And we designed this alloy using also thermodynamic simulation softwares as Thermocalc, and in order to understand the formation of phases which can be detrimental for the mechanical properties of this alloy. And also we thought about this alloy in order to obtain higher thermal conductivity, because we wanted to realize heat exchangers by 3D printing using this alloy. So we obtain an alloy which is has a double the thermal conductivity of 616 stainless steel, which was the reference material for us in this case. And also we obtain a very good corrosion resistance in the water ammonia solution. We finally also we realized that this material both in sheets and also in powder form, and we firstly realized some samples in order to optimize the parameters in DMLS printing processes. but also we reused these alloy in order to realize heat exchangers, as you can see here. So we realized that these heat exchangers, which have been designed by Enea with an inner geometry, internal geometry, which improve the turbulence of the fluid, and so increase the heat exchange of these components inside the material. And we realized both with the ferritic alloy we developed and with the 316 stainless steel. Then also we performed some tests on the test bench. Finally, I only want to talk about the infrastructure that an open infrastructure that we realized in our research center near Rome, which is based on advanced materials. And we have large facilities which, first of all, allow to mechanical treat the materials, so ball milling. We have a large experience on this type of approach, and also I largely use it for hydrogen materials for hydrogen storage, in particular for magnesium based materials, because it allows to activate materials, and it allows to improve kinetics, and to improve the activate the materials in order to distribute homogeneously the catalyst inside the matrix for the hydrogen storage material. And but also, as I told you, we have two metal 3D printers and electron beam melting and MFFF facility. And post-processing, we have hot isostatic press and a tomograph, a computer tomography. And for defect, in order to find and to evaluate the defects. As I told you, the connection between hydrogen manufacturing and hydrogen storage could be the possibility of realizing some storage systems which have been 3D printed with inner geometries which are allowed to, on one side, contain the active material for hydrogen storage, which could be hydrides at high temperatures or low temperatures materials like lanthanum nickel 5 types alloys, or mish metal nickel 5, or other type of metal alloys for low temperature hydrogen storage, but also magnesium based materials, which are very interesting, but which works at higher materials. So with 3D printing, it will be possible to realize some storage reactors which are 3D printed in order to contain the material, but also to allow the gas to flow and to get in contact of the active material and to go in and out of the reactors. So this is one of the approaches that can be used. And here the last slide, which summarizes all the activities which we are going to do in our laboratory, which consider also welding by laser welding, electron beam welding, and wire arc welding. Okay, I finished my presentation. I really thank you again for your invitation. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, still online, we can hear you.
I think there was another shutdown or not.
At least online it's okay, but I'm not sure that there it's okay.
Okay. If you have any question, you can ask. I can see I can't see the presenter, the chair.
And chairman of Board of Studies in Physics. He received an Indian National Science Academy Teacher Award in 2018. He has been honored with the World Academy of Sciences UNESCO Associate Fellowship twice. He received the Silver Medal from Society of Material Chemistry. He is regularly listed among the world's top 2% of scientists by Stanford University. He leads the Computational Condensed Matter Physics Laboratory focusing on topological materials, thermoelectricals, catalysis, magnetism, superconductivity, sensors, and drug delivery. He has published more than 350 research papers with over 10,000 citations and H index of 50. He has completed 28 research projects, including 5 international. It is my privilege to kindly request you, sir, please present the next invited talk. May I request for a big round of applause, please?
Giuseppe, che dici? C'è le cartelle condivise, però io aspettavo la call per vederlo. Allora, tu l'hai viste le cartelle condivise? Allora, application forms, ci stanno gli application form, ci stanno un po' di documenti, ci stanno.
doping, strain engineering, which was my topic or the title of the presentation, to have the better Fiji absorptions and other thing. The materials which I have selected for our places I will be rushing through also. So these are the materials which will be tuned because they do not have the proper binding character to have the proper hydrogen storage, and therefore you require some sort of tailoring, and this tailoring is done through the transition metal decoration or the doping, alkali metal, alkaline earth metal decorated systems, in fact in the same, and then not to have the foreign atom within the material, we applied that strain engineering. So through strain engineering also, this character of these materials can be selected or tuned in such a way so that they are having the better possibility or probability of giving us the hydrogen storage. Right, so these are some papers on the basis of which I will be presenting, or our results are basically all published in all these papers. So this is, as I said, that our purpose is basically to, or I will be talking mostly about the, mostly or 100% about the theoretical development that is based on the first principle density function theory calculation, and that is what it has been said in this particular thing. So density functional theory and ab initio molecular dynamic simulation, which will be used, which are used in this particular study, are basically to investigate the carbon-based system for hydrogen storage. This method basically gives us the understanding of the interaction between the carbon-based material with the hydrogen molecule or hydrogen atom. And so crucial material properties will be described through this. And that is basically will lead to the deeper understanding of the interactions in the hydrogen storage. While the molecular dynamic simulation study will lead or help us to understand the stability of the material, whether these materials are stable or useful at the room temperature or any particular temperature or not. So that is what are the method. These are the simulation detail which I have just listed, and I'm not going through this. Those who are working in this area can immediately identify the parameters or things which have been mentioned in this. So I will not go through this. These are some formulae because I put it so that those who have the interest can immediately find it. And then, of course, through the proper reference, you can understand it. So these are the some parameters which will be calculated, which is essential to be calculated for the hydrogen storage materials or hydrogen storage. Those are the desorption temperature, right? Then the relative energy, occupation number, and the weight percent. So these are the parameters which basically decides the character of the material for the hydrogen storage purposes. So I will start one by one. So first one, see, we all know basically what is the graphene, right? So graphene is in fact the one material which is of course called as the wonderful material, wonder material in the two-dimensional materials category. And after that, there has been a lot of discovery with the different new material. In fact, you can say through the whole periodic table, people have designed the new two-dimensional materials. Here I am talking something which is the modified version of the graphene. That means by tuning the hybridization, right? So we know in the graphene, we have the sp2 hybridization. So having sp2 with the sp hybridization, that is what the graphene in fact, and there are allotropes also. So just tuning the bonding character or hybridization in this new class of material has been designed. And as I said, that this material has also is synthesized in the laboratory, and therefore it has, of course, the potential. So it is experimentally synthesized, as I said, and the synthesis of this gamma GDY, again, this had this alpha, beta, and gamma phase. So we are talking about the gamma phase only, was initially reported in 2010, in which the GDY films were produced through the cross coupling of hexathiamyl boron, HEB, and reference is given. And in this particular sketch, or in this particular diagram, you can see that you have two rings. One is A and another is the B rings, right? So you can have the GDY, that is the graphene, comprises of two rings, a larger 18-membered acetylene ring, that is the C3, right? And that means acetylene ring designated as A, and as a smaller benzene ring referred as B. So we have two rings, and then the B1, B2, etc. are the parameters associated with it. And as I said, that B1 is 1.4 angstrom, denotes CC linkage between the sp2 and the sp hybridized carbon atom. So in this, both hybridization exist basically. So, and then N1 and 2 represent the acetylene bond. So this is what is the structure of the graphene. And as I said, that plain graphene is, of course, not of great use, not having much capacity or much usefulness as far as the hydrogen storage is concerned. And therefore, we have decorated this GDY with the transition metal. So I will show you that is what was the difficulty with the pristine graphene, and then what happened when we decorated with the gamma ring. So in this particular case, when you have the H2 high absorption on pristine GDY, right? That is the pristine graphene. That was the formula for the binding energy, as you can see in the top. So for when that hydrogen atom was put on the hexagonal ring, and the calculation was performed for the absorption energy without this DFT3D3, that without considering the van der Waals interaction, then we had the minus 0.11 and 0.15 in the bigger ring, 0.11 and a minus 0.16, which you can see is the much lesser, in fact, lesser than the 2 electron. So, for TM decoration is possible. TM decoration is recommended. And the TM decoration, what does it do? There is a transfer of charge between the transition metal to the carbon atom. And this basically leads to the stronger bonding with the hydrogen. And that is what is the purpose. So that is what it has been explained in the bottom, why we use the transition metal, right? So this is the case. We have in fact done with several other transition metals as well, but here I am presenting only two because from the paper which I took, this had reported only two, that is Y and ZR. So as you can see there, that system, that is the graphene plus transition metal, and the transition metal atoms are the yttrium and the zirconium. So the position, as in the case of pristine graphene, was there. So A ring and the B ring, and the binding energy, you can find that it has increased tremendously. That is, now it has the minus 5.2 electron volt, which was in the previous case only minus 0.11. And for the B ring, it is minus 3.20. When you have the zirconium, it is of the same range. For A ring, you have the minus 5.73, and the B ring, you have the minus 3.73. So as far as the binding is concerned, the bonding nature is concerned, this graphene with the transition metal doping or the decoration is a better choice, or in fact, it is a good material when it can be used for the hydrogen storage. But we'll see the other parameters, whether it is really good or not, and what basically it tells us. Right? So how does it work? Basically, that is a given. So when you have any material, as I said, that we are doing two things. One, that is the density functional theory-based calculation. That is basically helpful in understanding the bonding or the binding character of the hydrogen molecule or maybe the transition metal with the graphene in this case. But you need to check its thermal or its stability, because whether it is stable or not. And for that, we do the ab initio molecular dynamics simulation, right? We have two kind of molecular dynamics. One is the classical and the quantum mechanical. So this is basically the quantum mechanics. Apart from this, maybe in another 1 or 2 slides, I will show you that the phonon dispersion curve is another method through which one can find the stability of the compound, or that has been done in several cases. So here, if you see that AIMD, that is the molecular dynamic simulation, has been done at 400 Kelvin for, this is the case for yttrium, and this is the figure associated with this at 2 different bonding sites. One was the A ring, another was the B ring. And you can see when you have the carbon yttrium bonding, you can see when Y on the A ring, there is a more or less it is a stability, and then finally it falls off. But when it is Y on the B ring, it is stable to a large time scale. That means up to 8 picosecond that there is a stable. The stability means that if you do not have a lot of fluctuation in this, whatever parameter you are taking, whether it's energy or whatever, then you can say that it is stable. So you can see that when it is on the B ring, it is stable. When it is at A ring, it has the stability up to maybe the 4 picosecond, etc., but certainly not beyond that. Right? When you come to the zirconium, you can see here that apart from that, one more thing you can observe, that when it is at the A ring, there is a distortion on the bonding, right, on this particular arm. Similarly, here also you observe a distortion in this case, but after 400 Kelvin, when it gets saturated or stable, we do not have that particular thing. Of course, the lower part is a bit distorted. So you can see here that everything becomes stable. And when ZR, that is zirconium, is put on A ring, right, then there is a lot of fluctuation. But when it is on the B ring, then there is a stability. And therefore, in both cases, we can say that when the zirconium or yttrium is put on the B ring, it gives the stability, right? So this is what is the electronic behavior. You can see here in the very simple way that when you have the pristine one, that there is no gap, nothing, but nothing on the Fermi level. But when you have that yttrium and the zirconium, then at Fermi level, you get the peak. That means basically there is a charge associated in this, which will be transferred. That means basically being transferred from the transition metal to the carbon atom. Right? This is the band structure. So it is typical band structure for the graphene, then the yttrium based and the zirconium based. So you can see here, while the graphene is found to be semiconductor because of no having gap here, with a band gap of nearly 0.49 electron volt. But after the substitution or the doping decoration of yttrium and zirconium, it turns to the metallic, and the transfer of electrons from the zirconium or yttrium atoms to the graphene fills the valence band and shifts the Fermi level into the valence band, resulting into the system exhibiting metallic characteristic, right? So the zirconium and the yttrium donates electron. The decoration of both yttrium and zirconium can produce the localized states, which can pin the Fermi level, shifting in downwards. That is the Fermi level pinning, right? So basically, you can say that the yttrium and the zirconium decoration turns the material, that is the graphene, which was the semiconductor, to be the metallic. So that is one thing. Another case, when you have this partial density, electronic density, you can see. So you can see here in both the cases that you have the charge gain in this case, right? While in this, for the yttrium, it shows the charge loss, and that is what it confirms that the charge is going from this yttrium to the carbon atom. So in both the cases, even zirconium, you can observe the similar cases, right? So it is basically the charge loss in the zirconium, but when it is
there it. So this is what is the charge transfer pattern or the density, charge density plot. And you can basically see that there is a transfer of charge from yttrium to carbon as 1.15 electron, while in the zirconium base, from zirconium to carbon, it is around 2.01 electron. Right now, because our purpose is to have the decoration, or in fact the H2 storage, that is, so now we have put the hydrogen molecule over the zirconium, sorry, graphidine plus yttrium decorated system and the graphidine plus the zirconium decorated system. So without going into the much detail, you can just see that is how the charge transfers and other things are taking place through this plot. In this, we will be able to see that is what it was mentioned in the previous cases can be seen from this table, that when you have the system with graphidine plus transition metal plus H2 and N is the number of hydrogen molecule, right? And that we consider that 1 to 7. So when you have the yttrium and the zirconium in the respective table, so 1H2, 3H2, 4H2, and we have gone. So the average energy in this case for the yttrium was minus 0.36 electron volt, that is the binding energy, while for the zirconium it was the minus 0.4. So negative binding energy values observed in all instances suggest that the H2 hydrogen molecule process, absorption process is exothermic and is thermodynamically viable, right? And anyway, we have shown in the through the AIMD simulation that it is thermodynamically stable as well, right? And these particular slide shows the parameters which I just mentioned through the formula, because these are the parameters which basically decides the type or the success of any material for the hydrogen storage purpose or not, right? So here you can see that, right, here you can see in the first graph, that is the desorption temperature, that is at what temperature this basically is dissolved. So you have for the zirconium, you have for the yttrium, and nearly at around 11 GPa or 11.5 GPa or 12 GPa, you get basically a temperature. This is 200, this is 300. So that is because 11 GPa is again a parameter which has been decided or suggested by the US DOE, and hence we need to see that what is the desorption temperature at 11.5 or 11 GPa, and in that you can see that for the zirconium it is around 250, while for the yttrium it is around 400 or so. So that is what when it comes to the weight percentage, because this graphidine sheets are two-dimensional sheet, therefore the hydrogen molecule can be attached from the both sides, and therefore you can see here that is when you have the in this case when you have the 8 yttrium atom and when all hydrogen molecule are attached, then the weight percentage is around 6.64 weight percent in this case, right? Similarly, in the case of zirconium, you have the 6.57 weight percent, and here you will have the 8 zirconium atom. This is the weight percentage of H2, and that has been shown with the number of transition metal on graphene dioxide. So you can see particularly there. Then you have this diffusion energy barrier. So in they must overcome the barriers of 2.7 electron volt and 3.23 electron volt respectively for yttrium and zirconium, and both of which exceed this thermal energy of yttrium and zirconium in order to move to the adjacent ring, right? So this is again these parameters which have been shown here. Relative energy, so at constant temperature, when again at the pressure suggested of around 11.5 GPa or 11 to 12 GPa, that one can see that how the relative energy varies, and 11.2 or 11.5, you have something around 1.3 or minus 1.3 electron volt or so. Similarly, in this case, yttrium case, it will be even lesser. So one can have the relative energy, and which is very much in the parameter. Then the constant at the constant pressure when the relative energy is calculated. So that is constant pressure. We have considered that is the 11 GPa. This is what is the trend. And this is, right? Sorry. So that was the case with the graphene. Another system which I will be talking is the graphene. So as I said, that all systems have been experimentally synthesized. Maybe in the last, I will show you the comparison of these studies along with the studies reported for other materials by the experiment as well as the density function theory calculation. So this is the graphene. So it is again the two-dimensional graphene substrate with the 48 carbon atoms, which is structurally relaxed. The relaxed CC bond length is 1.42 angstrom because this is allotrope of graphene or the carbon, you can say. So 1.42, this has also been experimentally synthesized. And here you can see that is when the graphene has been, the zirconium has been placed at graphene just above the 2 angstrom above the hexagonal ring and the relaxed, and then the structure is obtained. So the calculated binding energy for this came out to be around minus 3.54 electron volt, which is much higher than the binding energy of zirconium on the graphene, right? So as I said, that you require the binding energy more so that it binds strongly, right? But again, one has to see that it should not be so high that desorption become difficult, right? So, but anyway, in this case, when the zirconium was on the graphene, that was having minus 2.44 electron volts. But when the zirconium or the graphene, it has a 3.5 electron volt. So in fact, similar procedure has been adopted. And as you can see here, because I will rush through this particular slides and many other slides. The So graphene with the zirconium, and then the graphene with zirconium having the H2 molecule, then the binding energy has been calculated, which is listed in this, right? This is bond length, and this is the magnetic moment associated with this. This is again the partial density of a state, as you have discussed in the previous case. So similar discussion goes, but with a different number. So number is what? That is, in this case, the carbon 2p cell, and in the zirconium you have the 4d. So from 4d to 2p there is a transfer of around 1.61 electron volt. And when you are adopting or decorating or doping with the hydrogen molecule again, then it is transfer of 0.16 electrons. So transfer of charge takes from the system which is coming from the zirconium, and this interaction is not so strong, and therefore it is known as the Kuba's interaction. So it is somewhere between the Fisi absorption and the chemi absorption, and that is what is shown. So desorption temperature and the weight percentage has been calculated. So you can see here that we have performed the molecular dynamics simulation for checking the stability. And as I said, that we can make the comparison with other carbon systems. So when you have the graphene plus calcium, then average binding energy was minus 2.76 electron volt. And then average binding energy for hydrogen molecule is minus 0.2. Number of H2 molecules which can be stored was the 6. And gravimetric weight percentage was 9.6. So weight, if it is more, then it is the better system to store the hydrogen. Right, then you have the graphene plus calcium, then you have the graphite plus zirconium, graphene plus zirconium, and in the bottom you have the graphene plus zirconium, and you can see in this bottom that average binding energy is minus 3.54 electron volt, and the number of H2 molecules which can be stored here is the 9 in place of the graphene or the graphene, where it was only reported the 6, 5 or so. And the gravimetric weight percentage also higher than what was the case of graphene and the graphene, because in the graphene you have 9.6%, graphene plus calcium you have the 5%, and when it is the graphene plus zirconium you have the 11.3%. That is a good number. So this basically shows this is the case. So if I conclude for this particular case, then the zirconium atom was found to be strongly bound, right? With an average adsorption energy of minus 3.8 electron volt and the gravimetric percentage of 11.3%. 9 hydrogen molecule can be satisfactorily, it can be absorbed and satisfactorily meeting the requirements set forth by the DOE, that is US DOE. And our calculation of the diffusion energy barrier imply that the decorated system is devoid of metal-metal clustering as well, with a calculated diffusion energy barrier of around 1.37 electron volt. And that basically confirms the thermal stability of the system. Anyway, not here, but other studies we have shown that these systems are dynamically as well as the thermally stable because of which we could obtain from the phonon dispersion curve or the ab initio molecular dynamics simulation. So zirconium decorated graphene is a highly tractable contender for storing abundant hydrogen on board uses, right? So that is what is the case. This is with the C30. How much time I have? Over, so I will just stop in 1 minute or right. So this was for the C30 system. Just this is another carbon-based molecule system where this calcium decoration is done. So those who have interest can basically just. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Audience, one short question. Any query?
Sir, just one question. Is it necessary to decorate these nanomaterials like graphene and graphidine with the transition metals?
Yeah. Because I have shown in the first slide. Because the binding energy as well as other parameters which are required for the hydrogen storage was very poor, right? Because finally there has to be binding between the carbon atom and the hydrogen, which was weak. So when you have the transition metal either decorated or the doping, then the charge transfer takes place from transition metal to the carbon. And this basically leads to the stronger interaction with the hydrogen molecule. So it is suggested.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor I.P. Jain, sir, and Dolia, sir, to felicitate Professor Jha with the memento and the plant.
Thank you, sir. That was such an amazing and inspiring presentation. I request Professor R.K. Singhal and S.N. Dolia to please present the block of thanks for Professor P.K. Jha. We are honored to have with us Dr. S.A. Sarif, who is joining us online. Dr. S.A. Sarif is a professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering and MAE Excellence turned professor at the University of Florida, USA. He is a life fellow of American Society of Mechanical Engineers, a life fellow of American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, a fellow of Royal Aeronautical Society, a fellow of American Society of Thermal and Fluid Engineers, and fellow of American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, a vice president of Commission B2 of the International Institute of Refrigeration, a member of the board of director of the International Association for Hydrogen Energy, and a founding member of board of directors and vice president of programs for the for the American Society of Thermal and Fluid Engineers. He is on the editorial board of 30 archival journal in thermal and energy sciences. He has 600 publications and 2 US patents. We warmly welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here with you today, and I appreciate the kind invitation from the organizing committee, and I would like to especially thank Professor I.P. Jain, who is a longtime friend of mine, and I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today. The presentation I'm going to make today, let me see if I can share my file first, is entitled Frost Formation and Energy Conservation Measures in Large Walk-in Freezers. It's a little different in terms of when you think about energy conservation, we always think about how to cut the consumption of primary energy sources. And that way we will be able to conserve energy. On the other hand, we could also cut the on the end use side of things, we could try to conserve energy. And this is a good example of how that can be done in an industrial refrigeration application that where you will see the formation of frost inside large walk-in freezers can actually be a pretty detrimental thing to happen as far as energy conservation is concerned. What you're looking at here on the bottom right corner of the slide is an actual size freezer coil. This is a real size freezer coil, and typically inside a large walk-in freezer there would be 10 to 15 or 20 freezer coils like that scattered throughout the walk-in freezer. What we have done is we have simulated experimentally what happens inside a walk-in freezer through this laboratory scale size freezer on the left side of the screen, where you see this is an R22 system. It has about 800 pounds of R22, and it's actually a liquid overfeed system whereby you oversupply the evaporator, in this case the freezer coil. You oversupply the freezer coil with liquid refrigerant, a whole lot more than the freezer coil would actually need or can vaporize the refrigerant. For example, you can supply 3 times the amount that the freezer coil need to be able to vaporize that refrigerant. You supply that in liquid form, and what happens is the surplus liquid that leaves the evaporator has to go back into what they call a surge drum, which you're able to see here. These 2 big tanks that are wrapped with insulation. These surge drums are essentially liquid vapor separators. They separate the liquid from the vapor, and the vapor goes into the suction line of the compressor, and then the liquid goes back into the evaporator for another recycle. So we have had this very sophisticated system whereby we were able to essentially induce the formation of frost on that freezer coil, where the temperature inside the freezer would be somewhere in the vicinity of 26 degrees Fahrenheit below zero, which is about, you're looking at probably about 35 degrees Celsius below zero, or maybe 36 degrees Celsius below zero. And that is where we would create a more humid environment, artificially inject moisture inside the freezer space in a coordinated way, so that we can induce the formation of frost on the freezer coil. And in order to keep track of how much, when the coil goes into the defrost mode, when it fills up, when it basically completely clogged with frost, then we induce the defrosting process. And as we do that, we collect the moisture on another identical freezer coil like it on top of that laboratory scale walk-in freezer. So there is actually an identical coil on top that operates when the freezer coil inside the freezer operates in the refrigeration mode. the other coil is operating in the defrost mode. And when the freezer coil inside the freezer operates in the defrost mode, then the freezer outside, what we call the auxiliary freezer coil, operates in the refrigeration mode. So essentially, trying to keep track where we can capture the moisture that evaporates or sublimates from the freezer coil, that is the test freezer coil, on the auxiliary freezer coil, and vice versa. That way we can keep track of how much moisture there is and capture every drop of moisture that there is. Of course, when the frost is in activation, also there is melt that we collect, and then we keep track of how much melt we have collected. So we're actually capturing all the moisture in all forms, whether it's in solid form, liquid form, or gaseous form. So this is sort of a quick overview of the facility that we had. This is a project that lasted about 10 years, was funded by ASHRAE, and we were looking into a lot of things inside these freezers. But I'm going to focus today on one little aspect of the operation, and maybe leave the rest of the study for perhaps another day. So I'm going to ask all of you a question about what would you do if the freezer space is unable to keep the temperature, the so-called set temperature. What would you do if you realize that the freezer air is now rising in temperature because the freezer is so clogged, there's so much frost on the coil, and the coil is unable to lower the temperature of the freezer to the desired set point? So most of us, I guess the human intuition is that you would want to lower the temperature setting of the freezer. So you go to the thermostat and lower the temperature to try to get the freezer air to go down in temperature. That's what most of us we're gonna do, is to lower the temperature so that we can get a lower temperature inside the freezer. Unfortunately, that is not the right answer. That is the wrong answer. If you actually lower the thermostatic temperature, what happens is that it becomes harder and harder for the freezer to stay at the desired temperature. And the temperature of the air inside the freezer will actually rise faster. And I'll tell you why, through this presentation, I'm going to tell you why this is the case, even though you would think that by lowering the thermostat, you are actually going to lower the temperature. So that's the premise of my presentation here, and I will show you that by doing that, you're actually consuming a whole lot more energy. Not only are you not able to keep the temperature set temperature at the desired level, but you're actually gonna consume more energy, because what is gonna happen is that you're gonna see that the frost formation rate is gonna increase at an alarming rate. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna fast forward, and I'm going to show you what happens to the coil. And if you look at the left side of that picture, you will see that coil completely clogged with frost. This happened over a 5-hour refrigeration cycle. Now, on the right side is the exact same coil operating for 5 hours with very little frost on it. Okay, now I'll tell you why the coil on the left has been so clogged in 5 hours, and why the coil on the right has hardly been having any appreciable frost on it for 5 hours. Okay, so I'm going to go back and show you two pictures of air inside the freezer. This picture is showing you, this is a still picture, but it's showing the incoming air that's being blown over the coil. It's about minus 8.3 degrees Celsius with a relative humidity of about 64%. And on the other side of the coil, the air gets cooled as it goes through the coil. This is an 8-row deep coil with 4 fins per inch. And as the air goes through the coil, it gets cooler and cooler, and it exits the coil at minus 16 degrees Celsius and about 92% relative humidity. Now this operation is going to produce the right side of this picture. It's going to produce the right side of this picture. Whereas this operation, you can see here, it's the exact same freezer, the exact same coil, but now you see that the amount of moisture is so much that you can hardly see the freezer coil. If you look closely, you'll see that the freezer coil is actually sitting in what amounts to a very foggy environment. This very foggy environment is actually ice fog, not the regular fog that we see in day-to-day life. This is ice fog. In other words, there are ice crystals inside the freezer that are completely just swimming everywhere. And as they move, they can deposit on any and every surface they can find. So when that happens, when that picture takes place, you end up having the left side of this situation. You see that the frost collects very quickly and clogs the coil. Whereas when you are operating like this, you would see that the picture is going to be on the right side here. So it's very important to prevent this situation. It's very important to prevent this situation whereby there is so much ice fog inside the freezer. Now I'm going to show you how to do that in just a few minutes. But before I do that, I'm going to show you the energy cost that we're dealing with if we were to operate like this. If we were to operate like this, there's something called the fan defrost contribution, whereby in the ASHRAE handbook, they suggest, this is, by the way, defined as the theoretical contribution of the combined fan and the defrost heat loads divided by the net refrigeration load. In the ASHRAE handbook, they recommend 15%. When you design a refrigeration system, that they recommend that you account for about 15% for the fan defrost contribution when you compute the refrigeration load. In other words, you have to add 15% of the net refrigeration load to that refrigeration load in order to get to account for the combined effect of the fan and the defrost portion of the load. What we have found is that when the freezer is operating in this scenario here, which means that the latent load is much higher than normal, because this is all moisture, it's all associated with latent load. When the latent load is very high, the fan defrost contribution that is recommended by ASHRAE, which is 15%, is totally out of line. We found that this fan defrost contribution could be as high as 32, 33% in some cases, instead of 15%. So if you design for 15%, your refrigeration load will be underestimated, and therefore the sizing of your refrigeration system will be inadequate, and you will be unable to reach the desired temperature. Now, I'm going to show you why that by raising the thermostat, why the desired temperature becomes harder and harder to reach. Now, I'm gonna fast forward to a slide that would show it to you on the psychrometric chart. Now, here you look at this point here. See if I can mark it up. I'm going to get into the presentation mode in a minute, and you'll be able to see. Just give me a no. So here you see here what you're seeing is the so-called squall line, and the squall line is the optimum straight line infiltration exfiltration air path. What happens is point L0 is actually the point that is for the entering condition for the air into the coil. Okay, so that's where the entering condition is, and point L and point L sub T is one possible exit point of the air from the freezer coil. Now, if you were to follow this, what they call the tangent, this is a tangent line to the saturation curve of the psychrometric chart. If you were to follow that path, you are going to avoid getting into the so-called supersaturated zone of the psychrometric chart, which is to the zone to the left side of the chart. That area is supersaturated, and that's where the ice fog actually forms. Because what happens is when the air is supersaturated, the excess moisture over the saturation condition is unable to exist in vapor form anymore. The air is unable to absorb it as vapor. And the only way it can exist is by either suspended liquid droplets, which would be the regular fog, or suspended ice crystals, which would be the ice fog. If you're operating under in the sub-freezing range, then what you're going to end up having is ice fog. And the ice fog is essentially suspended ice crystals that are floating in the freezer, and they are just ready to deposit on any and every surface they find, whether it's a freezer coil surface or the wall of the freezers or the ceiling of the freezer. They do deposit there, and they can be extremely forming at a high rate, and you can have 5 or 6 foot of essentially snow inside that freezer in about 3 or 4 or 5 hours easily. And that is where you would try to avoid crossing the process line into the supersaturated zone. Now look at line N0. Line N0 at the very top of this diagram. You see how that line from N0 to F0, that is what could happen if you cross the saturation curve into the supersaturated zone. Now, when you lower the thermostatic setting, what your essence are doing is you're moving point F0 to the left side further, to the left side of the chart, and therefore making line N0, F0 more likely to cross the saturation curve. So that's why when you lower the thermostatic temperature, you're essentially lowering the suction line temperature of the compressor. And when you're doing that, you are making the likelihood of this line N0, F0 crossing the saturation curve more likely. And therefore you end up forming more snow-like frost and clogging the coil very quickly. And the freezer coil become even more unable to bring the temperature down. So what the correct answer would be to my question is to actually raise the thermostat. When you want to lower the temperature, raise the thermostat, not lower the thermostat. When you raise the thermostat, you move point F0 to the right side and make line N0, F0 more likely to stay within the saturation, on the right side of the saturation curve, or what we call in the subsaturated zone. In other words, line L0, LT is the dividing line between getting into the subsaturated zone or getting into the supersaturated zone. This is another way of showing it, where you would see that the line F0 FX, the dashed line F0 FX, actually crosses the saturation curve into the supersaturated zone, and that is unfavorable. That results in unfavorable coil frosting. That air path, the air cooling path here is unfavorable. Whereas if you look at line F0 FT, F0 FT is favorable because it does not cross into the supersaturated zone. You can see that the sensible heat ratio, you're familiar with the protractor on the top of this diagram, and that is the sensible heat ratio, which is essentially the sensible load divided by the latent load. So when you're dealing with a freezer sensible heat ratio that is high, then you have more sensible load and less likelihood that you're going to get into the supersaturated zone. When you have a very low sensible heat ratio, freezer sensible heat ratio, then you're going to have a very large latent load, and the likelihood of you crossing the saturated curve into the supersaturated zone becomes much higher. Again, this is the same line. You can see that airborne ice crystal precipitation on the verge of occurring is indicated in the figure by the joint intersection with the squall line. The squall line, actually, this is a term that denotes the highest positionable straight line precipitation-free infiltration, exfiltration air path that can be drawn for a given freezer condition. In aviation, we use the term squall line to denote the string of clouds formed when two air masses encounter each other along a mixed air path that falls just above the optimum condition. That's why we use the term squall line here in this case, because it divides the favorable condition from the unfavorable condition. So if you look at this particular scenario, the airborne ice crystal precipitation on the verge of occurring is indicated by the intersection with the squall line of the horizontal line from the 24-degree dry bulb temperature, or dew point temperature in this case. The dew point temperature, 24 degrees, dew point, is emanating from the saturation curve, and the vertical line at 45-degree dry bulb temperatures. Now, measures can be taken in the event of the dew point temperature rising above the squall line, would include reverse the minimizing of the open door time. Instead of making the door open for longer periods of time, the freezer door, you can try to decrease that amount, and if that is not sufficient, then you can mechanically increase the exfiltration from the freezer. In other words, get more of that moisture out of the freezer with both actions programmed into a microprocessor controlled system. Now here is, I'm going to show you what we actually did in a real freezer operation, where here is, you see the freezer on the bottom side, and then the anteroom, which is the neighboring room. This is mostly happens in loading docks, where you got a walk-in freezer on a loading dock. It's very moisture, very humid outside the freezer, warm and humid, and then inside the freezer is cold and dry. And what happens is, you could easily, by having the doors open, these are mostly curtains where the carts would just move in the products in and out of the freezer, and you can actually get a lot of moisture inside the freezer that way. Now, this is a microprocessor controlled traffic movement system, and it basically activates and deactivates certain sensors that would actuate certain devices that would maintain at all times the conditions inside the freezer being in the subsaturated zone. This was actually implemented. This was done by there's a company in Lewistown, Montana, that actually built these freezer doors. They would build a freezer door. They sell it to the clients for anywhere from $25,000 a door to $100,000 a door, and they guarantee. They say if you cannot recover your cost, your operating cost or energy consumption cost in the next year, we will come uninstall that freezer door and give you your money back, as if you haven't done anything. Okay, so they were so confident, and the person that did this, that was the president and owner of that company, he had a very successful business for decades. He was very successful in actually, able to scientifically, based on applied psychrometric theory, in fact, design these freezer doors in a beautiful way. Now, he was used to work for Carrier Corporation many years ago, and he was able to use psychrometric theory to, in fact, achieve this. And he used to sell these doors to corporations like Walmart and others, Amazon and all that. He would sell these for especially the freezer, the central warehouses where they keep things cold. So, he was able to operate a lot of those over time. Now, just to show you another side of things here, this is a figure illustrating for a representative anteroom, that's the room that's next to the freezer, the 6 different air cooling, air warm-up processes, was showing the squall line, of course, is the one that's tangent to the saturation curve. The 3 of those are the freezer sensible heat ratio, the RSHR, is the room sensible heat ratio balance with the coil, and 3 of them require overcooling with reheat in order to maintain the dry bulb temperature, dew point temperature, set point. But to maintain the ice crystal free exfiltration to the freezer during all warm-up season weather, all 6 would require a coil refrigerant temperature in the anteroom that is far lower than the current practice customarily provides. Therefore, the upper limit regulated flow of the low dew point temperature freezer air to the anteroom, which avoids the overcooling disadvantage, constitutes significant first and continuing cost savings, whatever the anteroom room sensible heat ratio may be. Okay, again, there's a lot of details here that I don't want to necessarily get into, but just to show you the different possibilities here. And then 3 cases you have to do reheat, which is not desirable, and then in 3 other cases you don't have to do reheat. Now, what you do is you program. You're going to have to do this in a programmable manner. So the programming of the increased freezer exfiltration, because you're going to have to sometimes get moisture out of the freezer by just letting the exfiltration happen. When the exfiltration is required for the anteroom, it necessitates algorithmic expressions that is capable of doing the following: that at the anteroom dew point temperature level in conjunction with varying outdoor infiltration in quantity and in moisture content throughout the day and the year, a freezer exfiltration and infiltration that varies with doorway traffic throughout the working day, and indicated a need at times for forced freezer exfiltration. In other words, use fans, suction fans, to get the air out due to the excessive anteroom latent heat gain. And also the inevitable anteroom overcooling sensibly at times, and selecting, as conditions change, the most energy efficient suction pressure where both the low and the high stage suction line connections are provided. And finally, incorporate a flywheel slowdown, if not direct override at times, into the corrective actions are provided. So again, this is extremely sophisticated, a system that has been implemented very successfully over the years by that company in Lewistown, Montana. In conclusions, the scheme takes advantage of the high room sensible heat ratios typical of large distribution type freezers, larger coil TDs. Now, coil TD is what they call the coil temperature difference, which is the difference between the incoming air temperature to the coil and the coil refrigerant temperature. Now, the difference in temperature between the entering air temperature and the coil refrigerant temperature is what the industrial refrigeration community call the coil TD. And that coil TD, when it becomes large, you are risking crossing into the supersaturated zone and forming ice crystals. So, and that happens when you lower the thermostatic setting. When you lower the thermostatic setting, you're lowering the coil suction temperature, which is the coil surface temperature, and which makes the delta T larger. If the incoming air temperature is the same and you are reducing the coil surface temperature, you are actually increasing the coil TD and therefore making it more likely for ice crystals to form. To prevent ice crystal formation, you need to integrate the freezer and the anteroom environments, as I showed you just a few minutes ago. So this scheme takes advantage of the high room sensible heat ratios typical of large distribution type freezers. Whereas overcooling with reheat and associated first cost plus continuing energy cost would be inevitable during a large part of the year should latent heat removal be from the consistently lower room sensible heat ratio of the anti-roll? So with this, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Professor Sharif, for
Thank you,
such
Professor Sari, for
Thank you.
joining us for this conference and sharing such an amazing address and valuable informative presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharif, for such an interesting talk. And thank you for accepting our invitation for this talk, which is very useful for the participants to know the actual value of the freezer and how freezer works. It's very interesting. You are always very interesting to us, and you are always helpful to us. For whenever we invite, you always give a lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shane. It's nice to see you always.
Moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Taylor, who is joining us online. Dr. Naveen Taylor is an assistant professor in the Department of Physics at IIT Jodhpur. He previously served as a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at Northwestern University, USA, and holds a PhD in physics from IIT Roorkee and MSc from Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan. His research spans X-ray and photodetectors, perovskites, and tandem solar cells, building integrated photovoltaics, indoor photovoltaics, photophysics of emerging materials, single crystalline semiconductors, and carbon capture technologies, including CO2 reduction to value-added fuels. Dr. Taylor has authored over 55 high-impact research publications and holds 2 granted patents. Dr. Taylor has been recognized with several prestigious international fellowships, including the Fulbright Nehru Postdoctoral Fellowship, JSPS Fellowship, and Humboldt Fellowship. He is known for his strong collaborative skills, academic excellence, and active participation in extracurricular initiatives. So, I please welcome you to join us and start the invited talk by joining us online.
Yeah. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much to the conference organizers and my MSc teachers for inviting me for this talk. And it is also a matter of pride for me that I had been a student of Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan. So now I am affiliated with the IIT Jodhpur, and my research work in the perovskite, solar cells, and carbon capture and X-ray detector for the medical technology. Today I will be discussing the perovskite semiconductor for the renewable energy applications, mostly on the solar cell applications. Yeah, so as we all know that world is moving towards a sustainable future now. And in that, like we have a greatest challenge to meet our energy demand. That also without accelerating any kind of the climate change or any kind of the carbon emissions. So in that case, we know that still fossil fuels are there, but their like store is finite. So maybe after a few years or 10 to 20 years, we are not able to generate electricity from fossil fuels and to fulfill our demand. So therefore, renewable energies come in the picture, and the renewable energy, our country have the target to install 500 gigawatt renewable energy sources by 2030, and already the one target is already achieved by our country. So that shows that significant step in these directions. Also, as per the Paris Agreement, world need to become net zero carbon emitter by 2070. So this can be possible by the installing the renewable energy sources throughout the world in our country also. So this is the data I have taken from the CEA website that till February 2026, we have the 143 gigawatt of the solar power installed in our country. So that is showing that we are going in a right direction in the solar cell, installing the solar cells. So just for the brief introductions, we all are aware about how the solar cells has progressed from the first generation by taking the monocrystalline silicon solar cells to the second generation, and now the emerging third generation solar cells, whereas the DSSC and the perovskite, quantum dot, all kind of the solar cells. But if we see the market or the rooftop solar cells or anywhere the solar cells, they're totally dominated by the silicon solar cells. Either they are polycrystalline silicon solar cells or either they are the monocrystalline silicon solar cells. But there are some challenges in the silicon solar cells. Like if I will say that 90% of the energy going to the making the silicon wafer. So it is an energy intensive process, and also the CO2 emission is also high to making the silicon wafer. So this data, if we have generate 1 kilowatt per hour power, so that will equivalent to the 26 gram CO2 emissions. Also the fabrication is the complex, and then flexibility issues also there, and the silicon is also not suitable for the space applications. So by all these constraints, now there is alternative semiconductors are needed that should be also the sustainable. And where any technology is developed, so then we see that there is a balance, should be balance between the cost, efficiency, and the durability, and also the processing conditions. So in all these cases, the halide perovskite semiconductor have emerged in the last 1.5 decade, and mostly research in the last 10 years. And this halide perovskite have a structure. I will say that this is a structure of the oxide perovskite. Similarly, only the oxygen is replaced by the halide. As you can see, is the A is the cation at the corner, B is the body center, and the X is the halide at the face center. This is given by the ABX3, and the tolerance factor can be calculated by the ionic radii. That will be give an idea about the crystal structure of the system. And the most important thing about this halide perovskite, first thing is that the solution processable. Solution processable means in a lab where is a hot plate and a spin coater is there, and we can make a film, and finally by some more instruments we can make a device. So that is not possible in the case of the silicon. So this thing makes this material as a promising material. With the solution processable conditions, they have the ambipolar charge transport, and then the carrier mobility is like in the range of the 100, which is still lesser than, but it is a good number. Then the absorption coefficient is very high, and the band gap we can tune by tuning the halide ratio, and also the carrier lifetime is higher than the what are the other technology like DSSC and the organic solar cells. Important thing about the absorption coefficient we need to keep in mind that what silicon layer absorb in the 200 or 300 micrometer layer, if that amount of the light perovskite can absorb in the 500 nanometer. That's why these materials have the very good molecular absorption coefficient, and also we need less amount of material. That will also reduce the cost, and the fabrication process will be the more easier. And why this perovskite solar cells? Because there are like many property like tunable band gap, low cost is manufacturing, high applicability, efficiency, transparency, all are the factors. And most important factor is they have the low weight. Like if you install on the rooftop or the window, so this don't have the much weight. And another thing gives a hope towards this development of perovskite solar cell, that compound annual growth rate is predicted as a 31.8% up to like 2030, while the silicon have the 8.1%. So these all things is that now the door are opens for the perovskite solar cells. And this is the first perovskite demonstrated in the JAX paper, and it was demonstrated in the structure of the dye-synthesized solar cells. In the like TI2 was there, and then MAPBI3 and MAPBR3 nanocrystallines are used as a perovskite synthesizer, and it gives the 3.13 efficiency and 3.81 in case of MAPBI3. So this was the first solar cell was developed in 2009, and after then till now we have the now 27.3% efficiency in the perovskite solar cells. This also shows the potential in the around 15 years of the time is have reached from 3% to 27%. So that shows the potential of these materials. Now I'll discuss our work in this perovskite solar cell area. So we have worked on this device engineering as well as the environmental concern about the lead toxicity. So device engineering means firstly we have fabricated the NIP structures and then we move to the PIN that I will be discussed. So this is the NIP is the conventional structure, and when it was like you invert the light direction going from P to I and N, so it will call the inverted structure, and there is a significant progress in the compositional engineering and transport layer engineering, anti-solvent crystallization, and the multi-step annealing. And one aspect of this research is also focused on the considering the alternative of the lead, where like environmental toxicity is concerned, and then some research is going on the lead-free solar cells by looking the efficiency and durability. We have started our work with the MAPB I3 perovskite solar cells as the initial film, and we have fabricated by the spin coating method. As you can see, just mixing the two precursors and coating by the spin coater and annealing, you can get a good film. And this MAPB I3 have the band gap of 1.6 electron volt. And then we have fabricated structure in NIP geometry, which give around like initially 15.7, 15.8% efficiency. And when then issue is that it was not stable outside the globe box. When we measure with the time, so it was degrading, as you can say, around 500 hours, it is coming to 50 hours. So what is the reason for that we have taken from the literature? This MA is not stable. It causes instability in the devices. So then we move to going to the alternative cation. So in the case of the alternative cation, we mix the cations like cesium, Fe, and Ma in a particular stoichiometric ratio. And also we mix the halide and get a compositions by the lot of optimizations. So that's called the triple cation perovskite solar cells. So we have get the film. So that looks a very black film, and the morphology also fine, very compact and around 200 to 400 nanometer grain size. It's crystallized in the cubic phase and a very good band gap, and it is giving also the narrow PL. That means the less defects are present in the material. And we make the devices in the same NIP structure. We make the devices, and we find out that now we can go to 20% efficiency. So that is the improved in the case, and we also say the efficiency is also, stability is also improved. So that around like these are the solar cell parameters what we have get, and this paper is published in Electrochemical Acta Journal. But from here we see that is this the limit of the efficiency and stability, and should we think further in direction? Also, can we go to the inverted structure like NIP to PIN and why? So the reason is going to the PIN structure, that is the fabrication of this TiO2 is required the high temperature, and then you are also selective in choosing the electron transport layer and the whole transport layer. That is the very costly also. And also we have to, it is import from the outside of our country. So that increase the cost as well as the dependency on the other countries. So then we move towards a new strategy, and we have done the active layer engineering as well as device structure engineering. So now the emergence of, there's a 2D perovskites, we have worked on that. So it can be like, it can be mixing in the bulk phase, or it can be at the layered structure also, or either we can passivate with the amine. This is the 3D perovskites. So the goal is that increasing the efficiency, reducing the defect density, film morphology enhancement, and the long-term environmental stability. So in this direction, this is like introduction of 2D perovskites. So if you cut the 3D perovskite in one direction on one particular plane, and you insert the organic spacer, so you can get a 2D perovskite in the different phase. It is like the RP phase and the DJ phase. And this why these 2Ds are important, because this 2D perovskite have at least actually pure 2D have lower efficiency but very good stability. And if we can mix with the 3D perovskite, that will give the high efficiency and low stability. So by the mixing them, we can get high efficiency as well as the high stability. And other thing is also there, we make the layered structure. It can also reduce the carrier localizations and increase the carrier delocalizations, so that we can get the more number of the collected carriers. So in that we have selected two ligands called the benzodiamine hydrochloride and 3,5-difluorobenjamide hydrochloride based on their electronegativity and then their potential profile and the dipole moment. And we fabricated the film, and you see this card, the fabricated film. And then we have checked the morphology. Morphology is little bit improved with this amine modifications. Crystal structure remains the almost similar, and absorption also increase in the ultraviolet region. And with the XPS, we find out there is the amines are incorporated. In the XRD, we find some new peaks that are assigned to the 2D perovskite phase in these films. Then we make the PIN structure here. And in the PIN structure, we don't require TO2. We use the nickel oxide, then the self-assembled monolayer, and the perovskite 2D perovskite coating and PCBM DCP. This is the cross-sectional image when each layer can be seen. And this is the fabricated device image. We have the like 4 separate devices here. And then we have the selection of the ETL and STL is actually done by the Venn diagram, like which will be the suitable, and also the synthesis process we have also selected. Yeah, one more important thing that now we have removed the MA cation and we have totally focused on the FACGM best here. And then we have got the parameter, we have varied this amine concentrations 1 mg, 2 mg, 3 mg. Each time we find the 2 mg concentration is the optimized, and we have increased our efficiency up to 21.21% in the case of DF, BZ, CL modifications. So that is like for some physics points can be given there, the higher dipole moment, align the band alignment and make a improved charge carrier. And this is we have fabricated almost 15 devices and see the variations that we find out that in DFB cell modified devices, they have the lesser variation in all the parameters. So that is due to improved film morphology and reduced surface roughness, as well as the very good interfacial contact and reduced recombinations also. We also calculated the hysteresis index. That is an important parameter for the solar cells, because if hysteresis is there, so it can fluctuate in the deliverable power. So we find out with the DFBZ cell modification, there is 1.51% hysteresis. So that is again given to the good morphology and like better dipole moment and the good interfacial transport. We have also done fundamental studies like the photoluminescence study, time resolved photoluminescence study, impedance and mode Schottky. From there, we find out that DFBZ modification is best in all the cases in the carrier lifetime. Recombination resistance is also increased, and the built-in potential is also increased. So that gives the higher performance in the solar cell parameters. Yeah, one technique which is like very powerful technique, that's called the transient absorption spectroscopy. So that can give the dynamics in picosecond to nanosecond scales. So that we employed on these things, and then we find out that like how the carriers are behaving into the perovskite lattice. So this is the typical spectra we find out when we see any transient absorption spectroscopy called the ground state bleaching and the induced absorption there, and the stimulated emission. So this is very rarely observed, but the GSB and induced absorption we observed, and we can find out the kinetics from this transient absorption spectroscopy here. So we find out the like TA spectra for the controlled BZ cell and DFBZ cell modified film, and we calculated the carrier lifetime. So in that case, if you see the first component of this carrier lifetime, we assign to the hot carrier. The hot carrier means if you see the here, when the carrier are excited from the valence band to the conduction band. So then from coming to the higher vibration levels, they always come to the ground level. When they reach to the ground level in the lesser time, that means the carrier are now lost. So we want to increase this relaxation time so we can collect these carriers from here on. So we see in the case of DFGCL, we have find out the increased hot carrier cooling time as well as the stepping in the cello defect times and the recombination times, which all are indicating that your carrier collection was higher. Then we should check the device stability, and that the contact angle measurement, we find out the adhesivity with the like a subset, and we find out that by incorporating this 2D amine-based layer, we have stability is increased. And this work gives like if we develop the FSism perovskite structure and 2D layers, so we can reduce the hot carrier cooling, reduce the recombination, and we can also improve the efficiency. This gives the design stresses. This work published in the ES Solars. Now coming to the another aspect, as I mentioned about the lead toxicity, there is debate actually in the community. Some people say lead toxicity is not the issue, and some say it is the issue. So that also like depends on the policymakers and what they say. But actually it should not be the issue, because we have the lead sulfate battery from a long time in the market. So if we can properly encapsulate our solar cells, so we can reduce the lead toxicity and the effect. So there have been some study like how the leakage of the lead impact our grounds or either our farms. So they saw actually lead is not that much toxic, but there is chemistry with the halide is little bit more dangerous. Whatever, but then we explored some lead alternative, And then we thought, let's explore the bismuth, because best element is the tin, but tin goes 2 plus to 4 plus, so it is not stable. So then we explored in this direction, and we employed the bismuth. And the bismuth toxicity is the 15,000 times lesser than what is the lead is toxicity. So that is the safer to use. There are some papers which we have taken the references for the non-toxicity of the bismuth. And then we developed the cesium bismuth iodide system here by replacing the lead in the bismuth. And then we find out that it is not up to the mark. We find out the very kind of the bad morphology. There are a lot of grain boundaries and the spaces is there, and also the not a complete phase conversion. So still more work need to be done in these materials to explore the full potentials. But we moved further to characterize it. We find out it's characterized in the hexagonal phase with this p63mmc space group. Another major thing is that it have the low dimensionality. Even the lattice bioctahedra is not connected to each other. That means that when-to-when transport is not possible. Here they are, the carrier localization happens and the hopping mechanism take place. Absorption is little bit okay, but the band gap is not that much towards the ideal band gap. It is around 1.98 watt. That means it's absorbing the less solar spectrum. And then we did some physics study, and we find out that how the defects are varying in this material. So that is giving the luminescence power is close to 1. So that means not close to 1, 0.88. And it means that carrier localization and the defects are playing important role. We proceed with the device fabrications, and we find out very less efficiency, only 0.15%. I will say it still need to be more work done in it. This is only our first attempt was there, and now we are doing the further optimization is these things. And then we find out that ideality factor is close to 1, and the JSE is also 0.94. So it means device engineering is not that much problem here. Only the fundamental lattice is the problem for these materials. And then we see the ionic migration and that how this ionic migration is varies. And then we did the transient absorption and explored the excited state carrier dynamics as a power dependent TA spectra, exciting 350 nanometer. So here we find out there is a lot of kind of the pole run formation. If you can see is the long tail towards the low energy side. So that tells the carrier localization due to the zero dimensionality. And there is a poor grain packaging, all these things. That's why the lifetime is also lesser. So these results give a direction that firstly we need to make this material in the higher dimensional, as well as we need to make in the heterostructure, so we can collect more carriers from this material. So that is the some future work that we currently our group is also doing, and this was published in the JPCL. Now coming to the important challenge for the silicon solar cells. Now we know that silicon solar cells are there in the market, but the metro cities have the lot of multi-floor buildings. It means energy consumption is significantly increased in these buildings, but you have only one roof for all the floors. It means your rooftop space is very, very limited. So what we can do? We can use this vertical surface, because you see the metro cities now there is a lot of glass buildings, and we can use this glass as a solar glass while installing the solar cells here. So for that, solar cells should be the semi-transparent solar cells. Further, it can also increase the incident light inside the building, so that can also reduce heat in the building. And also it can increase the energy load of the building. So the semi-transparent solar cells can be a solution for that. And it is helps space utilization through integrating the buildings. It helps to reduce HVAC load like AC, ventilation, all kind of the load, low carbon footprint, low module cost, and it is not comparable to the silicon, but we are developing the technology where silicon cannot fit in the glass windows, because you cannot make the silicon as a transparent. And also we can further utilize the available space on the buildings. In this case, this perovskite can be a game changer, because this has the efficiency and the tunable band gap, which you can maintain the transparency, that allow partial transmission of the light, and the other factors like what I mentioned, the solution processing, and also the lightweight. So you will also not increasing the weight of the glass window. So in that we have developed some materials. You can see that this is a perovskite films, and you can see the flower through this films. It means still visibility is there. So there we need to optimize the thickness, transparency, and the efficiency. Thus, one parameter I want to introduce that is a new in this semi-transparent, that it should be calculated the average visual transparency. Like it should be around 30% transparency at least, so you can see the outside also. So we have developed some films, as you can see, the name you can see from the films here, and by varying the stoichiometry ratio, bromine concentration, and the solution concentration, and we can see the band gap as well as the transparency. And we have developed the solar cell based then, giving the 14.2% efficiency and 22%. It little bit need to be more increased, going this towards the 30%, and this is also the increasing like at least to the 16 to 70%. So that now we are optimizing further the devices. Why this is so much important? So I have done some calculations. Let's say if you have a 1 meter square of this module is there and giving the 10% efficiency. So you can get actually module efficiency 8% by integrating all the cell and the 80 watt power on a 1 meter square window. It means you can easily 4 to 5 LED bulb can be blown by these solar cells. So if you imagine the situation that putting the building of the solar cell, at least 50 to 60% energy it can fulfill. By this, I will say this image I have generated from the chat GPT to showing all kind of the problems, opportunity, and solution that if you have the previously situation was like this, that you install the rooftop solar cell, but now we have this kind of the building. So this space can be utilized by the semi-transparent solar cell. Still, we have some challenges like the making large area fabrication, stability, concern, performance, and the transparent electrode we need to develop. By that, I will acknowledge to my institute, IIT Jodhpur, and my PhD and postdoc institute, as also my alma mater, University of Rajasthan, to the conference organizer, collaborators, all my previous supervisors, and my own lab, Receiler. With that, I would like to thanks. Thank you very much for your attentions. Now, maybe your suggestions, comments, and the questions are welcomed. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and wonderful presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I have here, with so many inspiring and valuable talks and keynote speakers, we came to end of this session of the day. Now, it is my privilege to please invite Professor S.N. Dolia to please welcome our session chair member of poster session, Dr. S.K. Jain. Dr. S.K. Jain is professor and former HOD physics and presently working as director at Manipal University, Jaipur. He completed his PhD from University of Rajasthan in 2006. He has 21 years of teaching and research experience. He has published 150 research papers in national and international journal and Scopes Index conferences proceedings. Dr. Jain also have completed 18 MOOC courses from different university on Coursera. He has also completed various short-term courses and have attended several conferences, workshops, and seminars. He is the author of 5 books and conference proceedings. Dr. Jain is life member of Indian Physics Association, Jaipur, life member of Materials Research Society of India, and IEEE senior member. Dr. Jain also served as reviewer and session chair in national and international conference and GAE symposium. I request Professor S.N. Dolia to please welcome and thank Mr. Professor S.K. Jain by giving memento as a token of thanks and respect. Now, it is my privilege to invite Dr. S.S. Sarma, is currently senior faculty in Department of Physics at the Government Women Engineering College, Ajmer. He received his PhD degree in physics from University of Rajasthan in field of organic solar cell. He has more than 80 research publications in international journal and proceedings of international and national conferences and has published 6 books on different topics of applied physics. He has been honored for his research work with an Innovative Engineer Award by United Engineers Council. He is a life member of Indian Physics Association, IPA, Indian Indian Association of Physics Teacher, IAPT, Material Research Society of India, MRSI, and the Indian Science Congress Association. He is also associated with the Material Research Society of Singapore, Synchrotron Radiation Center, Italy, and UGCDA CSR Indo. Sir, I please welcome you to take the memento as a token of respect and honor. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Rakesh Kumar Mishra. Dr. Rakesh Kumar Mishra is an expert in material characterization with specialization in X-ray diffraction, XRD, Raman spectrometry, and thermal analysis. He is currently serving as Assistant Journal Manager at RI at Chicago, where he is widely recognized for his expertise in training and supporting the installation of XRD system. He earned his PhD from the University of Delhi with research focused on quantum dots. In addition, he contributes as a subject matter expert for TCS ION and works as an NPTEL content translator. Dr. Rakesh Kumar Mishra is representative of IR Tech Company and he is also bronze sponsor of this conference. I feel honored to welcome you, sir, to please take the block of thank by Professor I.P. Jain, Dr. Chhagan Lal, and Professor S.N. Dolia, sir. Sir, please come forward and grace this event. With this, we come to end of the first day of third International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2026. I would like to invite Dr. Chhagan Lal and Professor S.N. Dolia to please welcome and present block of thanks to Professor It is my great pleasure to please invite Dr. Chagan Lal and Professor S.N. Dolia to please present the block of thanks to Dr. Sudhanshu Dwivedi, S.S. Jain Subodh, PG College, Jaipur, for being co-chair member of this session. With this, we come to end of this first day of Third International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2026. Today's session have been truly inspiring with insightful presentations and meaningful discussion on various aspects of renewable energy and sustainable technologies. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our respected speaker and session chair, researchers and participants for their valuable contribution and enthusiastic participation. Thank you all of being a part of this wonderful day and being such an amazing audience. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for another day filled with knowledge, discussion and collaboration. Thank you all once again. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.